Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
I was muted, day one shit. Well, okay, let's start this again. Welcome to the Wednesday edition of Pep Talks, or of High on Politics. How is it going, guys? I was just saying that I had that intro made by a viewer. You may know him as Kirk. He is a quite the talented lad. But I hope you guys are doing well. Hey, Elaney, thank you for... Thank you for telling me that the mic was off. I appreciate that. Anna, how you doing? With a French accent. Where's the French accent coming from? Who the heck is Pep Talks? These Pep Talks. He talks a lot. Guys, exciting news. Well, not so exciting news about what's going on, because yes, Israel is going after Damascus, but we have Steve coverage with it, so that's where I'm saying a little bit of exciting coverage. I should have said exciting coverage. But this sucks. I should have seen this coming. Like, Syria kind of was put on the back burner for a long time, and then all of a sudden, professional yapper. Hey, now, who are you? My father? That's what he calls me, the professional yapper. Didn't they say in the Bible, when Damascus falls, it's all over, guys? The evangelicals are flipping out. Oh, yeah. It did say that. It did say that. So now what? I mean, I thought Trump was supposed to, bring peace in the Middle East, and, the whole end of the world thing kind of, I don't know, doesn't really go with the whole Trump thing, so... Makes you kind of, yeah, they're celebrating it. Well, yeah, of course they are. They celebrate everything that Israel does as far as, getting them closer to the end times, because they want their rapture. I always called it the cheat code. It's they don't want to just, die. They don't want that big scary thing. They want everybody to go with them, which... What's that sound like? I don't know. What do I know? I'm just, somebody said it here. I'm a professional yapper. What do I know? By the way, guys, if you guys are hanging out over on Twitch, do me that solid. Head on over to the Pep Talks YouTube channel. Hit that like button. We are definitely... Oh, shit. Promote my YouTube channel on my YouTube channel. Good job. Trying to grow the YouTube channel, also trying to grow the Twitch channel. So if you have not followed, I don't know what you're doing. Come on, help a brother out. No, but yeah, go on over, hit that like button. Let's get the stream out there. My brother is super religious now. My brother is also super religious. He is actually a pastor. It is very annoying. It's very, very annoying because he got into religion later. It's almost funny. I got out of religion almost as he was just kind of starting to go towards it. And I was just like, oh no. Oh. Sorry, guys. The air quality is it's doing a number on my allergies. Let's see. What's the air quality alert? It was over 100 yesterday. Oh, it's at 42 today. Okay. Maybe it... That's not good. Someone might have to dust. I just cleaned my room. What the hell? Something that Asmongold would know nothing about. There are pro-LGBTQ churches. Yes. Yeah. Chicago Air. Yeah. Nah, our... every time that I see our air quality, I'm always like, sure it is. As a bus drives by, I'm just like... Inhale. Actually, I gotta be fair. I'm about maybe 4 or 5 blocks away from the bus stop, so yeah. Yours is 40. Nice. You gotta leave the city one day, Pep. Not forever, but like, I don't know. Well, I mean, I grew up in the suburbs, like just outside the country, so like I don't I've had the best of both worlds, I'll say that. Yeah, I saw that. I was kind of I was a little disappointed that it wasn't God, what's her name? Hunter? Or what is her name? She was on Euphoria. The trans actress that everybody was freaking out about, but she literally looks like the video game incarnation of Zelda. So when you're handed perfect casting, it's kind of like disappointing when they just don't, jump on it, but whatever. Oh my God, I crush on her so hard. Yeah, she's she is definitely a pretty gal. I will give her that. I try to be so respectful. I really have. Plus, I have like that no sip rule where it's just like, nah. Somebody had said that early into my streaming career. They're like, you want to be very, very careful about that kind of stuff. I'm like, all right. I appreciate that. So, the casting is perfect, but the culture isn't there yet. Yeah, that does suck. Which is so weird, because, if you know anything about the Zelda lore, like, the whole Sheik situation, whatever. What do I know? I only play these games since the first one. I went back and played the first one, which I was disappointed by. Link, what was it? Legend of Zelda 2? It was superior. I know, hot take. Dwayne the Rock Johnson for Link or John Cena? I had to. The Link to the Past games are the best. Yeah. What the hell? There we go. Got him. Thank you. Okay, what is going on over on YouTube? It's happening again. By the way, guys. Oh, that's right. So I'm in the middle of editing one of my my VOD from last night. So something happened where they flagged my chat. They didn't give... This is what sucks. They don't give you, like, really what anybody said. I really wish they would just single out the chat. They just kind of gave you, like, a timestamp. So I am in the middle of editing that video. That could be why I am hitting a little bit of a lull right now, as far as the algo. Yep, that would do it. Oh, wait. It's saying I'm not even live on YouTube right now. What the hell? What? Are they holding my stream hostage? What the fuck? You are? Okay, it's not letting me in. I have your stream up? Okay, see, this is the... It's saying 0 concurrent. That's wild. Because I'm saying showing 0 concurrent, and then I'm not able to even like pull up my stream. There we go. There we go. Okay. Yeah, weird. No, I'm showing literally 0 concurrent viewers right now. I think it's working. No, it's not. I'm still showing 0. Nep, Matt, that must obviously, like, just right now, I should have at least, per you guys, 3 show. Like, dude, YouTube, what are we doing here? What are you doing here? That's weird. Yes, it is. Do you guys have the ability, like, here, I'm not actually asking for anything here. Just, do you guys have the ability? No, it's not letting me monetize my stream. This is wild, dude. Oh. I hope I didn't do something wrong. Okay, here we go. Maybe it's because I was actually, like, asking. It refreshed and it shows 4 now. Okay. Oh my god, Tom Holland for Link and Bo Bragazin. Zelda would actually be insane. I don't know. I saw the I don't know the actor. Is he... Wait. Actually, I kind of do remember who... Crap. I forgot his last name already. But I think he's related to the guy that was Ender in Ender's Game. Hutchinson? I don't know. I don't know anymore. All I do know is that he does have a very elf-like face, so I guess I don't know. I'm okay with it. That I like how that's pretty much my go-to. It's like, does he look the part? He could be a horrible actor. I'm just like, look, he still looks cool. Yeah, that's how you do things. Man. Yep. I am still not able to turn this on. Okay, so I guess I'm I might be in the dunce chair here for a minute. Oh, well, that's fun. Either way, we'll ignore it and just move on. Is Donald Trump really speaking right now about the Israel thing? Hold on. Hold on.
Buddy Carter, Addison McDowell, Troy Balderson.
It's Steve! Agenda free!
Thank you, Randy. Scott Franklin, Tony Gonzalez, John Joyce.
Why does every MAGA woman just look
Mike
awful?
Carey,
They just
Scott
start just
Fitzgerald, Diana Harshbarger, Bob Latta.
What does this have to do with... All right.
That's a good group of people.
I'm fucking out. I am out. You can sit here and glaze his nuts all you want, man. That is weird. Syria's like a... Wait a minute. Damascus is under attack, and here this guy's just like, I'm going to read some names. You got a funny name there, Bob. You know, good guy, a little bit of a funny name. Fuck this guy. Uh-oh, I just realized it's kind of happening quicker than I thought it would, where just seeing him doing, like, his thing just makes me go, What up, Meta? What up? Last time we talked, we got, excuse me, princess. Why are they just letting Israel do whatever? Have you seen the stuff that's happening in the West Bank? Like, we need to cover that, too, because, yeah, they went after a CNN reporter, and that was a big oopsie.
Cartels to carve out a massive footprint on American soil. We were doing nothing. This open borders nightmare flooded our country with fentanyl and with people that shouldn't be here, some of the worst people on earth. and illicit drugs decimated American communities.
You know what's
and
really
left
fucked
us
up?
with the largest law enforcement
I'll just say this.
challenge in our country's history, and hopefully
The
will always
Republicans
be
that
the
are doing
largest.
that
I
are
can't
dumb enough to
imagine
let this man be in the
anything being
same
worse. They allowed
room with that girl.
Millions and millions of criminals.
I have to
into our
say right
country.
now,
11,888
good job, Mom. Good job.
murders, 50% of whom murdered more than one person. On day one of the Trump administration, we declared an all-out war on the dealers, smugglers, traffickers, and cartels. Within moments of taking office, I deployed the U.S. military to our border and unleashed the
I like how
patriots of
Steve is even
ICE
like,
and
what the
Border
fuck is he
Patrol
talking
to
about?
defend our country from an invasion. This was an invasion. This wasn't people coming in. This was an invasion of our country, allowed to happen by people either that didn't care or were just stupid people. Stupid people. I also designated the Mexican drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations.
Okay, did you just see like this lady behind him? Yoink.
And within a few short weeks, believe it or not, if you remember, now we've even surpassed that, but we achieved the most secure border in U.S. history. And last month, we had the lowest number of illegal border crossings ever recorded.
The one with the pearl earrings
We
looked
had
like
in
she
June,
zoned out for a
the
minute.
number
Yeah, she
was
totally
actually
did.
0. Now, even I don't believe that, but we're going to take it. How can you go from hundreds of thousands to 0? But that's what they say.
It's called lying.
And these are
it's
very
called
liberal-
fudging the numbers
very
there,
liberal people
Trump.
that
It's almost
do the
like you're
recording, so I
kind of
think we're gonna
admitting
have to
something.
take it, but
It's crazy.
number was
It's crazy.
0
It's
in
almost
June.
like it's such a lie that I
Can't
can't
get
even
much better
believe it.
than that,
I
right?
read it out loud and
On
I
day
even went,
one,
"Oh
I
my
signed
God, that's
executive
kind of
orders
egregious."
to create new Homeland Security task forces, marshaling the
Egregious.
full
That's a
power
big word.
of federal law enforcement to eradicate
Someone gave me a special
transnational
sticker. I got
criminal
an A on my
networks
report card.
and traffickers from our soil. We wanted them out. 2 weeks ago, we secured the resources necessary to achieve that mission when I signed the One Big Beautiful Bill into law. And I want to thank you all. I want to thank you.
Egregious.
I want to thank you all. You did a great job. And you could go point after point how good it is. You know, they have just a hit against...
The guy smiling behind him is holding in the
it's
worst
one of
gas.
the great, biggest tax cuts in history. Biggest, really the biggest everything in history. Biggest, we have...
Yeah, you mean
things
the
in terms
biggest
of
little...
security, in terms of
The thing is,
securing our
he literally
country,
just
taking
gave the
care
game
of our
away. The biggest
police
tax cuts,
officers,
and that's
law
really it.
enforcement, our ICE and Border Patrol.
did we do anything
Patriots,
else?
I call them patriots because that's what they are. These are strong people, tough people that love our country. If they weren't tough, they wouldn't survive. But we do more for the country in that bill, I think, than just about any bill that's been passed. And we're going to have to start speaking about it because the Democrats... use
Anything
they
about
say
Epstein?
It represents death. How effective
represents
is that, right?
death.
That's pretty good.
What was that?
It represents death. That's all they have.
I
They
need to
only
lick
have
the mic.
lies.
Death.
It's the only thing they have. They don't have policy.
The
They
one
can't
thing
get
that I
people
need to
elected.
remind you is
They don't
coming
have
for you
good
all. Hold
candidates.
on.
They don't have anything, but
I
they
may
do
have let it go.
two things. They stick together. They stick together like glue. And they always come up with a good little tagline. This tagline is death. And no, the death is them. We're the ones that are giving life. We're giving life with that bill. And there's so many good things, whether it's no tax on tips. Think of that. No tax
You didn't
on
do that,
Social
though.
Security. No tax on overtime. If you buy a car, you want to buy a car, you get a deduction of interest on your mortgage. So think of that. Things that were never even a possibility. And then so much else in terms of health,
Everybody's going to lap it up, too.
in terms of providing care.
Everybody's lapping this
It's
shit
really
up.
just a fantastic bill, and it's about time that we're going to start, and we'll start talking about it. But once
Anna, you may have had a point yesterday. Just let it fucking
do,
fall.
I think we're going to have the greatest
Just let it
midterm
fall.
that you've ever
Every
seen,
time I
'cause
see this
thing
guy, and then
really
people
is
are just like,
amazing.
yeah,
I wanna
you
thank
know
all
what?
of the
I got you to forget. I
senators
already got you to
in
forget. You're not
particular
talking
for
about that other guy. What was
getting
his
it
name?
done.
I don't
for
even
getting
know.
it done. It also makes the largest investment in the U.S. Coast Guard since World War II, ensuring that we have assets and all of the assets needed to vanquish the cartels from the waterways of North America. We're building a lot of Coast Guard ships that go very speedily along the water. and they're very lethal. They're very powerful.
Smeedly around it.
Because a lot of it comes in as we block up the border. They start using the water. That's a good run. I could use that. They block up the border. We start using the water, and that's what happens. They start using the water.
Okay, Grandpa.
Who would think? They even
Wait a minute. Does he not know about like how maritime works and how there are actual borders
to get the drugs
in the water?
And
what?
Incredible. But we've stopped them. I've also directed the Department of Justice to seek maximum sentences for fentanyl.
We got the boats. We put the boats in, and technically it's like battleship. If my boat's there, that means that the water's mine. We got the water.
4,500 pounds of fentanyl, which is a record, including with the enormous Sinaloa cartel bust in May, one of the toughest
What happened to
cartels
Trendy Agua?
out there. The largest fentanyl bust ever in United States history. And now with the signing of the HALT Fentanyl Act, in just a few moments, we are delivering another defeat for the savage drug smugglers and criminals and the cartels who have a tremendous amount to say about Mexico. If you want to be nice about it, I'm trying to be nice about it. They have very strong controls over Mexico. We have to do something about that. Can't let that happen. The Mexican authorities are petrified. They're petrified to show up at their office. They're petrified to go to work because the cartels have a tremendous grip on Mexico and the politicians.
This is weird because it is like, yeah, you know what? Cartel violence is pretty bad down there.
Manufacture illicit fentanyl have sought to skirt legal restrictions by making minor.
Did you hear about the mayor in
variations of the
Mexico
chemical
City that they
compound, and
decapitated?
in the process, they've developed even more toxic versions of the drug. One common variant known as carfentanil it's becoming more and more common. It's 100 times more potent than the original version.
I thought that the original version was so potent that you touch it, that it could just lock you up.
This is 100 times more potent, and it's
we armed the cartel to begin with. Yeah, I know.
Stronger, more and more. And more
I mean, notice how he's not talking about how he pardoned one of the cartel's, the cartel leader's sons.
Imposed a 20% tariff on China because of the fentanyl, and I call it a penalty. It's a penalty because China delivers much of the fentanyl. Some people would say all of it. They deliver it into Mexico and even into our own country. We have a 20%, so they pay billions of dollars and
we're on drugs back, boys.
And damages for what they've done. And I think we're going to work it out so that China is going to end up going from that to giving the death penalty to the people that create this fentanyl and send it into our country, whether it's through other countries or directly. I believe that we would have had that deal a long time ago. I shook hands with them, and
you really do.
We had a rigged election,
just
and we had
blabbers.
Come in, and they didn't know anything about it.
I think this lady behind him is starting to figure this out. Like, it's funny. Anybody that is used as a prop starts like going like,
people from China that
this was a mistake,
and send it into our country. I believe that's going to happen soon. But as of today, all fentanyl-related substances will be banned forever. And those who traffic in these deadly poisons will be
smiling there,
put
Blondie.
behind bars for a very long period of time.
Keep smiling.
We're joined today by just a few of the millions of families ravaged by this scourge, including Greg Swan from Michigan, who carries with him the heartbreaking loss of his beautiful son, Drew.
She must have been a DeSantis supporter.
Drew became addicted to opioids after being prescribed painkillers following a sports injury, got injured, and this is happening so much.
I'm going to just say, bitch, can use some Nutrafol.
Sports and ends up, you leave the hospital a week later and you're
Of all the work she's done, she let that happen?
Clean. Then one day, Drew took a pill laced with fentanyl. He took it just casually. He thought it would be okay. Took a chance, and he thought it'd be okay, and it didn't work out. And he tragically lost his life. And Greg, I'd like you to come forward.
The way he read that.
Just say a few words
he
about
tragically lost.
Wonderful, wonderful son. Please.
My life was when he was born, and he always called me his hero to the day he died. And his passing ruined, I thought, my life, and every parent back here that I meet and in the audience, some of my friends, their life is gutted when
Did you just see that creepy long stare between him and that girl?
they lose a kid. There's just
Keep it up, Donnie. Keep it up.
despair and there's hopelessness. but we've been
Make sure you don't touch her hair.
able to
Yeah, did you just see Mom realize it?
find some.
Yep. It's almost like he wasn't looking at you. He looked at your daughter. And now you're kind of going, yeah, maybe there was something into this whole Epstein thing. Like maybe, just maybe, he is a fucking creep.
Some repose in going out and advocating.
Yeah, here, you know
And
what? Screw
we want
this.
to hit every
No.
school in America. There's 26,000.
We'll go back. We'll go back.
Time. Himself clean, then
It's the
Bring him up. There we go. Bring him up.
honor of my life.
Looks right there.
Thank you so
Takes
much, Mr.
another
President.
gander.
I will be brief. It's the honor of my life to be here, and Drew was the happiest day of my life was when he was born, and he always called me his hero to the day he died. And his passing ruined, I thought, my life, and every parent back here.
Here we
that
go.
I meet,
Here we go.
And
One.
in the audience, some of my friends. their
And to
life
the
is
daughter.
gutted when they
And
lose a
then
kid.
she figures
There's
it out.
despair and there's hopelessness.
Ah! Yes! Oh my God! Okay, clip this. This is great. This is real time right here. She just realized how creepy he
We've
is.
been able to
Yo, that's
to
wild.
find some repose.
That's wild. The fact that he just did that on camera for like a fentanyl bill or
Going out
whatever, a drug
and
bill.
advocating, and we want to hit every school in America. There's 26,727 of them. We want to go into every one. The kids are silent when they hear we lost somebody to this, and we tell our story, and they leave unequivocally ready to run away from fentanyl.
An honorable
I
family
would just
man.
like to say thank you, Mr. President, for stopping the border crossings. Full stop, mic drop.
Oh, so you lost your kid and you doubled down on your racism? Cool. Also, where's your kid took I'm wondering what would drive your kid to fentanyl. What in his family life? You know, these are the things that I always tend to look at, especially when they use their kids as props like this. Using your child as a political prop is a special type of like fuckery. Like willingly for this guy? Like okay.
I'll step back but it was amazing what you did. We were being gaslit, and you came and lit a fire to that story, and we're a lot safer for it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Mr. President.
Oh my God, the way he just looked at that. Oh, that's very nice. What do you want me to do with this? Do I have to hold it the whole time? Thanks for this gift. It's definitely a gift.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you.
He gave it back. And then he just realized he's not taking this. He doesn't give a shit about your kid there, guy.
stuff. We're also grateful to be joined by California native Ann Fundner, who lost her
But no.
beautiful eldest son, Weston, to fentanyl
He really does read like a high school principal.
when he was just 15
And Fettner, class of 2025.
years old, exactly 1 year ago today. Ann delivered a moving tribute to Weston at the Republican National
Why is the mom shooting daggers at the daughter?
Convention. People that saw it have not
That was weird.
forgotten it. And Ann, I'd like you to please come up and say a few words about your wonderful boy. Thank you. Please. Thank you, darling.
Good afternoon, Mr. President.
Wonder what she
and
said.
Distinguished guests. My name is Ann Fundner.
Come here. I'm going to hold.
Thank you.
Okay.
And I'm an angel parent. 1 year ago today, on July 16th,
damn it, that just
the President
humanized
of
him a little bit.
America told the story of my son Weston at the RNC, and about how he was a beautiful, loving, had a wonderful life. We did everything right, but one pill, one mistake, given by a friend under peer pressure, took his life. In the last 4 years.
Under peer pressure. Notice how they always do this thing where they always do not blame themselves or the person that did it.
Years, fentanyl became the number one
that's not
killer
okay.
of Americans, ages 15 to 48.
That's not okay. As someone who's lost somebody like in their lives to drugs, I can tell you right now, I did everything but blame everyone else around them because realistically, it was their choice. We knew that this was going to happen. We all tried our best.
And children under
Sometimes
14
you
are
just
the
can't
fastest
accept it.
growing demographic.
But that's, yeah.
President
Through peer pressure, yeah.
For 4 years, we felt
Sorry, guys. I
ignored.
I know.
But you've changed that, and we appreciate that.
I feel bad. I do. I feel bad for any parent that's ever lost a child. I do. Trust me.
So much.
But again, they are willingly weaponizing their children's deaths and then using it as a political tool. To do this, there was a special type, like either they manipulated their grief, which again, everybody here, I feel sorry for if that's the case, but...
You've closed the borders, sanctioned cartels, imposed tariffs, closed shipping loopholes. Most people don't know about that. That was a big one. Dealt with countries where it's coming from. You mobilized Treasury, Justice Department, Homeland Security, lawmakers, legislators, and today the signing of the Halt Fentanyl Act, bipartisan and overwhelmingly supported by everybody, making fentanyl a Schedule I drug to strengthen the criminalization.
He really does he smells like pee and copper tone.
And prosecution of people who peddle this. It is a lifeline for families across America and
Okay, wrap it up.
Our families safe. And that's all you always want, to keep America safe. And thank you so much. Thank you for keeping America safe and for our children. And this is what we voted for. Mr. President, God bless you. God bless our angel families who are all here with us today, and all of you sitting up here with us. And God bless America. Thank you so much.
Oh, he went in for the kiss, guys. Time to do everything that we've been doing for the past how many years?
Thank you very much. It's just crazy that we have to be doing this. It's so sad. It should be so unnecessary that we stand here for years and years doing the same thing over and over. It's terrible. A friend of mine, a longtime friend of mine, is Jackie Siegel, and her beautiful children, her husband David just passed away. David Siegel was a great developer, great developer, great guy, friend of mine. But her
So no love lost here.
children,
Cool.
Jordan, Jacqueline, and Drew, come from Florida. Jackie lost her beautiful daughter Victoria to drugs when Victoria was just 18 years old, a beautiful person. And this April, Jackie lost her sister Jessica to fentanyl. In her daughter's honor, Jackie founded Victoria's Voice. And I'd like to ask Jackie to come up and say a few words about her daughter, her husband, her family. She's comes from a great family. And
All right, guys, so I was showing this briefing, I was showing this appearance from President Trump because, first of all, I want to see if he said anything about Syria. It doesn't look like it's something he's going to take questions at.
This ain't the first time he's met that girl.
I was showing
I'll
the
just say
charges,
that.
we lost our live feed. So I don't have a live feed from Syria right now. We had one, or from the Israeli border with Syria.
Oh, so you're useless. Right now, you're absolutely useless. Okay, might as well just cancel stream, Steve. Man, I'm mean today. I'll just say it. I am in a mood. Ugh. Well, let's go back to focusing on what Trump doesn't want us to focus on. Epstein, and the fact that, that just through the body language in that little press conference kind of is just, it's not helping him. Gonna say that much. Might as well just go for it.
This morning, the story that will not go away for President Trump, and
Nope.
not go away because
No, it will not.
Republicans on the Hill are joining in the MAGA chorus, demanding more transparency on the Jeffrey Epstein investigation. This is reaching something of a bipartisan fever pitch right now and creating the most bizarre alliances.
It is.
MAGA influencers, congressional Republicans, and congressional Democrats essentially teaming up against the Trump administration and its handling of a case that went away in 2019 when Jeffrey Epstein died in jail, sparking a flood of conspiracy theories on the right. Even House Speaker
When did
Mike
they start
Johnson
getting
is
music?
now speaking out, calling on the Department of Justice to release what
Yeah, that's their
files
music.
they still have on the sex trafficking investigation. President Trump, after years
Ben
suggesting
Shapiro wants to let this go. Charlie Kirk now.
he would release
Now it's sticking. Oh, it's sticking hard.
Fine.
It's, oh man, the fact that he went and did a second tweet,
Files and
which
wanted them.
I have a video coming out tomorrow about that. I unfortunately missed my noon drop time
released to the
today.
American people, now says he just does not get it why people care.
I just don't get it. Why do people care?
Why they would be so interested. He's dead for a long time.
He's been dead for a long time.
He was never a
Long
big
time.
factor in terms of life.
Life and death. Life and death. Common thread. It happens to all of us. I've been very philosophical lately.
Understand what the interest or what the fascination is. I really don't. It's pretty boring stuff. It's sordid, but it's boring. And I don't understand why it keeps going. But credible information, let them give it. Anything that's credible, I would say, let them have it.
Attorney General Pam Bondi, for her part, is not budging, maintaining that after their review of the files, there is nothing to see. House Democrats, as I mentioned, they're really jumping in now. They tried to force the Justice Department's hand here by putting an amendment in
Which
an unrelated
I'm also glad
bill to
that
release
somebody
the
said it.
Epstein
They took a tally.
files.
Good
That
on them.
failed, but that's not stopping Democrats from trying to exploit this break, this fissure between President Trump and his party. CNN's Kevin Liptak is joining us now starting us off
Okay, and Trump hired her.
from the White House this morning.
And he's standing behind her, so cool.
Where is this headed today, Kevin?
I only hire the best and the brightest. Sometimes.
Well, it's certainly not dying down, which had been the expectation of people inside the White House when we were talking about this
This guy has a super secret to tell you.
yesterday. Certainly the president's supporters still very upset about
Like if he closes his mouth and goes like this.
all of this. And it's not clear that the president saying that he doesn't understand it,
Look at
saying that, quote, only very bad people are interested in this, is going to have the effect that he hopes it has. And a lot of the
He legitimately looks like he needs the most Swedish accent ever.
ire still continues to be directed at the
Trump has lost all the soft support.
Attorney General.
Oh, yeah. Independents that were already kind of like petering off because of the, tariffs and all his other stuff. This did that,
Pam
yeah.
Bondi, who, remember, only a few months
But no, now he's losing hardcores too. Like he's losing people that have been part of this movement since the beginning because they're just waking up to the fact that it's like, oh, he's kind of full of shit.
ago said that she had the Epstein client list on her desk ready to review, but then in that memo last week said that such a list did not exist. Now, we heard from Mike Johnson, who is about the biggest ally of President Trump's in Washington. He was asked about that comment from Pam Bondi. Listen to what Johnson said.
We should put everything out there and let the people decide. Pam Bondi, I don't know, when she originally made the statement, I think she was talking about documents, as I understood it, they were on her desk. I don't know that she was specific about a list or whatever, but she needs to come forward and explain that to everybody.
So clearly now a lot of pressure mounting on the Justice Department to put out more information on this. And in fact, you did hear from President Trump yesterday, even as he tried to dismiss all of this, say that he thinks that Bondi should put out more information if it is what he calls credible. But at the same time, he sort of diminished the possibility that such a credible list might exist, saying that it was created by his political rivals. We've also heard Democrats call for hearings on Capitol Hill. People who are associated with Epstein in the Justice Department. We also heard from Tim Burchett, the Tennessee Republican, saying that he wants to hear from the Epstein associate Ghislaine Maxwell, saying that she should come and testify on Capitol Hill. She's, of course, serving 20 years in prison in Tallahassee. Not exactly clear how that would work, but in that interview, Mike Johnson said that he was open to that, saying that he's, quote, all for transparency.
The calls are growing from within President Trump's party to release more information about the case around Jeffrey Epstein. So as the base continues to revolt over Epstein into the second week, some of the president's House allies basically want to see more transparency. Earlier this year, Pam Bondi, Attorney General, told Fox News a list of Epstein clients was, quote, sitting on her desk for review. You can see an image there of Mike Johnson, who's also moved on this issue. Sources are...
It's funny. You know what's making its way across these circles is the whole conspiracy that Jeffrey Epstein's still alive.
Now telling CNN that she was actually referring to files which were later given to right-wing influencers at the White House in big folders labeled the Epstein Files Phase 1. President Trump still seems confused why so many in his party are preoccupied with this.
I don't understand why the Jeffrey Epstein case...
Well, then maybe somebody needs to check his brain, question the whole dementia thing, because for real, I mean, how does he not know?
Anybody, it's pretty boring stuff. It's sordid, but it's boring. And I don't understand why it keeps going.
Group chat is back. CNN has done some polling on the issue and found that 3% of Americans are satisfied with the amount of information released on this case. That dissatisfaction along party lines isn't even that far off. As always, I care about the independence number, which is now at 52%. And Democrats, getting religion, very interested now, Maria. 56% are like, hey, we need more information. I don't know who wants to jump in here. Is there a clean way out?
I think politically for Democrats right now, they are doing the right thing in terms of fanning the flames, because this is something that is...
No, they should have just remained completely silent and just let this one slide. Come on.
Be very detrimental to Trump and Republicans if they don't quell their base.
The fact that
that's the point.
The mainstream media was kind of like, are they gonna do anything? That kind of speaks to like how feckless they really are.
Democrats needs to show MAGA base, the podcasters who were so supportive of Trump are the
that will
ones
only take
who
you
are now
so far
saying,
staying silent.
We need more information. He's not doing what we thought he was going to do. We did not vote for this. If Democrats continue to underscore that, as opposed to just chiming in ourselves about how this needs to be something because it's important for the American people, right?
Yeah.
That's what we need to be doing, is underscoring how this could be the one thing, Adi. We have always asked, what is the one thing, if it exists, that would make the MAGA base turn on Trump? It certainly wasn't him shooting somebody on Fifth Avenue.
Exactly.
This could be it.
And
Yeah, no, it is, because they really, on the right wing, they really are underestimating guys like Charlie Kirk, how bad this is. There's a decade of all of these people talking about this, including Charlie Kirk himself.
Show a Truth Social post from the president basically saying, why are we giving publicity to files written by Obama, crooked Hillary, Comey? I mean, it's the rogues gallery. It's all the things.
He's literally just like, boom, 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 boom. He's literally just taking out all of the ammo that worked before.
Put him in there. And the response in general, not been great. Can I give the last few seconds to you?
Yeah, that's right. Not been great. This goes to Donald Trump's core, right? This idea that he was an outsider, he was going to come in and crack heads.
And in QAnon lore, he's the savior.
He is the savior to do this. And now for him to say, oh, there's nothing to see here, why are people up in arms? It goes directly against his identity and the idea.
Well, because the thing is, we're also ignoring the fact that he was using that to keep everybody else that was on that list in line, because he's like, look, I took care of Jeffrey. I'm in control of the list now. Then he lost control of the list. And then because of the time lapse there, he had to start bringing it up again. He had to start getting everybody all up in arms about, the Epstein files. Come on, guys. You know, they're all crooked. They're all crooked. We got the proof. I'll show you the proof. And then he's just like, nothing to see.
He picked for these offices. Kash Patel, Pam Bondi. So
Dan Bongino especially.
Don Bongino, exactly.
Joining me now is Holly Baltz, an investigations editor with the Palm Beach Post. Holly, good morning to you, and it's so great to have you.
That's kind of wild that they both just happen to be wearing the same color.
You and some of your colleagues have covered Jeffrey Epstein extensively, going back years and years. Having said that, I'd like to first get your reaction to President Trump now claiming that the Epstein files were made up by Democrats like Barack Obama and Joe Biden. He's also blaming former FBI Director James Comey. What do you say to that?
Yeah, that's a very interesting statement because you know, they went, his administration under the Justice Department arrested and charged Jeffrey Epstein in 2019. You know, Jeffrey Epstein never goes away. He's a subject of constant attention and fascination. I can tell you, you know, we've been covering him since he was originally arrested here in 2006. And, you know, he will always be around, it seems. So, yeah.
Yeah, and you know, Pam Bondi is trying to stand her ground for now. She says that the DOJ's controversial memo, the very memo that so infuriated so many in the MAGA world, quote, speaks for itself. How tenable is this position that Bondi is in right now, Holly, both when it comes to standing behind that DOJ memo, but also just in terms of keeping her job?
Well, it's hard to speak to her keeping her job. You know, I think writing this thing out seems an extraordinary thing to do because, again,
you heard that,
the
right?
Jeffrey Epstein case has attracted so much fascination.
There's a thunderstorm or something going on.
It does always feel like there is something going on behind the scenes, or has been, that people don't know about.
Oh shit, there is.
She, it looks to me like it's kind of a matter of over-promising and under-delivering. I'm not clear why she.
But that's the biggest question. Why? Why overpromise all of this when they knew that they had nothing? And on top, like, did they not see that this was always going to kind of end like this?
She said these things would be released.
Like, and we're just, you know what? I did this. In that very moment, kind of forgot what started this. Elon really did fuck Trump here. He really did.
And then suddenly,
we cannot ignore how just blatantly Elon, like, that was perfect.
DOJ.
And it was kind of like he threw the wrench into the motor, and like we all knew it was there, and now it's like getting caught up.
They investigated Epstein, you know, not only in 2019, also.
Trump never actually made the promise. Fox News edited him to make it sound like that, which is even funnier. It's even funnier that Fox News did him dirty like that.
They investigated Ghislaine Maxwell, and she was convicted. But they also did an extensive investigation.
If everything is the Democrats' fault, then nothing is. Yeah.
After the case in our county, and as to whether federal prosecutors, you know, were correct in the way they handled that case. So there's all that investigative material that they could release. There's probably some of it available in the court case on the federal court level. But I would suspect there's more, and they could redact it and release it.
With the president still talking about the Jeffrey Epstein case, the Justice Department is busy trying to keep his accomplice, Ghislaine.
I kind of like how CNN, not like, this is the reason that I cover this, is because now they're kind of forced to start like playing a little bit.
Ghislaine Maxwell from successfully appealing her conviction on sex.
Although you can tell that like certain anchors are not exactly jazzed with the new direction that CNN went, like Anderson here.
Involving minors. In a brief filed with the Supreme Court yesterday, the DOJ argued that her claim that Epstein's 2007 plea deal should have also covered her is both incorrect and unlikely to succeed in, quote, any appeals court. For more on her actual role.
Which is wild, because think about it. If they're saying there's no there, then that means that they're admitting that there's no evidence that they could, that means that the evidence never existed, therefore case dismissed.
To this point, here's CNN's
Right? Right?
Maxwell was among Epstein's closest associates and helped him exploit girls who were as young as 14 years old.
Ghislaine Maxwell, a friend and former lover of Jeffrey Epstein. She dated the accused sex trafficker in the 1990s, and the two remained close. Federal investigators accused Maxwell of serving as Epstein's madam, recruiting young girls for Epstein to abuse, and taking part in the abuse herself.
She pretended to be a woman they could trust. All the while, she was setting them up to be sexually abused by Epstein, and in some cases, by Maxwell herself.
Long before that, Maxwell had a privileged life in the English countryside where she grew up. She's the daughter of Czech-born newspaper tycoon Robert Maxwell, who died in 1991 after falling off his luxury yacht near the Canary Islands. Multiple people say Maxwell introduced Epstein to affluent social circles. Maxwell's own exclusive circle included then-future President Donald Trump, seen together here in this photo from 2000, alongside him Melania, who he was dating at the time, and Jeffrey Epstein. That's Maxwell in the background of this photograph of Prince Andrew, with Virginia Roberts, who later became Virginia Giuffre. She had alleged she was trafficked by Epstein with the help of Maxwell.
Yeah, and remember, isn't she the one that, couldn't take,
Maxwell, and forced to have sex with Prince Andrew when she was 17. The prince emphatically...
the girl the one that from Australia that, committed I don't...
denied all of it.
Timing.
And settled Giuffre's lawsuit against him for an undisclosed amount. Giuffre died earlier this year by suicide.
It was her.
Breaking news just into CNN. Longtime Jeffrey Epstein confidant and friend Ghislaine Maxwell has been arrested.
In July of 2020, the year after Epstein took his life in jail, Maxwell was arrested in New Hampshire. She was charged with 6 federal counts, including 1 count of sex trafficking children. She pleaded not guilty, yet at her 2021 trial, 4 women alleged that Epstein sexually abused them and that Maxwell not only helped facilitate, but also participated in some of the abuse between 1994 and 2004. The women were under 18 at the time. Maxwell was found guilty of 5 of the 6 charges against her, including the most serious charge of sex trafficking a girl named Carolyn when she said she was just 14 years old. Carolyn had told the court she participated in sexualized massages with Epstein and recruited other young girls for him. Carolyn recalled how Maxwell groped her naked body, telling her she had a great body for Epstein and his friends. In court, the defense tried to portray Maxwell as a scapegoat.
Clever and cunning to the end, Jeffrey Epstein left Ghislaine Maxwell holding the whole bag.
Maxwell was sentenced to 20 years in federal prison, but appealed her sex trafficking conviction. For now, Maxwell will continue serving time here in Florida. She's behind bars at FCI Tallahassee, a low-security federal...
I mean, I go back to when Trump wished her well, and it really did seem like you know what to do, keep your fucking mouth shut.
...correctional institution with a detention center. Her scheduled release date, July 17, 2037. Randy Kay, CNN, Palm Beach County, Florida.
Well, for more on all this, how all this is being viewed inside the Department of Justice and the FBI, I'm joined by CNN senior law enforcement analyst and former FBI Deputy Director Andrew McCabe. What do you make of the Justice
All right, that's getting...
Department's argument to the Supreme Court for why they shouldn't...
Bro, what is wrong with these people?
...take up Maxwell?
I mean, do you understand, how much spin they're, really doing right now? This is crazy.
...appeal, because at the core of Maxwell's petition, she's arguing that the government's non-prosecution agreement with Epstein as part of his 2007 plea deal also applies to her.
Sure, Anderson. So the government's position is it relies on a bit of a technicality here. The actual language from the non-pros agreement signed in 2008 by Jeffrey Epstein basically says if Epstein successfully fulfills all the terms and conditions of the agreement, the United States, now note, not specifically, it doesn't say just the Southern District of Florida or the entirety of the United States, also agrees that it will not institute any criminal charges against any potential co-conspirators of Epstein, including but not limited to 4 of Epstein's assistants.
They really are doubling down on the fact that it was just her and Epstein. That was it, and just there was nobody else.
So she is claiming that she comes within the protection of that clause, the Department of Justice.
They really are stoking their own conspiracy. The reason that the left is now involved is because they kind of did it, where they kind of just went, there might actually be.
Saying, no, we had an internal policy at the time that said if a specific district gives you a non-pros agreement, it applies only in that district, which means the Southern District that came through in 2019 or 2020 indicting Epstein and Maxwell was not bound by this exclusive agreement.
What do you, the situation between Bongino and Pam Bondi, have you ever seen anything like it, and is that tenable?
No, absolutely not tenable. I've never seen anything like this. The idea that a deputy director of the FBI would confront the attorney general in the White House in front of other people and they'd get involved in some sort of a shouting match, making accusations about each other. I can't even imagine that ever happening. And if it did happen, I'm shocked that the attorney general hasn't already removed him from his position. It's a level of disrespect and disarray among the leadership of those two agencies that's really just a terrible thing, terrible example for the workforce.
It sounds like there's a lot more, there are a lot more files that could be released if the government wanted to. Do you think that's likely to happen?
I think it's unlikely to happen. I think there's probably a lot of information in there that they really cannot release because it's protected by grand jury secrecy rules or maybe Privacy Act concerns, or maybe it's confidential witness testimony that witnesses requested protection from. So there are probably a lot of legitimate reasons why some of this information they can't release, not the least of which is that just releasing the names of people who happen to be in Jeffrey Epstein's phone book without any indication that they were involved in some sort of criminal activity would be pretty defamatory and destructive to those people's reputation. So there's a lot of legitimate limits on what they can release. And at this point, whatever they put out.
So now it's literally coming down to, oh, you know, this might be bad for some people if it were to get released. And we just got to accept that.
Is never going to satisfy the conspiracy crowd.
Yeah, the conspiracy crowd. This is where this is what worries me. Now everybody that's like coming for the Epstein stuff, they're trying to brand as conspiracy crowd instead of just people just looking at this and going, what?
Andrew McCabe, thanks for...
I'm glad that guys like Andrew Schultz and Joe Rogan will not be the ones to like just, you know, back down on this one.
It's not...
If they are, then it's all over, guys. Like, if we lose the Joe Rogans and the Andrew Schultzes to this, where they just go, yeah, you know what, I kind of buy their explanation. Maybe there is no there.
That hard, and we will
then,
do so.
as I said, it's all over. There's no point. At that point, there's no point. Then they're just going to do whatever the fuck they're going to do.
Oh, and a little...
I've already been kind of convinced of that.
...while to find recent tape of the now FBI director, the now deputy FBI director, the now attorney general that he put in place, promising that when they get into office, they will find out the truth about Jeffrey Epstein. And now he is using the power that he hopes he still has to say nothing to see here, that it's a hoax, that it's all the Democrats. He has been successful in trying to do that in the past and say, don't look here, look over here to members of his base. But so far, he has not been successful on this issue.
No, not at all. Because the thing is, the way he did it, usually he lies and he does it with this, like, I hate to use the term grace, but he does. He uses like this grace that makes it to where it kind of, it's not entirely unbelievable, and it's just like he sprinkles in enough truths to also kind of like throw you off his trail. This is just so blatant, and then to see his reaction again, just like
Kristen,
that everybody at that point, we would have to all just be like, nah, everything that I see must be a lie.
Yeah, Dan, I mean, you took the words right out of my mouth. Just because President Trump himself wasn't the biggest proponent or perpetuator of these Epstein...
I'll be honest, I thought she was going to have a very thick Irish accent.
...conspiracy theories, he did put 3 of the most vocal people who had said that they wanted to release this list into top jobs within his administration, of course, being Attorney General Pam Bondi, FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino, and FBI Director Kash Patel. Now you see him completely backing away from this and also really doing it with a slap in the face to some of his most ardent supporters, people who have been waiting for the release of this list. I just want to read you...
The fact that Benny Johnson's one of them is hilarious, and it's also funny to watch his cope.
...what he posted this morning, because this is...
Oh, we actually have Geeks and Gamers to get to after this. This is going to be fun.
...what really set it off. You can see how much angrier he's getting by the minute over this Epstein coverage. He said, my past supporters have bought into this, quote, bullshit, hook, line, and sinker. They haven't learned their lesson and probably never will, even after being conned by the lunatic left for 8 long years.
Sorry about that.
Let these weaklings continue forward and do the Democrats' work. Don't even think about talking of our incredible and unprecedented success, because I don't want their support anymore. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Benny, I don't like saying shit like that.
A couple of things to note here. This
Even
isn't
if he
just
is,
some fringe part of his base. There is a huge part of his base that believes that there are Epstein files that need to be released. We saw that when Charlie Kirk held his seminar over the weekend in Florida, and there were thousands upon thousands of people.
Why do you think he was the first one to get that call?
There cheering to release the files, cheering for Dan Bongino. You are seeing a real break here in the MAGA movement. Now, the question is, as you said, do they fall in line eventually? And we just simply don't know the answer to that right now. But I just want to read you a couple.
Man, the fact that they're talking about it that way. Oh, my God. Oh, that just made me super fucking uncomfortable. And she's just talking about it in this way, like, well, if they fall in line, then that's to be expected. Fucking A, man.
Some of these are just so deeply insulting.
No wonder legacy media is dying. And I didn't want to do the Kyle Kulinski BS where it's like the legacy media really is just collapsing on itself. This is proof. I'm so glad that HASAN has bigger numbers than CNN now.
To the people who put him in office, he said at one point that
Completely irrelevant, overpaid,
foolish
overfunded.
Republicans have fallen into the net of this Democratic, as he called it, Epstein hoax. He said at one point, I have lost a lot of faith in certain people who he said had pushed the Epstein, quote, hoax. This is what he's calling it. He said Republicans got duped by Democrats. At one point, he said stupid Republicans and stupid people are focused on this. He also noted that if
Notice how she just tried to, like, she almost cracked a smile at that.
there was anything credible left to release, that the Attorney General should release it, any kind of documents.
I just realized that Dana Bash looks like Tom Petty, and I'm never letting that one go.
And he praised Pam Bondi's handling of all of this. But if you listen to those words there, and you go back and you watch the tape of who exactly it was who was helping propel this messaging.
Honestly, she should just burst out laughing. The fact is, there really are no honest reactions anymore.
Around Epstein, those are the people who got him elected.
Like, this is why MEHDI HASAN is the greatest, because, like, I'm glad that he's running his own thing, but it is also, like, you go back to his days on MSNBC, when he was doing that, he would have those reactions where he's just like, you know that's complete horse.
Dana, those are the people who were out there every day on their podcasts, on various different shows, reaching out to parts of the country that were usually untapped for voters. Yep. Those are those people. And they reached those people, and they got them out to the polls, and they had an unprecedented win with certain voting blocks. And now you hear President Trump saying that these are stupid people who were duped, and that is clearly not going to sit well, despite where this ends, because obviously we can't, again, predict where this goes. But that is not
Oh, and how mad are you at that?
the message that these people who helped him get elected want to hear.
He's telling off his own supporters, just to put it bluntly.
Yes.
That is what he is doing.
Thank you. Holy, okay, finally, you get this little bit of credit there, Dana. Glad you waited till the very last second there to, like, summarize all the BS. Listen, she just said so many words to say nothing for Dana just to go, he's throwing his supporters under the bus. Meanwhile, you got Bumblebee over there freaking just blah, 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 blah. We don't know. We can't predict the future. Blah, 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 blah. Procedural, blah, 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 blah. God. Bunch of useful propagandists you are. All right. Yeah, 9 minutes. What's this? All right, perfect. That's about how long this is. Let's get to this.
Epstein files were on Pam Bondi's desk, then they didn't exist, then they were written by the Democrats, now they're just...
I love how he can't let this go, and that's part of that. Like, by the way, this is a broader look into, like, the normie YouTube sector. I brought up Andrew Schultz and, like, the comedy guys, but guys like Coffee, who have made it abundantly clear that they are not going to make things political, are now getting involved. That's a big deal. Meanwhile, you got Caleb Hammer that almost creamed his jeans when he found out that Jerome Powell almost got fired. And then he had like this, oh, yeah, so he can't get fired. So there's not going to be any interest rate cuts. So I can't go buy 4 more fucking houses to totally exploit on,
Ain't all boring. You don't want to see what's in there.
It's pretty boring stuff. It's sorted, but it's boring. And I don't
I actually unsubbed from him today. It kind of felt good.
understand why it keeps going.
He really is part of the problem, where it's like he's trying to literally teach people how to become landlords with passive income.
I think really
Like he became the Dave Ramsey,
only
even though he was trying to be the anti-Dave Ramsey.
pretty bad people, including fake news.
Honestly, he should probably just, stop YouTube for a while and then like make a comeback.
Keep something like that going. But
yeah, see, I love how they're just laughing at us.
credible information,
Howard Lutnick he just can't even like keep it in.
let them give it. Anything that's credible, I would say let them have it.
So there you hear it. Now, to some of you, the copium's going to set in. You're going to say, hey, he said the credible information, we can release it. We should release it, and we'll talk about that. But they also say in the same interview, we already released the credible information.
And the credible information's been given.
So if it's already been given, they're not going to give you more stuff. Now, funny enough, the guy next to Trump looking on.
Real quick, guys, can you head on over to YouTube, hit that like button, and also just kind of help this stream over there. Maybe give it a share.
Laughing as Trump said.
Still dealing with the hit from yesterday, because again, just to give you guys a little refresher, somebody in chat, don't know who, yeah, they said some stuff that I just had to go and edit out pretty much all of that. By the way, guys, if you guys do not follow the rules and also try to like curb your language for the chat on the screen, I will be canceling it.
Says this is a big nothing.
Because this is the second time this has happened.
Burger.
So
The only
I'm just gonna give a fair warning there.
people who would deal in this kind of talk are
Like, if I ever see anybody complaining about Automod again, I'm gonna ban them.
fake news. That is Epstein's neighbor. That is Howard Lutnick, who has a house that was next to Epstein's place. You can see him laughing here. It's even been reported that Howard Lutnick's place actually literally touches Jeffrey Epstein's house. That's how close their 2 houses are together. That's the same guy laughing at a statement by the president that Jeffrey
All the love for Automod.
Epstein is boring and there's no reason to look into him. And if you do, you're a bad person.
Really only pretty bad people, including fake news, want to keep something like that going.
I almost don't have words for this, to be calling it boring, to be talking about one of the world's largest predators of all time and trying to figure out who the powerful people are who are connected with this guy. Especially,
it's almost like this whole conspiracy where like that German banker financier guy who apparently is ruling the shadow cabal. It's actually they're all in power now.
Actually,
but no, we still need to focus on Schwab or Schultz or whatever the fuck that guy is. Like, have you guys heard that one, by the way?
The former neighbor,
like, we've covered it like a little bit here, but
of said
it's
predator
insane.
is standing there laughing as you say that everyone interested in this case is somehow fake news or a bad person. You can see this both in property records and in public press statements at the time about Epstein's Manhattan townhouse, saying that Howard Lutnick of Cantor Fitzgerald bought the adjacent smaller townhouse owned by Lex Wexner. That's one of Epstein's famous benefactors. And in fact, Epstein owned the house that later got sold to Howard Lutnick. You can see he owns the trust that owned this house. Later, of course, it goes to Comet Trust and then to Howard Lutnick. Supposedly, the property was sold for $10 in cash value and some other equivalent things. We don't know how much, just to be clear. So maybe it was a fair value price. And maybe they don't know each other. I want to be clear that Howard Lutnick denies knowing Jeffrey Epstein or being associated, so we have to get that in there. But the optics of this are just completely insane, and anyone who's paying attention should not expect any further disclosures from the FBI, DOJ, despite the fact that Trump is sort of about facing on this and saying, well, we can give over the legitimate files. But as we just showed, the legitimate files they're claiming they've already put out. Here's Donald Trump saying that the Epstein files, once again, are a hoax. But he also says that they can be released if credible.
And in terms of the credibility of the different things that they've seen, and I would say that, these files were made up by Comey, they were made up by Obama, they were made up by the Biden, we went through years of that with the Russia hoax, with all of the different things that we had to go through. We've gone through years of it, but she's handled it very well. And it's going to be up to her. Whatever she thinks is credible, she should release. Yeah.
So that's the second time now he's pushed it off on his attorney general to now handle. But I just don't think this is meaningful because, like I said, they've already said they've given us the credible information already.
Trump needs to be arrested.
I think basically they're going to kill it from here. That's my guess, especially since we did get a word from Pam Bondi about this. When asked, she basically said we're just going to defer to the memo.
Would release credible files related to Mr. Epstein. Are you prepared to do that, and when would you do that?
Our memo today, our memo speaks for itself, and we'll get back to you on anything else. I haven't seen all of his statements today.
So I think that shows pretty clearly that they're going to just continue barreling down this path while giving people a bone as far as making it seem like they might release something. This is a common smokescreen that we see where they will kind of bait people like, maybe we'll release something, maybe we'll release something, maybe, and then every 12 months or something, they release something of complete non-importance. The problem is when people like this control the files, anything but a full release besides the CSAM and victims' names is not going to do it. You have to, the only way to do something like this is to release all of the files, except for those small categories. That's the only way to build back trust. But clearly that's not what's going to happen. And anyone who's paying the slightest bit of attention to what our leaders are actually saying, they are absolutely telling you they're not going to do it. They're all deferring to each other. Trump's deferring to Pam Bondi. Pam Bondi's deferring to the memo. And ultimately, no one is going to be held accountable.
Also
now,
doing
there
the
have
thing
been
where
some
new war on drugs. He's going to start, I wouldn't be surprised if he actually started a war with Russia just to shut us up.
Political games played with this, with the Democrats trying to get the Epstein
He's gonna
files
do
released.
Anything he can to get this out of the news cycle. He really is.
People in Congress, which is just so mind-blowing to me that people would actually say no to releasing this, but they did.
Saying aye?
Aye.
Those opposed say no? No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment's not agreed
Chair, I'm
to.
kind of shocked by that. I will ask for a roll call.
5 yeas, 7 nays.
The amendment
Nice.
is not agreed to. And
Somebody
I think most of us
Nice
believe
to ask for a roll call because that means that every Republican's on record now.
what's appropriate will be released when it is time for the president to release it.
Well, Madam,
Thank you.
So there you see it. We're just supposed to blindly trust that they're going to release it. Honestly, I have no faith in any of this. I think this is all political theater. Honestly, the people who are like, oh, look, it's just the Republicans. We could have released this a long time ago. To be honest, I don't trust any of these people until I see actual documents released. I believe this is all theater. I don't actually believe they're going to get this done. I think they could have been doing this from the very beginning. And truth be told, we've seen our government protect Jeffrey Epstein for over a decade. This didn't start in 2019 when he died. This has been going on since the early 2000s from his first plea deal where he got a non-prosecution agreement. I mean, we have been protecting this guy. Powerful people have been protecting him for years upon years upon years, and it crosses party lines. So while, yeah, I guess it's cool that we're making little votes like this and we get to see people actually put the words out there, I'm not gonna force the release because they'll tell us when they feel like it, so we can see the despicableness firsthand. I don't actually believe that politicians are gonna be the one to open this case wide open. I think it's going to be either a leaker, a hacker, somebody who is just willing to YOLO on this that will actually meaningfully move this case forward. I haven't seen any.
But the thing is, if they don't and they keep playing this game, it's only going to grow more and more distrust. They can keep saying the conspiracy crowd. It's the normies now. Again, I cannot reiterate this enough.
Evidence that there is political will, besides dunking on your political opponent, to actually do anything. Because that's all we've really seen so far is people hit each other with the old, like, you're involved with Epstein. And then you go, well, hey, can you release the files? And they always say, well, we'd sure love to, but actually, no, we can't. Now, that might sound a little doomer. I won't blame you if you get
Nobody gonna whistleblow, look at Boeing, nobody
excited about the possible release of the Epstein files.
Well, I mean, yeah, look at the fact that one of the whistleblowers, like
But I just feel like
it's a little sketch.
We've been down this road before with people promising to, expose the deep state, expose the guys in power. In fact, ironically, that's the story of how we got here now.
Yep.
Is the Trump administration was dunking on their political opponents for years, saying that, they're secretly involved with Epstein, until it was time to release the files. And then now, it was made by the Democrats. So that's where we're going to leave it. They're literally laughing.
And he keeps have you noticed that the last 2 times he's added a few new ones too, where it's like Obama
at us. They're calling it boring. They're saying nothing to see here.
Yep.
While both people
you guys are talking about it, it's so boring, God.
On the screen were somehow involved or linked to Jeffrey Epstein. It's beyond belief. Honestly. And this is going to be the last time I talk about Jeffrey Epstein.
Is it? Well, I mean, that's unfortunate. Unless they come out with something else that forces his hand, then he's just like, it was just when I thought I was out, they brought me back in. It's like, here, let's see. Do we have a live feed yet for Syria? Let's take a look. Mr. Steve. Nope.
Thank you to Eddie C. Hey, thanks, Eddie C., for your support. I appreciate that. So again, I'm sorry if I get off the air and then the president speaks soon after. I wouldn't have a speech in English anyway.
Okay. So, not missing anything there. That's cool. That's cool. I do find it funny that we're at this point and now we're all kind of on pins and needles. Like, I hate to say as a leftist, I'm just waiting for them to successfully bury this again. Like, I have very little hope in anything ever sticking to this guy. What do you want specifically from the Epstein files? It's not anything I want. Release them at this point. Like, they put so much stake in it, and they had, again, almost a decade of the most out there rumors about what's in the files and who's in the files and who, like, there's a reason that the Clintons didn't release them. There's a reason that Biden, Obama didn't release them, and now he's coming out and, like, which one is it? Like, you can't keep doing this. You either need to admit that liberals were right, or you just need to admit that you're supporting a monster. Like, the guy is literally everything that you were saying about, like, well, the children, and it's like, but which one is it? I thought they were still investigating him. No, dude, panic. I'm not doing this with you today. You were funny yesterday, but on it, like, take it somewhere else. I'm not even going to fucking deal with it. You have Google. If you're genuinely curious about this, go look it up. Watch any of my previous, 3 or 4 days of content, but I'm not doing this with you. Anyway, how's everybody else doing? What up, Nate? Thing about Trump's story is, even if you were crazy enough to give him the benefit of the doubt, Biden and Obama are and crooked Hillary created it. That doesn't make sense. If they had fabricated an Epstein list, that they would have released it instead of holding it in the... Again, you keep running in, like, that's the thing. You keep running into these, like, the holes in the story, and you're just like, but what about this? Huh. Oh, that's weird. Yeah, you can ask a question to Google. And then you can come back and just say, hey, they're still investigating this, or give an update. But honestly, If you're that curious right now, I already told the rest of the audience today, not in the fucking mood. I am in a special type of bad mood. Also, I saw that you finally did it. I never claimed to be an expert. Only I'm the expert. Tim Pepper is the expert, not him. What's wrong with you? Did you really come here thinking that this guy knows anything? What's wrong with you? That's crazy. That's crazy. Kickflip. Are you trying to really tell me what content is all about? Again, go find it somewhere else, bro. I don't need this. No, the content is me. You're either here for the personality and the journey, or you're coming here just because you think that I somehow arbitrarily have all the answers to everything and also have the patience to actually fucking deal with you. To like make clips. Notice how my channel isn't exactly big on the clipping. Like, I don't really do a lot of like clipping my VODs and making videos out of them, to my detriment, I will admit. But with the new YouTube, like, this is the way that YouTube they made their own grave, or they dug their own grave with this one, as far as like, they want me to set up a secondary channel that is based on like having shorter clips and all that, because they do this thing with the algorithm where they will essentially punish you for making different content, which is insane. So clips are good though. No, I know clips are good. I'm just saying, like, for some reason YouTube doesn't agree with you on that. I am YouTube featured today. Wow. Really? Where I am, because I was averaging maybe a viewer for the past hour over on YouTube, while Twitch has been holding it down. So yeah, it's ideal. I mean, it's ideal if you were going based off like the old YouTube like way of doing things. Like back in the day, it was literally, you'd clip your VODs, you'd put it on your front page, and then you would have your VODs, and then, yeah, I still got one. Yeah, see, whatever. Maybe it's YouTube Studio that's being weird today, but I'm just trying to get it here. You know what? I can just turn this off. That's what it said on the thumbnail. No, thank you. No, I appreciate you letting me know that. No, sorry, man. As I said, I'm in a little bit of a mood today. I'm not exactly in the greatest mood. Had to deal with some stuff today. But yes, what I was saying about like YouTube, for some reason now they have this new thing where if you want to feature your like the clips from your VODs, you should make a new channel for it. That's why Vosh said that the most Chicago way ever. Yeah, Vosh guy. Yeah, that's why he has the Vosh Pit, which, you know, is great and all, but okay, so they closed the case on the 7th. There you go. You good, bro? Everything's crazy. Haven't you heard? Yeah, I mean, thanks, man. I appreciate that. PP Jackson, what up? Trump should be based in legalize, or that's kind of funny. He doubled down on the war on drugs and doing like the fentanyl stops, and he's also talked about trying to do a taking away the states' rights that we've already got here. So he's doing the opposite. But that's, yeah, whatever. It is actually like genuinely frustrating that like we've got this going on and then we're already doing the spin. The Russian propaganda machine is in full effect. God, I have noticed it. But yes, no, Golf Marine, I have noticed that things are crazy. And yes, it is definitely, it's been getting to me a little bit, like the news cycle and all that kind of stuff. That may be why. Yeah, maybe Maybe it did add to my shitty mood today. Just a wee bit. Because honestly, man... Oh, yeah, what was the other one? Here, I did actually save a story to show you guys that... Oh, it was his tweet, where I was just... Or his truth or whatever. And I was going to do it because it was funny. And where I'm just like, oh, look, he's doubling down. And now you got a lot of his supporters that are going right for it again, where they're just like, yeah, you know what? Medical herb is a stepping stone towards hard drugs. What? You do realize that alcohol produces, like, that effect way more, by the way. But sure. Are you repentant, man? Are you repentant, man? You doing that thing? Literally 1995 takes? Yeah, I know. Also, very, promotes liberty. I bet this... I always love the people that are just like, yeah, but America's been drinking beer since blah, 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 while blatantly ignoring the history of cannabis. But, whatever. That shit right there, that's what did that. Like, it's literally a direct correlation and just proof to how effective that campaign was. I can't be interested in drugs when I smoke weed. Yeah, the thing is, dude, that's not what did it. I can tell you, like, I never had any, like, interest past that, and funny enough, the people that did the other stuff did not smoke, so, weird. My anecdotal evidence definitely counteracts yours. Thomas Jefferson grew it. That's what I know. Canada won't forget America's manifest destiny. Yeah, right. 51st state. God. I love how that made a huge comeback, by the way. As far as, like, just being a burn to Canadians. Oh, look at that. Trump says he's not planning to fire Jerome Powell. Oh, and Caleb Hammer just went. Oh, I kind of gave you guys a little heads up on that. Yeah, I was watching Caleb Hammer's live stream and I unsubbed from him because I had that strong realization that he was doing this, hoping that it was true. Like, he wants Jerome Powell to get fired so Trump can bring in somebody to lower the interest rates so he can go and get himself some properties. Because he is super scummy like that. I'm sorry, man. I can't stand the people that are just like, you know what? I'm just playing the game. Don't hate the player, hate the game. When they're doing the landlord thing and he has multiple fucking properties. Like, I cannot stand that shit. And honestly, they're just like, oh, so you're just one of those super leftists? It's like, okay. If he had one that he was even doing, fine. But he's literally making his little empire out of it, which... Cool. What's wrong with that? Honestly, there's a lot wrong with that. Once you have enough money to, like, genuinely affect the market, that's when I have a problem with that. He wants to be the venture capital firms that buy up all the properties. General question. No, I got you. I'm not saying that nobody can ask questions today. Not sure if it's in the liver, but the biggest chemistry set in the body. It is true. I've heard that. That, yeah, like your, if your body had like a laboratory, technically it was your liver. But yeah, anyway. Yes, Jerome Powell is not getting fired because the news tends to forget every time that he does this that he doesn't have the power to actually fire the Fed chair. It's an independent body, so he couldn't even go to the Supreme Court to try and do that. Like, there would have to be a unilateral consensus between both houses of Congress and then the president. So, you know, it's those pesky checks and balances. Every once in a while, they pop up, and then you get the the legacy media that, for some reason, is just really doing him a service, where they're just trying to get us to go, oh, why is that there? That shouldn't be there. God, it stopped him from doing, from using more power that he really shouldn't have, and that, in general, if he just had Democrat next to his name, these people would be losing their collective fucking minds. Someone building their empire, self-made stuff. Caleb Hammer sold a percentage of his YouTube channel / company just to grow until he bought it back. Whatever. That's, in general, that's why I was kind of following him and his advice. Because, yeah, he's got pretty decent advice for, your average person. It's just his goals, his personal goals, it doesn't align with mine. I would never hang out or, want to be associated with a person that's like that. That's just how I am. Zach, the reason that I'm even talking to you is because I do think that you're 20 years old, and you're also, even if you were to get, to that, or, to a point of having another property, I'm pretty sure that it wouldn't be in the vein of, what he was talking about. Because what he was talking about was literally buying up developments and, starting a development company, and I'm just what about Dave Ramsey? He used to talk shit about Dave Ramsey, and then he became Dave Ramsey. So, just with a little bit more of a, millennial twist. Just saying respectfully, Canadians don't want to be part of the States. We've made good allies. Hopefully, this Trump thing blows over. We'll see. Okay, my dog needs to get let out. If it does, just have the memo. The rest of the files would just contain illegal crap and victim info. Then release it. The thing is, he released everything else. And no, he has made for the last 10 years a big deal about not just the files, but he had the books. He had a bunch of binders. He had a bunch of information. And then on top of it, just what we can see with our eyes, where it's just oh yeah, him and Trump totally were creeping together. Now, there's a lot of cognitive dissonance that people are putting on just so they do not have to face the reality that the shadow cabal that they've always thought was the Democrats, and they are literally being used by that same the same type of people. And they were just for the longest time ignoring the fact that we were kind of going, hey, what do you, I mean, they're kind of doing the thing, and then they're drain the swamp. Oh, drain the swamp. And then the first thing he does, I remember my main critique from the first administration was Rex Tillerson. This was what, a year after the BP oil spill? He made him the fucking head of the department that was responsible for cleaning it up. I'll be right back. She's barking pretty hard. I might have to consider moving a mobile setup up there. I got an older dog who, that's the reason that I have to on top of using the restroom, I have to bounce back and forth a lot. Because she always has to go out. So it's one of those things. Pep needs a funny fake ad break to run. That's actually not a bad idea. Fake ad break. Well, technically I could put together something for Ground News like that, but they would not want me putting together the commercial that I would want to do for that. Honestly, it's the reason that they're just kind of like, hey, share your promo code. Which, by the way, guys, you guys can get 40% off of Ground News by using my promo code. Check it out. I use it every day. Honestly, man. I think that's also why, like, the way that I'm able to break through the spin, it does kind of give me that, I don't want to say a dose of reality at the start of the morning, but it is. Because I'm not sure if you guys start your day with news, what's your opinion on that? Is that smart? Maybe I should, like, wait an hour and then go into news. But, like, I like to have my coffee and just kind of see what's going on. I guess they should put the parts that say that in the redacted crap, and people will bitch about it for the next 75 years. Well, it's the same. Like, this is the thing, dude. He ran on not doing the Kennedy. Like, he literally did I'm going to release the Kennedy files. I'm going to release them. Like, he placated to the conspiracy crowd. And this is also why I didn't want to do this with you. Go fucking read on your own. God. I hate contrarians. I really do. Fucking A. Pat thought I coded a... You did what? When Trump asked, would you consider appointing special counsel to investigate special Jeffrey Epstein investigation, Trump responded, I have nothing to do with it. Oh, man. It is just funny. I did read it. It says the same shit in their memo does. Cool. You're telling me that they investigated themselves and they found they did nothing wrong? Go ahead and believe that, man. I'm not here to convince you otherwise. It appears from my recent trips to the right-wing spaces that the files might just be what it takes. I mean, here, I was doing this earlier. Let's take a look at the Charlie Kirk. He posted a clip on his channel, and the comments roasted him. Here. Yeah, his comments on his latest video were freaking awful.
A lot happening this morning, and what I'm going to try to...
All right, let's see. When Epstein is brought up, we are not talking about the man. We are talking about the whole nightmare. We want the name. We want the names because we want people, whoever they might be, to be accountable. If Trump really... Oh, here. You know what? I'll just bring this up. Give me one sec. All right. This only had 7 comments, or 17 comments when I first looked at it. And, like, I think 2 of them were bots. Hey, Bloodstone, what up, what up? Glad to see you. The comment sections are brutal across the board. I know, it is very, very funny. If Trump really felt it was no big deal and made up by Democrats, then why did he make such a big deal during his campaign about it and promise to release it all? If it's not a big deal, then release it all and move on. We care because it's another example of class warfare, and we're sick of the elites not being held accountable. Charlie, you're doing all kinds of verbal gymnastics to defend Trump's inappropriate rhetoric towards his base. If Trump doesn't understand why answers to this, then he doesn't understand his base. He needs to reverse course immediately. He's going to lose so much of his base and his legacy will be forever tarnished. The Epstein issue is what will make it clear who is in charge. We the people or the elites. See? We are tired of these things being swept. Man, I can barely see. I need to go get new glasses. We are so tired of these things being swept under the rug. We want them to finally be brought to light. Please. That is what we want. Please. That is what we want. Please tell Trump. These people are just like, guys, you like, Charlie, he called you. You tell Trump. Please tell Trump that someone is giving him really bad advice for him to post the garbage like this morning. I'm not just a little grandma who voted for him 3 times. He just said that I am very bad people for being concerned about the Epstein scandal. Well, I don't think so. He further said he doesn't need my vote anymore. Well, be careful what you wish for. The thing is, he's right. You guys already put him in, and he just went full mask off with that one. That's kind of funny. Are you guys is that like a little bit of the buyer's remorse that we were all talking about? Epstein is important because it's an example of the 2-tier justice system. Trusting the government after all this is nuts. He wants us to stop talking about it. Trump promised JFK, RFK, Epstein, MLK files in one day. Now we're all nuts. He doesn't need us. I'm not as forgiving as you, Charlie. Wow, dude, this is wild. I'm trying not to let this overshadow the fact that he is truly one of the best presidents ever. However, I do not know the president, or do not know who the president is, who is handling the issue. It's a kick in the gut. Okay, whatever. Blink twice if you've been blackmailed. President Trump should understand that we are not like the Democrats. We ask questions and we expect our leaders to keep their promises. If they don't, we are out of here. We don't just trust blindly. The issue is why they're gaslighting. Or the issue is the way they're gaslighting. They're doing something we never thought they'd do. Why is Ghislaine in prison for this if it's all a hoax? Crazy that Trump would be stupid enough to tank his whole party over this. He just insulted so many people. He doesn't understand the working class children were trafficked for a foreign country to blackmail the people that make the average American life hell because they have sold our country down the river. It's astonishing that he just can't understand this and he has the audacity to insult us. Trump has spoken of the list that doesn't exist many times prior to being elected the second time. Unfortunately, Bondi screwed it up with her loose lips sink ships moment. Difficult to recover from that. The way he called us weak and past supporters whom he no longer wants support from, it's pushing me, man. Wow, Republican Barbie. Holy shit, it's at Republican Barbie. She has actually popped into my stream a few times. That's kind of funny. Trump needs to care about what his base needs to care about what his base cares about. We elected him, he serves us. That's cute. Ashley, that's adorable. Adorable. We really don't want to see the administration blow up at all. I would love to keep everyone working together and ultimately give us what we want as far as transparency and accountability. Please keep digging. Don't cover up anything. We want the truth. All right, that's like one of the most tame comments we've hit yet. Though I don't regret voting for Trump in November, this is disappointing, man. This makes him look so bad. All right, you're almost there. I care about the Epstein story entirely because I believe it has the potential to cost Trump the midterm elections, completely neuter the second half of his term. Well, now you care. Why is he saying past supporters? Just because I have questions that does not make me a past supporter. Leopards eating your face. I love these moments. We're obsessed with the people who are trafficking children for nefarious purposes being brought to justice. What is happening is evil and we need to stand up against it. A true believer there. Trump is giving the giant middle finger to his most loyal supporters. Trump needs to get his act together or he is going to lose the midterms. If we are protecting child predators, our country doesn't deserve to continue. Christ the King, pray, pray to our leaders. Pray for our leaders. I mean, with the whole thing in Damascus, are you guys starting to get the idea that he might actually be the anti? His victories do not negate the need for accountability. He needs to stop looking down his nose. Yes, he insulted a lot of people. A president should have more control of his feelings than this. He should be an adult. These people. Are you... What? Here's the other issue. All the IA chatbots that are going to start posting on the podcast that are saying that they are giving up on Trump, so they have a new tool to try and leverage this. Oh, so now it's all just chatbots, I see. Wrong. This wrong. This is why we care. We care because he promised he would release the info. As a matter of fact, he ran on releasing the info, and now the fact that he's completely 180'd his previous stance tells us that he's just as much as part of the swamp as he is as the one that he was trying to drain. Yeah, as I just said. His blatant arrogance in calling those who want answers bad people that he no longer wants as supporters because of the issue is a huge misstep. It's not just insulting, it's setting fire to his political career. We're quickly losing trust and faith in him because of it. His statement is disgusting, and I cannot understand people who are defending him on this. Yes, he's done wonderful things, but this is an issue that his voters need resolution on. However ugly that may be, Mr. Kirk, if you weren't at least a little offended him by calling the majority of his base bad people, you need to reevaluate. That was wrong. No matter what angle you look at it from, we need and deserve answers. Ashley coming in again with her like fourth comment. Man, she's she mad. The fuck? Had a beard hair that was just like, nope, not today. The fact that you have to explain Trump's MAGA base to him is honestly concerning. We are not required to praise all of Trump's success before we can address our concerns. That's actually fair, Charlie. Charlie, you know as well as we do that a special prosecutor drags this out another year, then delivers the results to Bondi, which puts us right back to where we are now. This is all Trump's way of kicking the can down the road. That's all they keep doing. I mean, look at the way they handled the budget. We are worried about the victims who are being abused, the end. Charlie, he ran on releasing those files. Now we're stupid. This makes me not ever want to vote again. Again, he did kind of let the mask just completely fall off, where he's just like, I don't even need you people. It really, it just really crushed me because I adore him. He could have just come out and said it's all botched or it's national security. I'd have believed what. Oh my God! Wow, this one's actually saying it. They're just like, I would have believed whatever. I do blame Pam. She got us all fired up and told us to sit down and shut up. Now he's attacking us. Should be her punished, not us. Collect the funk. I appreciate and agree with a lot that's already been done this term, but this is 100% gaslighting. He's losing it. He's involved. Calling people stupid about questioning what's happening is the biggest, most wealthy child trafficker is a disgrace. Yeah. We deserve to know who's involved. We deserve to see people go to jail. Those kids deserve justice, and he's covering it up. This is disgusting from Trump. Well done, Charlie. However, recent success do not diminish the importance of our leader taking a stand against and not tolerating this will be a big stain on you, Charlie. There's no being moderate and considerate when it comes to children. Pam really screwed up. This is about justice and victims and about accountability of the twisted, sick people involved in this 100%. Charlie doing what Charlie does best, cleaning up daddy's mess. Trump just said, let them eat cake. Charlie, if he does not go after all these people that committed the crimes, he's just as guilty. Protect our youth. You not think he was insulting his base? Of course it was insulting. Stop making excuses for him, Charlie. Mossad had a talk with President Trump. Wow. Did you see him burning their hats? Yeah. Yes, I did. Get it together, Trump. Midterms are coming. Charlie, what you're saying does not make sense. The MAGA base is concerned about how the case was handled by the DOJ and presented to the public. Also, what was at the core of the argument between Dan and Pam? All this raises questions that the base wants clear answers to. 327, the glazing is insane. So we are supposed to shut up about this serious issue just because Trump watered our grandma's garden? The American citizens aren't infants. We want justice. The media is asking the wrong questions, but Trump administration is absolutely failing in handling this. Charlie, our youth is not for sale. We the people... Dude, there hasn't been there's been one almost positive, and it was like, I support him, but I hope this isn't as bad as we think. Wait, was I one of the bad chatters? I honestly don't know. I don't know. I did like a blanket blur of everything, and I'm hoping that it will work. Because all I got was just a little bit of information that it came from the chat. So, Bloodstone. Oh, it's funny when these guys hate Hollywood for being weird with kids, but Trump is a celebrity in those circles too. Like, they all did the same. Why are they so shocked that Trump... Yeah, I mean, the thing is, did you... Bloodstone, were you here for that press conference, like, near the beginning of the stream, where it was a... Dude, it was creepy. Like, it was really creepy. He had... we found out, one of his developer friends' wife and daughters were there to totally use one of their sisters who died of a fentanyl overdose as a political puppet. So while he was doing this, there was, like, people want to talk about Biden and the hair and all that, but blatantly ignore the fact that he stares at this young girl. And that to the point where the mom goes, the hell? Which side of the... Good day from New Zealand. What side of the bird are we on here? Well, it depends. Is a kiwi actually a bird? Is a platypus actually... What is a platypus? A platypus is just... You don't... I don't know. What up, hammer skulls? I'm a leftist. If I annoy you, then... Good. Also, they both have beaks. We can just agree on that. It is true. A bird's a bird, and bird's the word. Well, I already liked your answer there, Metacat. Hammer Skulls. Are Flight of the Conchords, like, I don't know, royalty to you guys? They should be. But, like I said, welcome to the show. I appreciate you being here, regardless of your political leanings. I'm not one of those types of streamers. I'll let you know how I feel, but you're still welcome here, as long as you're cool. I'm a center man. I love and respect all, as long as nobody getting hurt. Cool. Hey, I appreciate the follow, man. Thank you. And that is also, hey, pretty good take. But right now, we are currently going through Charlie Kirk's comment section because this is hilarious. And as I said, there's been one supportive comment, and it's not even that supportive. This is like 10th I've participated in, and somehow I didn't fix it. Oh, thank you, man. I really appreciate that. Yeah, were you not subbed to my channel? Thank you. I'm still reading 0. That's fantastic. This is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. All right, YouTube Studio, keep going. Whatever. Funnily enough, Flight of the Conchords aren't popular down here. Really? That's kind of funny. And you know what? That is almost like a bit in itself, where it's like they went to New York, they got famous, and then it turns out that New Zealand doesn't even like them. Alaska earthquake. You're telling me that Lisa Murkowski might need some more money? Sorry, that was insensitive. No, for real? Did that just happen? Here. Alaska earthquake. Oh, tsunami alert. Holy crap. There's a tsunami alert right now. Includes 80 miles of Unalaska, Kennedy Entrance, Alaska. A tsunami warning is in effect. National Weather Service, tsunami warning is posted. 50 miles from Sandpoint, Alaska at 12:38 Alaska time. Realizing that in that region, the alert can last for up to an hour. Be vigilant. Okay, here, we're going to keep an eye on that. I wish Alaska was part of Canada. It seems odd that for America to own that land. Done it. Done it. 7.3. God damn. Yeah. That's wild. Yeah. 7.2, 7. Some are reporting 7.2, 7.3. 54 miles south of Bristol Bay. Tsunami alert, stay safe. Sirens going off in Old Harbor. Nine minutes ago. What's going on in Washington State? Alaska countrymen. Holy shit, apparently they felt it all the way down in Washington State. King's Hook or whatever, it's on the Horn. Yeah, no, I'm looking at that. Yeah, you can kind of see like it's like here. Give me 1 second. I gotta make sure that I can get my screen up. We'll go back to this Charlie Kirk thing in a minute, but this is breaking news. Okay, yeah, I'm good. All right. Breaking news. Yes, this is breaking news. Here, let me change my title, actually. There we go. Go, Nate. I'm hammering the point everywhere I go. Politics are blowing up the planet, beginning with to fall apart. What's next? Well, apparently Alaska wants to fall off of the continent. So here, give me 1 second. I gotta try and find a video for this. There's got to be a news report from AP. Give me 1 second. Breaking news, Alaska. Breaking news, Alaska. There we go. That should work. Agenda free just popped back up. All right, guys. Tsunami warning for part of Alaska.
Let me show you the report about the earthquake, too. Here is the earthquake report from the USGS. 7-3. Now they're calling it a 7-3.
Trump doesn't realize that his
7-3
credibility is where he's weakest. Yeah.
7-3. They're saying. Okay, so I got to
Yeah.
change my headline.
7-3. Yeah.
It says 7-3.
I had it right, Steve. Oh, you're telling me I was
Right
off by
near
0.1?
Alaska.
Oh no! Let me fix it. Holy
that
crap,
happened
guys! Here's the live look at the
half an hour
the
ago.
earthquake map.
7-3.
Holy shit! Look at the size of that.
There is your
Scuba Steve will
picture
save
of where
Alaska.
it was,
Hold on, I gotta go get my mask.
of where it happened. I don't
Scuba
know if
Steve
the
is here.
tsunami potential can be affected by where it actually happens.
Grab your flippers.
And,
that
normally
was
if it was way out
insensitive.
in the middle of the ocean.
I meant for
and
Steve.
It's a 7-3. You wouldn't expect the hugest tsunami waves, but they can be affected by where it happens and whether the geography, the way the land is around where it happens. So I just don't know right now.
Well, I mean, he's not.
Let me check something else.
Okay, so yeah, it's Bristol Bay. Quit making waves.
No update yet from.
We're going to
Tsunami
hell.
Warning Center
We're all...
with new warning information.
We're on. We're taking the hot rod to hell, guys. Holy shit. We're already there. You know what? You're right. Rip it. Let's go. How about a highway to hell? Oh, fuck, man. That was, Everybody grab your surfboards. Anna, you got line of the day. Holy shit. I feel weird.
It was 22 miles deep. It says right on the screen, 22 miles deep. Thank you, Ray Becker. Thanks to all of our moderators, too. Sorry, I'm just trying to get you new information.
You always remind me. Thank you to all my moderators.
Now, they said at Sand Point, they expected tsunami activity in like 7 minutes.
Yes, I mean...
Where is Sand Point exactly? I got to look this up.
Yeah, you do. Come on, man.
Does it have... Give me 2 seconds here. Give me 2 seconds.
$15 ago.
So we have
It's the same video. Hold on.
Sand Point, Alaska. Was it Sand Point? I hope it was. Is that what it was? Maybe I'm wrong. I'll double check.
It's near the quake, you goon.
Sand Point is here. Is anybody even living
like
over here?
We're all
I don't
kind
know.
of like, hey, wait, no, go up. Go up. I'm doing my thing where I'm kind of like
Sand
nervously
Point right
laughing
in
at this
here.
because this is like
They said, let's go
this
back.
is bad.
They said Sand Point 116
That's where you
local
are.
time, which is in
You dumb
6
scuba
minutes.
diver.
And then possibly Cold Bay is like an hour and a half. It's like an hour and 20 minutes from now. And Kodiak's like an hour and 30 minutes from now.
Yes, they said that. Here, guys, this is from a local. God,
Sand
Steve, go on
Point has a
Twitter.
population
Like, what
of
are you
about
doing?
1,000 people.
This is literally the first
According
tweet.
to Wikipedia. Just pull up our map again.
Actually, hold on. It did just move, or it did just change. Yeah.
There's Sand Point.
Text
Anchorage
message
is
too
here.
close for comfort.
So
Sand
Anchorage
Point.
is up here. Now, I don't know if there's, I haven't heard a specific threat for Anchorage, but I mean, Anchorage is right there. And the
We felt
earthquake
it
happened
all the
right
way in
here.
Anchorage.
I don't know if there's a threat of the water going through here, so and funneling in here. So I'll
Someone
let
just
you know.
started blaring
I'm
the
waiting
warning.
to
Thanks
see,
for the warning. I
I'm
was
waiting
going
to get another
on to walk on the
report
beach.
from the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center here.
Tsunami alert. Stay safe.
They have only come out with one report so far.
Yeah.
Nothing else.
Huh.
Now, is Anchorage covered in the warning area?
The scary thing is that this could take over an hour for it to actually reach land.
There's the warning area right there.
Sorry, I'm getting mad. Oh,
See the
trust
red
me.
there?
If you're when you watch Steve, you do
Anchorage
tend to find yourself doing
Anchorage
that.
is up here.
The stuff seems obvious,
Doesn't
but I
look like
forget I'm like a
Anchorage is in the
huge
red
nerd on
area
this
at the
stuff.
moment.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like it at the moment.
Well, you want to get mad, Panic?
there's
Just wait until I
Anchorage right
talk
there.
about
Isn't
chemtrails
that
with
it
Honeybee.
right there?
You're gonna lose your collective shit. She doesn't know what clouds are.
Right there. It's not in red.
Or she believes that what we
that's
see
it.
are not clouds or whatever the.
We'll see if that changes.
Actually, I want to be fair here. She believes that we don't see
that's
clouds
Anchorage
anymore
right in here.
because
I believe. And the red is near it, but not on it.
is
Yeah,
the
it
point of
close.
him just he's a bumbling man? So
we'll see
here's
what
the
we'll
thing.
see what
I don't
they'll
actually
come
know
out with
what
more
happened here because he really, when I watch him, I do genuinely go like, it's just for the coverage that he has, which I looked into using the
check something
exact
really quick.
system that
Hold
he
on a
uses.
moment.
The
Hold
problem
on a
is,
moment.
as a streamer, they require you to sign a contract with them where, like, you're essentially streaming for them. So, like, he's technically using, like he's technically
guys,
a
look
news
at what
correspondent
a National Weather
for,
Service says. Look at what the
God,
National
I
Weather
forgot who it
Service
was.
says right here. A tsunami warning has been issued for the Alaska Peninsula, areas from the Kennedy entrance to Unimak Pass. Cities included are Cold Bay, Sandpoint, and Kodiak. We can say with reasonable confidence that the Kenai Peninsula borough locations will not see impacts. Now, this
Okay.
was a 7.3 earthquake. It says 7.2, but USGS upgraded to 7.3. It says, dangerous coastal flooding, a tsunami is imminent, move inland and to higher ground.
So anybody that's just hanging here. I thought the whole shtick is like he's like a YouTube Will Ferrell character. You know, he used to work for Mad TV. He was a writer on Mad TV for a while.
There you go, right there.
So you would think that maybe, but no, he just genuinely is this guy. Like, he's a very awkward man. But he's quite successful at what he does, so good luck getting off that peninsula in under an hour. Yep.
Oh, I have a second update, a second one. Hey guys, hold on right here. Hold on. New update.
Dude, he's doing the thing.
A new update.
He's doing the thing.
Where is it? I just see it right
Steve. Wait, Panic. I thought you.
New update
Dude,
right here.
We
Let's
were
look at it.
watching. We were watching him during the
bulletin number
LA
2.
riots.
A tsunami
LA
has
riots.
been
Oh my
confirmed
God! Did I
and
just
some
play into
impacts
that?
are
The LA
expected.
protests. Yeah.
Revised magnitude.
Bad Pep.
Magnitude 7.3.
propaganda like that.
Forecast start of tsunami in 15 minutes in Sandpoint, in about an hour and 10 minutes Cold Bay, an hour and 25 minutes Kodiak. No tsunami observations are available to report, they said. Impacts will vary at different locations.
Whoa, that's wild. I just kind of realized that like Godzilla would never really be a surprise to
they are
anybody because
saying
we
a
would be able to like see
has
fissures
been
in the water and
confirmed
track it.
Some impacts are expected.
It's like,
a tsunami
oh, what was that?
has
Did you
been
hear that?
confirmed,
We're tracking
and
it.
some impacts are expected.
5 minutes, guys. 5 minutes. Let's get ready to celebrate.
Let me post that.
One of these days, he's going to share something he's not supposed to.
Tsunami has been confirmed, and some impacts are expected after 7.3
Oh, he's putting that on Twitter.
Near Alaska. Now, it doesn't mean it's a big. I don't. That says nothing about sizing there. Tsunami warning in effect
That is something
for
I
South
never
Alaska
want
and
to
Alaska
picture
Peninsula,
ever.
Pacific Coast.
Thank you for
from
putting
Kennedy
that
Entrance, Alaska, 40 miles
into my
southwest
head.
of Homer,
Ew.
to Unimac Pass, Alaska, 80 miles northeast of Unalaska. For other U.S. and Canadian Pacific coasts in North America, there is no tsunami threat.
Okay. Well, we'll keep an eye out. Until then, back to the comments. Actually, let's see. Let's see what a little bit of what he had to say. We're just going to kind of skim this video.
To do this morning is I seek to explain. I'm going to try to explain the best of my ability what is going on here when in regards to Epstein and the messaging around Epstein. I'm going to do my best. I may not land the plane perfectly, but I think I have something to say here that will add some context and some depth to what we are seeing. President Donald Trump repeated what he said this morning on Truth Social. President Trump said, basically right now in the press conference, some people are doing the Democrats' work talking about Epstein, and they are stupid people. I'm approximating. He said something similar on his Truth Social this morning, and he calls it the Epstein hoax. Now, before we go any further, I do want to say, big breaking news this morning, John Solomon is reporting that in his sit-down interview with Donald Trump, President Trump has greenlit a special prosecutor to potentially be able to go after the criminal conspiracy around Epstein and all deep state activity. So that is a phenomenal victory. That is something that we should rejoice in. And if that is true, because
not?
John Solomon.
Wait, I thought he backed down on that.
It's kind of like 2 or 3 levels back. But basically going after all things deep state, a deep state prosecutor. That is a terrific.
Trump's excuses are getting worse. I have nothing to do with it.
Development. Yep. And I would love to see, you know who I want to see do that? Ed Martin. I think Ed Martin would be a phenomenal deep state prosecutor. So let's kind of just put a part on that. Let's just put a little bit of a little plug on that, because we'll get back to it. That's a huge victory. The president deserves credit there. If we get a full deep state criminal conspiracy prosecutor, think basically Robert Mueller for deep state activity, but one of our guys doing it. And interestingly, special prosecutors,
deep state,
and the deep state.
We are encountering the Meep state.
Activity actually is interlaced into all of this.
Deep state.
So this morning, President Trump posted on Truth Social. I could read the entire thing on Truth Social, but let me just kind of do the best of. You guys can obviously find it on Trump's Truth Social. He says the radical
Charlie is running from the story faster than his receding hairline.
Democrats have hit pay dirt again, just like the fake.
All right, let's celebrate.
Described this deal dossier, the lying 51 intelligence agencies, the laptop from hell, which the Democrats swore came from Russia. No, it came from Hunter Biden's bathroom. Even the Russia scam itself, a totally fake and made-up story, used in order to hide crooked Hillary Clinton's big loss in 2016 election. These scams and hoaxes are all Democrats are good at. It's all they have. They're no good at governing, no good at policy, and no good at picking winning candidates. Also, unlike Republicans, they stick together like glue. Their new scam is that we'll forever call the Jeffrey Epstein hoax. And my past supporters have bought into this BS. Hook, line, and sinker. They haven't learned their lesson and probably never will, even after being conned by the lunatic left for the last 8 years. I've had more success in the last 6 months than perhaps any other president in the history of our country. That is totally true. And all these people want to talk about, with strong prodding by the fake news and success star of Democrats, is the Jeffrey Epstein hoax.
Just a reminder, I'm glad that we read the comments before watching this. Nobody in his comments there was the one person that was kind of like, Charlie, hey, I don't know if this is really happening, but I still support the guy. I just hope he's not doing this.
Let these weaklings continue forward and do the Democrats' work. Don't even think about
Meep State operative Kirk losing base fast.
Talking about our incredible and impressive
he really is.
success, because I don't want their support anymore. Thank you for attentive matter. Make America great again. Okay, so let's start with this. President Donald Trump is obviously upset. Why is he most upset? I'm going to go through the top 2 reasons and seek to explain it. He's venting because he has achieved a lot in 6 months against all the odds. Energy prices are going down. The border is hermetically sealed. He passed the big, beautiful bill despite a 3-seat majority in the House of Representatives. He's embarking on mass deportations. He ended a war between...
Despite a 3-seat majority? What? Are you really trying to like sell that like it's like he somehow overcame an obstacle there
between Israel and Iran?
What?
He took out the Iranian nuclear facilities. He ended the India-Pakistan war. He ended the Congo-Rwandan war just in his spare time. He's going after DEI. He is reducing the federal workforce. He is the biggest welfare reform in American history. I could go piece after piece after piece of all of the victories that President Donald Trump was able to achieve. One of the most impactful 6 months ever of any president. So from President...
And then I'm sure that we can literally piece by piece by piece break down why each one of those is bullshit. But
President Trump's perspective, he is experiencing a pace. He's experiencing a reality that is far different than the first 6 months of Trump 1.0. So President Trump's immediate reaction as someone who is making phone calls to try to end the Russian-Ukrainian war, he's trying to figure out this Jerome Powell thing. He's got agencies of governments to manage. He's turning and probably saying, why is the attention on a guy who has been dead for 6 years? That is probably what President Trump is saying, and I'm synthesizing part of his venting. Here's my piece of advice, guys. Don't take too seriously this whole Truth Social here. I know some people are getting fired up about this. I don't believe he was trying to insult anybody personally.
oh my God, dude. This is why people were really just like, okay, Charlie. So now you're trying to tell me that I shouldn't read too deep into what he says. Man, this is kind of funny. It is at least refreshing to see where it's just like, yeah, they really are just backed into a corner because even Charlie Kirk can't sell this. Man,
His base, the people who made
didn't see this one coming so fast.
his movement what it is, I think is what he was pushing back on what he thinks is a misaligned press narrative from what he wants to see as celebration of all the victories over the last 6 months.
That's it. You guys, listen, I've done such good things. You guys didn't focus enough on that. Why are you guys focusing on only the bad thing? What's going on here? This is ridiculous.
However, now let me now go to why I believe not like why I care about.
You know, I do have to say this. This guy he has always annoyed me. Tim Pool has much better takes than this guy. At least he comes off as an everyman. This guy, his head, I'm not sure if it's his head to face ratio that really bugs me or the fact that he looks like a hot air balloon. I don't know. It's something. There's just something there. But this guy, he's just a blatant propagandist. It's almost like he has some rubles in his bank account, you know? But I would know all about that. Wait. Kickflip.
This and why the base cares about this so much. And then I'm going to kind of connect the dots. Remember where President Trump was at this moment in Trump 1.0. At this moment in Trump 1.0, President Donald Trump was being hunted by Robert Mueller. President Donald Trump basically lost his attorney general at this moment in Trump 1.0. He's very loyal to Pam Bondi for many reasons, one of which is that he does not want to lose another attorney general.
That's why. Wait, so this is simultaneously, so this is her fault, but he doesn't want to lose her, so we should just ignore it because Trump is just like, oh no, guys, I can't be losing people. This is the whole reason that I had a whole bunch of loyalists.
He does not want to lose another.
No, realistically, I mean, he's kind of giving the game away here where it's like, yeah, they don't want these people leaving because they don't want loose lips.
He does not want to lose another member of his cabinet this early on. Secondly, he saw in the summer of 2017 a lot of people jump ship and align with the...
I like how you're more contrarian than this entire comment section on his video. Look how many comments there are. And you, in my comments, are going... Yeah, you know what? He criticizes Trump. He's usually pretty fair.
The Robert Mueller thing. So President Donald Trump has, within his memory, he saw that his presidency in 2017 was largely taken from him in Trump 1.0 because...
Yeah, criticizes Trump. A lot. Meanwhile, has his stupid golf hat and his picture, and yeah.
A lot of people jumped aboard the Mueller bandwagon.
God.
And with that, he kind of saw so much of his momentum that he had from the election thwarted. When people demand that he fires Pam Bondi, he hears people demanding that he explode his admin, just like what happened in the first term.
No, I know you watch him, but so do those people in the comment section. But I'm just pointing out that somehow you're. Do you see what you just did there? What I'm calling you out on, the fact that you can't get over it, that little thing in your head where you're like, but.
So
like, God, do you have like a little gnome in there? It's like the but gnome where you're just like, well, hold on now.
Question the base has is
a gnome named Contrarian.
Why doesn't President Trump care as much as the base cares? So let me connect the two dots together. The base cares about this not as a way to hurt Donald Trump. And this is where I think I think I could be an explainer here, because I think everyone's talking past each other a little bit. We do not care about the story as a way to hurt Donald Trump. In fact, it's the opposite. We love President Trump. We love what he's doing. We actually care about this story because this is a rare.
Oh, so now I'm full of shit for just pointing out everything that the rest of the world is seeing just because I'm the one being here criticizing it. Yeah, okay.
Rare opportunity of a sloppy operation by the deep state. The deep state conducted itself.
Is it a cursey gnome? Good one.
In an overly messy, sloppy way. President Donald Trump taught us to drain the swamp. President Donald Trump taught us to want to go after the deep state. So I actually think we're all agreeing on this. President Trump,
and that's what they're doing. And now you're mad that they went too far and they implicated your boy.
Wants to have a special prosecutor go after the deep state.
And the way he's handling it isn't exactly what I would call good.
Want to have an emphasis on Jeffrey Epstein because Jeffrey Epstein was probably an actor of the intelligence agencies. We don't know that for certain. He could have been a fabulist, like Mike Benn said yesterday. And maybe he was kind of doing brokering, or maybe he was kind of connecting the different entities together.
I love how he's doing the thing where he's like, it might be a conspiracy, it might not be. He might have just been exactly what they said he is. Oh, look, Woody Allen. Ain't that
But
fun?
understand this. When I go to college campuses, I am not proactively bringing up Epstein. People are bringing Epstein to me. The reason why we are caring about this is not trying to win brownie points or not trying to make the liberals or the media care about us. To go full circle, we are caring about the Epstein story because we are afraid that if we do not lance the intelligence community bull that tried to murder him on July 13th in Butler, Pennsylvania, that tried to take him out with Russia,
Oh, so now it was an intelligence hit? It wasn't just a random MAGA kid? Oh, okay, cool. So we can do the conspiracy thing at certain points, but don't go. No. The one that we've been talking about for over a decade turns out not a conspiracy at all. We got this one wrong, guys. Whatever. It's totally fine. It's perfectly fine.
That very same deep state actor that spied on him. And
I'm going to keep reading some of his comments here because, little reminder, Trump giving us the middle finger. You'd think someone in his cabinet would be smart enough to explain this to him. Charlie, he ran on those files. Now we're stupid. This is making me not ever want to vote again. We got that far. I lost friends defending Trump because I thought he held and defended my values. Now I look like an a-hole. Yeah, you do. He ran on transparency and truth. He has flip-flopped on everything he told us. He's dead. He's gone. But the men that used his service are not. And we want to know from someone that voted for Trump 3 times, I don't like Trump's stance on this one bit. Looks very suspicious to me. I still support him 100%. Geez, it's only been 6 months. Learn patience. There it is! We found one! All right, there it is, guys. This isn't about Trump. This is about his victims that are still being abused. I do love how this has like the little bot tell at the back here. That's kind of fun. So the one supportive comment turns out it's a little sus. Could totally be a bot. Because I can tell you right now, there's a few like accounts in here that are pretty big. You know, like right-wing Barbie. Trump doesn't need or want our vote done. Well, I mean, yeah, but this video is embarrassing. I'm going to be a simple man here. I want those who have done wicked things in the videos to go to jail for a long time. Justice for the kids is what people want. This is more important than any politician, including Trump. Charlie, I know you desperately want to think the best of Trump no matter what he does, but he really screwed the pooch on this one. So the president did not insult his base. So what you're saying is... hold on. So what you're saying is not to believe my lying ears. Right. See? Aha. I didn't care about the Epstein files until it seemed like there was a cover-up. Bondi needs to go. See, now you have new people. They actually brought in new people who didn't give a crap about this. But now, all of a sudden, they're just like, yeah, this looks really bad. Like, hey, kind of, I'm done with him, his ego and his big mouth. Trump seems to require a lot of praise, and it's getting a little bit weird. You folded like a puppet. How will you ever show up on a campus again and tell students how not to blindly believe their professors? Truth is worth defending, especially when children were hurt. Ooh, Sunday's coming. That's a good one. And could you explain why Bongino is so upset with Bondi? Is it the way that Bondi handled it, leaving too many questions unanswered? Sorry, he pulled a deplorable moment in the clip yesterday. Yep. I'm an independent voter who voted for transparency. Trump 3 times. Trump doesn't want my support, so be it. He promised to release the list of names. That's all I'm going to say. You have to get answers to this madness. This was promised to the public. Someone needs to explain this to him. Now's the time to start organizing some protests, guys, because I don't think there's going to be much opposition. In the form of, like, counter-protests, at least. Someone needs to explain this to him. We demand any credible evidence be released. This is infuriating. If we don't get the evidence, I'm done voting. For 4 years, I cringed every time. Trump 45, when attacked with a follow-up question, demonstrated his lack of executive function, regulation of affect, impulse control to resist the trap which invariably ensnares him, increasing his dislike with the very voters who enthusiastically voted for him in every election. Self-flagellation or reiterative Sisyphean struggle appears to be Trump's... Man, I keep losing my space. Sorry, guys. Appears to be Trump's preferred choice of governing, historic accomplishment notwithstanding. Stupid light's gonna be He's gaslighting us, duh. If Trump was in the files, I wouldn't believe it anyway, due to how he was treated in the past. Ah. What the hell? How come everyone that's supportive of him has, like, the dash? So it's like Todd Livingston, dash U6Q. Because that's kind of the tell. A lot of people went in and fixed their stuff after the YouTube glitch, so interesting. We care because of the children. Stop calling us stupid and weak. You are shooting your base in the foot and yourself in the head. Total bull, Charlie. The president called his supporters, I have been one since the beginning, weak, stupid, and don't let the door hit you on the way out. I could not be more disappointed in his words to his loyal supporters. I would like to remind him loyalty goes both ways. I really have no idea of the truth behind the Epstein saga. What I do know is we were promised a very different kind of government. Transparency was promised to be the norm. And all I got was a bunch of backpedaling from Pam Bondi, and now the president steps in and calling us a bunch of names. Charlie, you seem to be trying to explain away the president's actions when you should stay true to the convictions you and others demonstrated at your meeting in Florida. Yeah, that was like, what, 2 days ago? It appears that Trump made a phone call to you, and now you appear to be defending him. Is anyone real? Is anyone real anymore? He indeed is talking about it again. Charlie, don't drown with this ship. Hey, Charlie, how much did he pay you? No one denies the victories, so give us another release the files and stop gaslighting everyone. Also, it's about protecting children, justice for the children. Charlie is reading talking points, not looking at the camera. He knows he's a sellout to power. This is gross. Dude. Oh, this is... I just keep going because this is... Wow. Wow. Best Charlie Kirk quote. I trust the government. Laughing my effing ass off. Lost all credibility in my opinion and has put himself on very thin ice. Charlie, you are losing us. Trump has to show better temperament. Where are his advisors to guide him through this process? We all know his accomplishments and truly appreciate it. I'm still on Team Trump. Oh, well, it's a half criticism. Nah, bro, this is just classic gaslighting his supporters, plain and simple. Major mistake, no excuse for what he said. He's so busy, he has lost touch with his base. Someone needs to get him clued in how bad this was handled, and it needs to be fixed now. Nothing they accomplish is going to be given the recognition it should be until they set the record straight with Pam Bondi. With what Pam Bondi has said and not delivered on, we won't have confidence in her until she sets the record straight. She should apologize for all the misunderstanding this has caused. Hey man, you said it better than anyone. Thanks. Only person who could have said it better is Rush Limbaugh. I'm not sure if that was actually a sincere comment or a jab, because that could be taken either way. Yep, goodbye midterms. He's insulting us. I totally agree with the president. This divine life with Brenda. Well, Brenda. I know that we have someone here that kind of feels the same way. You're off on this, Charlie. The reason people care about the Epstein situation is because people who participated need to be held accountable. That's it. We are all tired of people getting away with the horrible acts and not being held accountable. Period. Thank you for explaining this so well. You have spoken calmly and factually. I'm 68 years old, and Benny has been so loud on and rants and so much that I unsubscribed from his channel today. Huh? Boomer. Sorry. This kind of feels like Luigi, where we're all on the same side. I know, it's really weird. This is a class consciousness moment where it's just, man, look at how. Oh my God. That was. Okay, that was an insane amount of scrolling. To only have, I think that maybe we had 4. I'm gonna be generous. I think we had 4 when I only remember 3, but supportive comments there. Holy cow, Charlie. Yes, this is how much support you have in your comments. Un poquito. All right, let's get back to learning a little bit about the earthquake, see how this is going.
Give me a second. Let me take these off.
He's taking his headphones off.
Quick, hang on a moment. I need 15 seconds. Give me 15 seconds. 15 seconds.
He needs 15 seconds, guys. No, Steve, you don't get 15 seconds.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30.
Thank you.
Yo! That was at least. I mean, I might have gone a little fast, so that was, but still, that was around 20 something.
The most recent bulletin is
You
from
sit on a throne of lies.
27 minutes ago.
Second
and
Will
it still
Ferrell.
says, again, that a tsunami has been confirmed and
Some impacts are
expected. And
some.
they said Sandpoint was expected to be start of tsunami 10 minutes ago.
All right, Sandpoint. Let's see. Sandpoint tsunami.
Let's go over to these cameras here. All right, let's check these cameras again.
Tsunami alert. Tsunami alert. Oh, we got another video. Hold on.
This is any of these recent? No, that's from about 6 minutes ago.
Yeah, hold on.
That is also.
Well,
31, 33,
he needs.
34.
Wait. I was about to say some of these are going to be a little bit behind.
Looking for anyone just updated. That's looking west.
Oh.
That's 6 minutes ago and 16 minutes ago, basically. I'm not seeing much difference.
Oh,
there.
okay. I thought
That's
that was
on
like.
Sand
I
Point.
thought there was supposed to be water there. My bad. Man, this is crazy.
Some of our viewers are looking at a beach cam Raspberry Island. I don't have the rights to show that live. Where is Raspberry Island?
Beach cam Raspberry Island.
Raspberry Island, Alaska is all the way up here. It's all the way up here. The earthquake was down here. Oh, I'm sorry, you can't see what I'm looking at. Raspberry Island is up here. The earthquake was down here. Sand Point is here. So you would not be seeing tsunami activity at Raspberry Island yet.
Quite you. Okay, so here's Raspberry Island. We got the live cam. So that's the fun part about this. Because he has the rights, I know that some of you guys know this about Steve, but he has the rights to a bunch of like curated stuff that's very easily accessible to him, but that's also why he needs to go and get special permissions and pay for other like things that will essentially make sure that they never have to deal with any, copyright kind of contention, because they are essentially, like I was saying, he's a correspondent for, I think, AFP? Let me get this right. I looked into it, and I didn't like their contract, so they require you to do a little bit too much exclusivity.
I don't have that confirmed.
Trump is telling, oh, you guys are having Epstein.
What is this?
Here, I'll go back to the Raspberry Island. So this is ominous, right? Like, check this out.
This is for,
you see the ripples?
I was asking about this.
Like, look at that.
T8, the H13.
That's not.
So this is water
You're
column
just average,
height
yeah.
at this buoy, which is, I believe, this is near where the earthquake happened, right here. I can't tell you much about this. If you look here,
He's like, I can't tell you about the buoy.
all of those buoys are going off. They have been activated. Tsunami station in event mode. All of those yellow buoys are tsunami. They're in tsunami event mode.
That really does go up the entire bay. I wonder
cannot
how it's going to
interpret
affect
these,
this side.
as to what we what these
It looks so
graphs
beautiful
tell
up
us.
there. You're right.
I mean,
It's got a little bit of
sirens
a
are-
reminder
I've
where
heard
I'm like,
about
oh
some
yeah.
sirens going off, but
I am
I would
very
expect
much.
that just because there's alerts. Still nothing new from the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center. I have not heard of any I don't know what this there, that's 50. I have not heard of any tsunami actually activity myself, confirmed. Oh, this is, what is this here? 15-second data. This is one of the ones the viewers mentioned. Again, I am not used to looking at this stuff, so I can't just eyeball it and say, oh, that's means a tsunami. No, it was not canceled. It's literally, it says it on the website. Oh, now it says advisory. Hey, it says advisory. New update. New update. Breaking news. Breaking news. New update. A tsunami advisory is in effect, not a warning. Tsunami activity is still forecasted
We're
to
a great
happen.
team, Steve.
No tsunami observations are available to report. They switched it to an advisory.
It's him. It's just his.
Breaking news, they have switched from a warning to an advisory. Let me tell you the difference between the two.
Oh. Here, I gotta put headphones on.
Yeah, I believe a tsunami advisory is less urgent, or less...
Why is my mic
Here it is,
picking
right
up
here.
so much here?
Advisory, here it is. They switched from warning to advisory. Warning, dangerous coastal flooding and powerful currents possible. Advisory, strong currents and waves dangerous to those in/very near water possible. Warning, move to high ground or inland. Advisory, stay out of water, away from beaches and waterways. They have switched to, they have downgraded it from a warning to an advisory.
He's staring into my soul right now.
PTW.
He reminds me from Hammy of Hammy from Over the Hedge. Oh, good pull. Discover with Sim.
Tsunami.
Welcome. No, great pull.
Warning,
Over the Hedge. That was a really funny movie.
Tsunami.
He does look like that weird squirrel. Right? He was a squirrel? I have a great memory of watching that movie high as balls with my
So let me
old
show
roommate.
you this again.
Just be like, this
That's
is pretty
positive
funny,
news.
man.
That's positive news. See, it says tsunami advisory now. There are no tsunami observations yet.
What about the buoys?
But to show you this again, did they update here? They still have warning at the NWS site. But let me show you. Here, again, tsunami
Still nothing.
warning
I mean, this does look
that
beautiful. What
a
is
tsunami that may cause widespread
was that?
flooding is expected or occurring.
I'm pretty sure a bird just caught something.
A tsunami advisory means a tsunami with potential for strong currents or waves dangerous to
Whoa, this
those
got bigger.
in or very near the water. That is very different things. So right now it's a tsunami advisory, which means a tsunami with potential.
It was, and hello, his excitement was like when Hammy opens up his
for
cheesy
strong
chips.
currents
Oh boy!
Or waves
Breaking news!
dangerous to those in or very near the water is expected to occur.
This is why we love Steve here.
But it's not as
he's kind of
severe.
annoying.
It says there may be flooding of beach
His
and
politics
harbor
are annoying,
areas.
but man, if he is not just an entertaining SOB when it comes to just being kind of a goofy goober, you know?
And away from beaches and waterways. Whereas the warning, which was before, was a tsunami that may cause widespread flooding is expected or occurring. Dangerous coastal flooding and powerful currents are possible and may continue for several hours or days after
Hold
initial
on.
arrival.
Yeah, but where?
Evacuation is recommended. Move to high ground or inland away from the water. So they have switched from warning to advisory, which is good news. Good news.
Oh,
it's
so
not
that's
a warning, it's an advisory.
So now it's okay. So the warning was like, get the F out, tacos. Got it. So watch, it's the same rule.
JD63 says, I've never heard of an M.
So watch is like,
causing a significant
let's
tsunami.
go get tacos.
Well, I don't know the history of tsunamis.
Advisory
As I
is, we're
said
going to
before,
get tacos, and then warning
if it was
is, we
just
got
in the middle
tacos.
Of the ocean,
Got it.
and nothing else was near it, and it was a 7.3. Based on my very
I watched the
amateur
Israel stuff on
experience, I
here,
wouldn't
and my
expect
mom was
huge
laughing at me,
catastrophic
or
tsunamis.
laughing a lot.
But What I was wondering
It's a
is,
suit,
given
not
the
being an
closeness
expert
of
on
this
anything
to land
aside
and
from
how the land is there and the
Googling
way the land is laid out,
Yeah,
could that
it is
change
kinda
things?
funny.
Clearly, the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center took this very seriously because they had it as a warning, but they have just changed it to an advisory. That's why it is orange now and not red. They have also said, let's just go back to what they said here.
Why? Wasn't the way he said, that's why it's orange now, not red.
It's revised alert, a tsunami
Oh,
advisory is now in
boy.
effect. They say tsunami activity is forecasted to start at the following locations at the specified times. 22 minutes ago for a sand point.
Okay.
But
Well,
they
we still
so
got raspberry
far
here.
have said no tsunami observations are available to report
Yeah.
so far.
This is everywhere that it was felt.
Oh. Yeah, I'll change my headline now because they just changed it.
Oh, I should probably do the same. I think that I put tsunami warning, didn't I?
But
I
that's
did.
a positive development. That is a positive development.
You hear that, guys? It's positive. All right.
They say if
We will keep on with that. We'll move on to something in the interim here while we keep an eye on Alaska. As much as I am loving going through the Charlie Kirk comments thread, we do have another video to get to. I was sent this yesterday.
About the Epstein stuff. And I mean, everyone else is welcome to talk about it if that's what they choose to do. But I'm not going to stop talking about it.
Oh.
And it looks like
oh, he didn't get his call from the press, so I think that someone's salty.
Charlie Kirk has decided he's going to stop talking about it.
My
And he's
dog
getting a
is-
lot of backlash.
Hold on, my dog's barking. Third time she's barked.
For it. So here's what Charlie Kirk had to say about the Epstein stuff.
Honestly, I'm done talking about Epstein for the time being. I'm going to trust my friends in the administration. I'm going to trust my friends in the government to do what needs to be done, solve it, balls in their hands. I've said plenty this last weekend. So if you guys want to see my commentary on it, that's fine.
This doesn't get any less funny when you realize that it's like, dude, he totally got a phone call.
Honestly, I'm done.
And now reading his comments thread where his own audience is like roasting him on it.
And so that's been getting a lot of traction on, social media. And so Charlie Kirk responded and he said, this is such a lame non-controversy. I spent the week options for ways forward. He did do that. Okay, to his credit, he did do that. Now I'm giving them space to operate. The ball is in their court, and I'm trusting those in charge, many of whom I know personally and consider friends, to find a solution, which I'm confident is in the works. I will be more than happy to talk about Epstein again as updates come. So I responded and I said, we gave them time to operate, and they decided to roll out phase 1 with blank folders. Instead of phase 2, they closed the case and told us to stop talking about it. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. And I think that that's going to
I was about to say, was he part of that?
A stance from many people on the MAGA side. Now, obviously, some people are just going to blindly just shut up because that's what Trump said. And but that's not what.
Hey, kids, this is orange, not red.
That's not what MAGA is about. MAGA has never been about just shutting up. MAGA has been about, voicing how you feel and demanding answers. And so, I mean, you're welcome to do whatever you want, but I'm not going to shut up about it because I'm very frustrated with the whole situation. And Complaining does matter.
Do
Complaining.
you think that he? All right, real question. Do you like? And I try and be as fair here as you can be. Do you think that Geeks and Gamers here, Mr. Jeremy, would actually like stop if Trump called him?
Does matter, because there's been a lot. There's been a lot.
Because I have a feeling that has a little bit to do with this.
That has happened. We got this report right here that Ghislaine Maxwell is ready to reveal the truth of the client list, say insiders. Now, there's reports that Republicans are blocking her. I don't know how legit that is. This is like Daily Mail pushing some left-wing bullshit, probably. But we'll see if that's actually true or not. That's definitely something that's out there. But we did get a clip today from Benny Johnson interviewed Laura Trump. And Laura Trump actually has a
The headline changing is funny because it's always like watching editing PowerPoint presentations.
Interesting update right here. So let's listen.
Also, Discovery with Sim. If you're enjoying the content, hit that like button. Also, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already.
To say.
Appreciate having you here.
Given this back and forth, we're just coming off of Turning Point here in Tampa. This was the topic of conversation. What would be your advice in order to take the temperature down on this issue?
I'll just say that if Benny Johnson was closeted, tracks
from within the administration.
Well, I do think that there needs to be more transparency on this. And I think that will happen. I mean, look, I don't know what truly exists there, but I know that this is something that's important to the president as well. He does want transparency on all these fronts. Everything we're talking about.
He drinks from a straw. You know what they say about drinking from straws on Fox News. Come on now.
It's frustrated him as well. He sat for 4 years like the rest of us did. And
You gotta sip it like a
it's
man.
a lie after lie. It's our country just being sent down the wrong path. And
What?
it was really frightening and very upsetting to a lot of people to see. And I would actually say over the past 10 years, we've all kind of endured this. Prior to that, it was probably happening, Benny, but we just weren't as aware of it.
As soon as the wave hits that shelf, it's gonna speed
It
up.
wasn't until Donald
Yeah, I'm
Trump
keeping
came
an eye
out
on
with
it.
Golden Escalator that he just kind of blew the doors off of everything, and people started to wake up and realize, wait a minute, things are not as they have always been presented to us. And I do believe that you will see that. Now, as it relates to the president, I know that this is probably not his number one thing he's focused on. He's focused on a lot of other important things. We've got this big announcement with Russia going on, I think, as we're speaking right now at the White House. We have, a Middle East. We're trying to get peace over there. We're trying to make sure that Iran's nuclear arsenal
I'm gonna let
is
this go for a
obviously
second. I gotta
completely
get my dog.
decimated. We want to make sure everything is on the right track for this country. Fortunately, you've seen no border crossings in the last month. 0, by the way. I think that's incredible. No one's talking about that enough. 0 illegal border crossings in the month of June. Amazing how that's all gone. So I don't know that this was top of mind for him, but he hears all the noise and he hears all of the consternation out there.
He hears all the noise. So why would you shut up if Trump hears all the noise? Anybody that's shutting up about this is doing a disservice to MAGA. You should never shut up about something that's important as this is. You should never be quiet.
And I think he's going to want to set things right as well. So I believe that there will probably be more coming on this. And I believe anything that they are able to release that doesn't, damage any witnesses or anyone underage or anything like that. I believe they'll probably try to get out sooner rather than later because they hear it and they understand it. So hopefully we see that happen sooner than later. And I guess that would be my advice. But to everybody out there who's all worked up about it, there's no great plot to keep this information away that I'm aware of. I do just believe that maybe it's been slow rolled for reasons that hopefully we understand down the line. And I think we're probably going to get more transparent.
So a lot of people are running with this and they're saying like Laura Trump says that that the Trump administration is going to release more information. That's not really what she said. It's not really what she said. So like right here, these are the headlines. Trump administration to release more evidence in Jeffrey Epstein case, Laura Trump says. That's not what she said. She was basically giving her speculation, and she even qualified it by saying I am not privy to the information, but this is what I assume.
But she has the name Trump, dude. Like, come on. That means she has to know something.
And this is what happens on Twitter. This is what
Right?
happens on social media. People run with it. They build a narrative around it. And then people pick up on the narrative. And then they get mad because, and so the bottom line is, though, regardless of any of that,
He wanted to call so bad. Yeah.
this is all Trump's fault. This is all Trump's fault. Should have handled it better. Should have handled it better. So there's nobody to blame but the man himself. Should have handled it better. And if you handle it better, then you wouldn't be dealing with all of this nonsense. And that's where I will continue to go back to. People could say, like, you guys are focusing on this too much. Trump is accomplishing all these other things. He is. Trump is doing an amazing job. I'm still fully a supporter of President Trump. But he deserves to be criticized on this, and he deserves to be criticized harshly on this, because this is a bad situation that is not getting any better. It's only getting worse by the day. And the longer that the administration doesn't handle it, the worse it's going to be. And I am not going to talk about it. I'm not going to stop talking about it. It's not going to happen.
I was about to say, wait a minute. So, are you joining then? All right, good. Oh boy, Cenk versus who? Oh, the West Bank.
You do not have the...
Ooh, yeah, because of what happened in with the American citizen, and the settlers. All right, but we're gonna watch that in a little bit, but we're going to get an update on this earthquake real quick. Also, if you guys are just joining us, you know what to do. Hit that like button. Appreciate it. Yeah, Bloodstone, he really... Do you think that he, like, seethed when he didn't get that call, where he's just like, how come he got the call? How come it's always Charlie Kirk? Nobody likes geeks and gamers. See, I'm waiting for all this to just, like, kind of recede back here, and then just this big wave to go, wah! But I do not think that's how that's going to happen. I don't think I need this anymore, because that is just the map.
Man. Yeah, Evans 12 Man says it's literally on the Ring of Fire. A volcanically active area.
That makes sense, because there was a bunch of volcanic
the Ring of Fire
activity.
is a tectonic belt of volcanoes and earthquakes.
Yeah, that makes sense. And there was a bunch of wait.
Says Wikipedia.
Is Steve's
okay, hang on.
is Steve's
Do we have any
volcano
other
up?
updates here?
Hold on, let's see. AP feed.
Nothing new yet from the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center. They still have this advisory in place. Not a warning, an advisory.
Oh boy!
I gotta go check how to use the buoy stuff. But I don't. I mean, I know how to
the
see
buoys.
the buoys.
This is how I feel about the buoys.
I can do that. I'm not.
This was what was
I can't
happening,
really
by the way.
interpret the buoys, though. Let's get rid of some of these things. There. I can tell you that all those buoys are in. The blinking ones are in event mode. Tsunami station in event mode.
You know what that means as much as I do, which isn't very much. Yeah, I mean event mode. I'm gonna guess that means tsunami, maybe. I mean, they're at the point where, just remember, they're
Water
not at
column
like
height.
going home without tacos.
See, I don't
they
have
could
the
still go
background to
get
look at this and
tacos.
tell you what's going on with this. But there's the NOAA National Data Buoy.
It means event mode.
I'll have to look into this.
Why? Thank
Do
you,
some
Meta.
research. Oh, I should show you this. Somebody was talking about what it meant. That's a great question.
Yes, Steve. Jeez. God.
Event mode. Event mode, what is this here? Provides data more frequently. Not every event is a tsunami.
So it's like big waves. Not necessarily tsunami. Could be. Got it.
There's a tsunami detection algorithm on board the buoys that places the tsunamimeter in event mode. They have a tsunami detection algorithm. So some kind of procedure it uses to detect tsunami. Now, if you want to read about it, you can go here and read about it over on NOAA, National Data Buoy Center. Each deep ocean assessment and reporting of tsunamis DART gauge is designed to detect and report tsunamis on its own without instructions from land. The tsunami detection algorithm in the gauge's software
it's called
works
DART.
first by estimating the amplitudes of the pressure fluctuations within the tsunami frequency band and then testing these against a threshold value. I don't even know what that means.
National Data Buoy Center.
If amplitudes exceed the threshold, the gauge goes into a rapid reporting mode to report detailed information about the tsunami. It remains in this mode for at least 4 hours. So those are the ones that have been tripped.
The buoys went wee.
There. Any update here from them?
I pulled them up thinking, oh, I'm going to figure out when and where, and was immediately
As of their
like...
last update, which was tsunami message number 3, they said no tsunami observations are available to report.
Okay.
Oops. You can't even see this. Oh my gosh, I had that on. No tsunami observations are available to report.
What'd
I think
you
I
have
had
on?
it all screwed up here before. Hold on. I was showing you this. No, not that. I was showing you...
What'd he do? Steve, damn it.
About the algorithm.
That shouldn't be too
Oh, I
critical.
was showing you that. By the way, shout out to our moderators, BZ and Beth Mythical.
Okay,
thank
so
you, Sabrina.
hold on. On X, they're saying that there's some action happening on the coast. Series of powerful waves and strong currents are coming in. Expected to hit in about 20 minutes. Huh. Really? Beach receding. Oh, shit. That's in Anchorage? Damn. Okay, so they said to actually go back to Raspberry here. Hold on. The recent earthquake, my dad is on a fishing trip. Oh, shit. Oh, that sucks. Apparently, this person's dad was on a fishing trip and is still out there, and they haven't been able to get a hold of him. I'm assuming an aftershock going to happen within 3 days. 3 days? That's how long an aftershock can take? Yeah, here. Praying for the families in Alaska. My dad is there right now on a fishing trip with his friends. I cannot reach any of them. Hoping all is well. This was 52 minutes ago. With no update. I'm from Sandpoint. Earthquakes this large happen almost every year. Tsunami has never actually hit. Don't let the internet scare you. Worrying about us. We have mountain ranges protecting us. We do not have the worst. We do have the worst earthquakes, though. Oh. According to Bravo Season. Take that with a grain of salt, if you will. Although, hey, I mean, if they know, they know. Tons of people mentioning Epstein on his newest post. Really? I don't really do the Instagrams, but that is kind of funny. I'm glad to know that. Some Bravo seasoning. Oh, I mean, dude, the fact that he got ratioed the way he did on his last post was so funny. We covered that yesterday. All right. So now we'll keep that up. We'll keep that up. Oh, dang. It is starting to recede a little bit more. Huh. We'll see. Okay, so it looks like we've got Hunter Biden says Democrats lost election because they weren't loyal to his father. Sure, Hunt. Sure. Rubio says U.S. is concerned about Israel's strike in Syria. Really? They did that without the without the express consent of the United States? That seems ballsy. All right. Well, let's do this debate because why not? Jank debated this, what's his name? God. I keep forgetting this guy's name. Matthew Syed.
Right to commit war crimes, to commit a genocide, to kill all those children, and then hide and use as a shield.
Wait, is that Reverend Shmuley?
Everybody's an anti-Semite.
When you have a terror regime like the Nazis who do engage in genocide,
Or
unless you finish it off
Rabbi
completely and
Shmuley? Sorry,
defeat
Reverend.
the idea of militarism, that Hamas can achieve its objectives
Got
through
that wrong.
military objectives and not diplomatic objectives, then you will never have peace.
You cannot bomb it into submission. They're replacing dead Hamas fighters at a rate of 5 to 1. This is going to come back to haunt you for years.
You tell Rabbi Shmuley that he'll burn in hell as well, because obviously he's a shame to Jews. Free Palestine. All right.
Morgan, listen to this. They attacked Israel on the 7th of October. They massacred Jews. What is not clear in what I say?
All you want is to take over the West Bank and Gaza. You want them all gone. That's the bottom line.
As you said, the audience will judge.
Wow, that woman is evil. Oh my god, dude. Did you get that? Like that? I mean, holy crap. You put red eyes on her and that just, it tracks.
Israel's illegal occupations in the Palestinian West Bank are under intense scrutiny after a U.S. citizen was brutally
her
beaten
particularly?
to death by settlers. A 20-year-old who just opened an ice cream business at home in Florida was attacked on Friday night while visiting relatives and died before reaching hospital. Mike Huckabee, the U.S. ambassador to Israel and normally a fierce advocate for settlers, called it a criminal terrorist act. The West Bank is 50 miles from Gaza and separated by uncompromising Israeli checkpoints. But violence has surged since October the 7th. Netanyahu's government has been expanding its occupation ever since, and the UN estimates that 1,000 Palestinians have been killed. Settlements have been a major barrier to peace for decades in the region. Most countries agree they are illegal, but many religious Israelis believe they have a divine right to be there. The current Israeli government is often accused of using the most aggressive settler groups.
Hold on, we actually got an update. Hold on, guys. Water's receding in right now. Hold on. Let's check the Raspberry Cam. Okay, so that's still not. Never mind. Here, let me get this
as a
up.
proxy force for shrinking the Palestinian state, an issue highlighted in a recent documentary. In a moment, we'll turn to the bigger picture.
Wow.
And Israel strikes today on Syria, as well as the Mossad conspiracies and anti-Semitism claims at the heart of the Epstein files debate. We'll begin by talking to Daniela Weiss, who you just saw in that Louis Theroux clip, the leader of the settler group Nahala. Well, welcome to you, Daniela Weiss. Thank you for joining me on Uncensored. Let me start by
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Asking you.
That's weird. He just cut out what she said in the intro there.
Weiss, you're known as the godmother of the Israeli settler movement. Is your ultimate ambition for all Palestinians to be removed from the West Bank and Gaza?
You ask if it's my what I want. It's not ambition. Ambition I put into positive things. I mean, when people have to move from one place to another, it's not a question of ambition. I think there is no choice.
She's literally insane and genocidal.
Now, especially after the massacre.
There's not an argument here. I mean, she's admitting this. Like, I just for legal purposes, I'll say allegedly, but I feel like I really don't need to.
Of the 7th of October, the Gazans finished their chapter of history in Gaza, and they will have...
By the way, guys, just a quick reminder that you guys can get yourself a membership for some members-only content, and for $10, you guys can get me into that cozy thing
the
that I
terrorists
have.
themselves will be killed in the attacks of the Israeli
I don't want to call it a
army.
Snuggie, but I guess I'll call it a Snuggie just for people to know. It's not a Snuggie, it's an oversized hoodie.
Of Tzahal, and those who support them will have to go to emigrate to other countries, and I think as far as people who want to live normal life, I think the option to go to other countries in the world is a good option.
It's definitely a Snuggie.
But it's not a question of ambition. I have an ambition
By the way, we're 1 minute away.
to settle Jews all over the vast areas of the land that was given by God to the Jewish nation. So this is my ambition. And in the midst of things, with the attacks of Arabs in different periods of history, and especially I emphasize now the last attack, the last massacre on civilian population, that was the end of the history of the Gazans in Gaza.
But there are...
It doesn't have to do with ambition.
Okay, there are 2 million people living in Gaza. Half of those people
she
are
really
under
is a
18
monster.
years
Holy
of age.
crap.
More than 20,000
Cheers, guys.
Gazan children have now been killed since October the 7th. My follow-up question is, how many of the innocent Gazans, how many of the Palestinian children do you think should come to, say, Israel and to be allowed to settle there?
To settle in Israel?
Yes.
Why?
You
why?
said
Why?
if you're going to tell them, if you tell them to leave, well, because if you tell them to leave their home, and you say that they should live in other countries, why would Israel not want to provide a home for them?
No. Because the conflict between Israel and the Gazans brought this chapter into its end. We don't take any chance anymore.
God, if there was ever an opposite of a Mother Teresa.
Many soldiers told me, some of them from my own family, that they were witness to so much talk and propaganda against Israel. And I think that there shouldn't be anymore any touch, any connection.
Sean Baker, I just tuned in. Is this lady saying that Palestinians had a good run? Yeah. No, she's evil.
With between the
She's
Gaza
straight up evil.
population and the Jewish state. Let them be in other countries. There's 100 million Egyptians.
Oh my God. Oh my, like, do they not see the irony in this? Where it's just like, You say that, like, the whole reason that you are entitled to the land of Israel is because of what happened to you during, the Nazi occupation, but then you
Egyptians in Egypt. So there will be another 500,000 Gazans in Egypt, and some will be in Indonesia.
She fucking sucks. Oh my god.
Okay, but what
in
if
other countries?
Okay, but
they have no sense of irony.
If I suggest that we carve out an area of Israel to put the Palestinians, we just slice off. Let me finish. We slice off an area of Israel, and all the Israelis who currently live there have to leave and go and live in another country. Are you happy about that? Would you be happy with that?
You have some. You have some psychological need to slice pieces of the tiny state of Israel.
No, I'm just saying.
What's this need?
Listen, Gaza, as you know, well, hang on, let me finish. Gaza, as you know, is a very small territory. I'm talking about a similar sized territory.
Is what? Gaza is what?
I'm talking about.
Why is Piers doing this? Holy shit, Piers. Like, you understand what they're doing is, like, you know, WCs, if you will. But then you go, hey, what's the harm in maybe giving them a little bit of, you know, something to make them happy, just because, you know, you guys are kind of getting what you want out of this.
It's a very small territory.
Oh, ew. Like, this is gross.
Gaza is very small.
I know.
So I'm talking about taking
Indonesia.
Hang on. I'm talking about
Africa is big.
Let me finish. I'm talking about taking the Gazan people, the innocent Gazan people, not Hamas, but innocent Gazan people, and I'm talking about taking a piece of Israel and removing all the Israelis who currently live there and sending them off to other countries, and then you put the Palestinian people in that space in Israel. How would you feel about that?
It's not a question of feel. It's not going to happen.
Right. If it won't work for you, why would it work for them?
Why
would that be wrong?
Well, no. At least she is too dumb to, like, even try to say anything differently. Like, this is actually what, like, the elites, when people talk about, like, what elites want and what people actually want out of this Israel-Palestine conflict, she's at least, like, just saying it. I'll say that. I don't want to give her any credit because this woman is...
Why would that be wrong?
I have no words.
Why would that be wrong?
Because
I don't think he knows how and shit. I mean, how does he not?
We left Gaza in 2005, and we were promised that Gaza will be Singapore. And I didn't believe in it, but many Israelis did believe in it. And it turned into hell. Upper hell, down, lower hell, hell. And I think no more experiments. We are not a laboratory. We are a nation that wants to live in the land that was given to us, to the Jews, by God.
But you actually,
the Arabs, the Gazans don't want it. Yeah, I don't want to be an experiment, a laboratory with experiments on the Jewish people.
No, so you've made it clear.
But you're perfectly fine. Again, you're a monster. She's a fucking monster.
I answer you very... I want to tell you...
these people are disgusting.
What is your private name? Sorry, I don't know what I'm talking about, too.
My name?
What is your name? I want to address you.
My name is Piers Morgan. Yeah.
He's so mad that she doesn't know who he is. Can we... Let's take this one in just for a second. Look how annoyed he is.
Morgan, can I address...
Oh, he's pissed.
You, Morgan?
You can call me what you like. My name is Piers Morgan.
He so badly just wants to be like, you don't know who I am. I love it.
Piers, help me. Piers, what? I want to address you normally.
I'm sorry, that legitimately was
There's
just...
two people who speak.
You don't get moments like that on Piers Morgan often.
Call me Piers,
so
it's
Piers
fine.
Morgan, this
Call me
is what
Piers.
my...
Call me Piers.
Piers, okay. So I want to tell you, you want to proceed with an intelligent...
Man, and now she's going to condescend to him. I hope he brings down... Hey, you think he's going to do it?
Hello,
is he going to do it?
The interviewer and
she knows his
answering.
name.
Let's continue. But if you want to repeat this experiment of putting Gazans in Israel, the answer is simple. It will never be.
No, I heard
because
you.
we
I
have
heard you. I
gone
just
through
wonder.
So much.
Okay. I just wonder.
Okay.
Hang on. I just want to give you a question. I just wonder. Obviously, you're outraged by the idea of Palestinian people taking the place of Israelis in Israel, and I understand that. But what gives you the right to then tell Palestinian people, innocent people,
You fence sitting.
children who've had nothing to do with Hamas, what gives you the right to
Because they
uproot?
attacked
Well,
us.
let me finish.
If you sat on that fence any harder, man, it would be in your freaking colon.
To uproot those people
Holy
from
crap.
their homes and expel them in what would be ethnic cleansing, which is a war crime, as you know.
They attacked Israel on the 7th of October.
Yeah.
They massacred Jews on the 7th of October after we evacuated Gaza for their benefit.
This lady is quite a supervillain. I'm kind of uncomfortable with her.
What is not clear in what I say?
Well, what is not clear is that you have also,
Straight up dick stick.
in going after Hamas in Gaza, massacred between 70 and 100,000 Palestinians. And at what point does that become disproportionate? At what point does the fact that the Israeli government continues to prosecute this war in a way that kills so many children, does this become something which is completely unacceptable?
Okay, not acceptable. So it's a fact. If they had not, you say that it is not acceptable. I understand that it's not acceptable by you. I think that if the Gazans hadn't started, the Hamas hadn't started the attack, there wouldn't have been a war. And we, for instance, as people who were evacuated from Gaza, in the past 20 years, I must say it's kind of a unpleasant confession for me, but this is the truth of the matter, that we haven't dealt with the idea of returning to Gaza, returning to our homes, because we said, okay, there was a contract, we gave it away, we didn't want it to happen, it happened, and that's it. The gates closed.
Yeah, but here's the thing, here's the problem, Daniela. You have no right, Israel has no right to just take Gaza, to just take the West Bank, to expel
we didn't take Gaza.
To expel 8-9 million Palestinians. You have no right to do this. You have had no right to occupy Gaza for the last God knows how long. Where do you think you have this right to do all this? You're furious at the idea of any part of Israel being given up for Palestinians. Fine, okay. But why would you then think it's fine for you to take over Gaza and the West Bank?
May I ask you, why do you repeat the same question 3 times? You know, I don't see your face, so it's a kind of difficult without the gestures.
Well, let me simplify it for you. What gives you the right?
What do you say?
What gives you the right to think that you can expel millions and millions of Palestinians?
Look here, I don't know if the viewers, the people who see your program, have the patience for a historical summary. As the State of Israel was established in 1948, 3 days after the Holocaust, and 3 years after the Holocaust, and 2,000 years after the dispersion, after the Romans dispersed the Jewish nation. And then somehow there is an ingathering of the Jews in the land of Israel, the biblical land. And the biblical land that we hold to now is very tiny. We tried, according to the partition plan first, to be satisfied with a tiny, tiny piece of land where we have independence. And then when we were small, I would say tiny, and even without Jerusalem, we tried to manage a Jewish independence in the biblical state of Israel, and we were prevented from living this way. I was born before the state of Israel, so I know all this history from my own flesh and blood and my own family and my father wounded in the War of Independence. So we tried to live in a tiny land, and the Arabs didn't let us live. So then there was the 6-Day War, and where I live now was liberated. I say liberated because it's the heart of our homeland in the 6-Day War. And since then, we tried to live peacefully, and the Arabs don't let us.
She's comically evil, guys. Like, holy crap.
So how can you try to change facts? Now,
You can't
gave
write
me
this.
a chance to relate a tiny summary of history. If you have another way to put it, please go ahead.
Okay,
If she took that,
I'll put it this way. I'll put it this way.
wow.
Put it this way.
Holy
Let me
crap.
put it this way. The UK government has sanctioned you personally in May of this year.
That was quite the spin, lady.
You were described as having been involved in threatening, perpetrating, promoting, and supporting acts of aggression and violence against Palestinian individuals.
Robert De Niro more with your face.
Been described as the head of extremist
Oh, that's how you know that she knows it, that she's full of shit.
settlers.
Look at her.
The vast majority of the international community, including the United Kingdom, consider the settlement illegal under international law. Last year, the UN's top court, the International Court of Justice, said that Israel's occupation of Palestinian territories is against international law, and Israel should stop settlement activity in the occupied West Bank and East Jerusalem and end its illegal occupation of those areas and the Gaza Strip as soon as possible. So that's a bit of history for you, which is that you have been seen as the godmother of Israeli extremists who believe that you have a right to all this land, you have a right to settle where you want to, you have a right to expel all the Palestinians and to take over their land. And I say to you that actually, under international law, you do not have that right. It's actually a crime, what you're doing. And you should stop doing it. So that's my question. My question for you is, why do you continue to break the law?
I don't know. You present things in a very journalistic way, so I don't know.
Well, they're facts.
You say, do it.
Everything I just read you is a fact.
Yes. What facts? What facts?
I just read you the facts. I can read them again if you didn't hear them.
Morgan, listen to this. I never hide what I do. I am being interviewed by you and by everyday media people come to this home and to the hills where I establish communities. And I tell what I think and what I do and what I plan. So if there is anything in what is so openly exposed that can be considered illegal.
Well, you're committing war crimes.
What is illegal in what I do?
You're committing war crimes.
Yeah.
Why? So you are speaking to me
Yeah, step one is get the F out of the West Bank.
now. You're giving so much time in your program to a person who commits war
I like how even Panic's just like, yeah, I can't spin this one.
crime. Why do you do it?
I'm holding you to
All right.
I'm
We
holding
finally
you to
found someone that you're not trying to fucking go to bat for.
account for your war crimes. I'm telling you should stop your war crimes. I'm telling you, you have you have no right to displace millions of Palestinians and kick them out of their homes. You don't have that right.
Morgan, you hope that through your program you will enhance the chance that I will be put to trial? Is this why you give me so much time in your program?
Yeah, I think ultimately you should face a trial. Yeah.
Wow.
The ups and downs of the economy can be stressful
Real
and worrying.
quick, during this commercial break that he's taking, let's check in with the Alaska situation. No, nothing from them. Okay, we're good. Let's get the live read.
Oh, and you're inspiring other people to break the law.
Okay. What shall I tell you? I don't think it's not on my part to cooperate with a person if you want to do what you said. If I heard you well in the beginning of this program, that you want to give a chance for different people to express their views.
Sure.
This is journalistic. This is respectable.
No, I've heard your views. I just don't agree with them.
Yeah.
I've heard your views.
But then you
I don't
said
agree
you
with
want
your
to
views.
enhance. You want to enhance the chance that I will be put to trial. Well, I am not sure this is journalistic, but I'm with you in your hands now until this
He did give his
interview is
opinion.
finished.
I noticed that
That's your decision.
I noticed that so far you haven't referred to the people of Gaza or the West Bank as Palestinians. Do you believe they're called Palestinians?
The Palestine the name was given by Adrian, the emperor of Rome, who wanted to obliterate, to put an end to the Jewish existence in the world. So he gave a peculiar name to Jerusalem, Ilia Capitolina, and Israel, Palestina. And he tried very hard. And indeed, we were dispersed. And somehow, after so many years and so much persecution, we returned. And we are a successful nation.
Are they Palestinians?
So why should I support why should I support the distorted idea of Adrian, who failed? And now, after the revival of the Jewish state, Arabs from different countries come here and want to enjoy the treasures. I would say most of them are spiritual, but the treasures of the Holy Land.
Right, but just to be clear, you don't believe they're Palestinians.
The Jewish success.
You will not refer to them as Palestinians, right?
I think that Palestinians were invented by Adrian, and that the Arabs that come to Israel today want to get for themselves the success of the Jewish state that was created here after many years of dispersion.
Okay, and Mrs. Weiss,
what up, Nova?
How do you feel about the fact that over 20,000 Palestinian children have now been killed since October the 7th in Gaza?
I think that the Palestinians, as you said, I said Palestinians, the Gazans and all Arabs around should stop attacking Israel.
Right, I
If
just
they
asked you
stop
how you felt about
attacking,
20,000 children being killed by the IDF. So how do you feel about
I
that?
think
Keep going, Pierce. Keep going.
I think that
Keep
the
going.
parents should be very careful before they teach the children to hate Jews and to kill Jews.
No, that wasn't my question.
I warn
there we go.
That wasn't my question.
Got it.
Sorry to be
think
persistent, but my
that
question.
was your
Sorry
question.
to be.
My question was, how
Come
do
on.
you feel?
One thing.
My
Do not
question
put.
was, how do you feel?
Come on.
How do you personally feel about over 20,000 Palestinian children now being killed since October the 7th in Gaza?
She simultaneously looks like Joe Pesci and Robert De Niro at the exact same time. It is very odd.
How do you feel about that?
I think that Arabs, Gazans or Jordanians or Syrians, whoever, should be very, very careful with the way they educate the children.
Yeah, that wasn't my question.
Now,
that wasn't my question.
Many of them,
Can you answer my question?
Answer. That was my answer.
So you don't
to
care?
Your question.
You have no thoughts about these children at all?
You choose your questions, and I answer them the way I
She's such a ghoul.
believe is right.
But just to be clear, you have nothing to
An
say about
unabashed ghoul,
20,000 children being killed. Nothing at all.
I have a lot.
Am I a clown? I have answered your question. Do I look like I'm laughing?
I have a lot to say about.
Am I funny? Like a
everything that
clown?
happened as a result of the massacre of the 7th of October.
Now, I understand you care about Israeli
Arabs
children
and
who
Gaza-
died.
Okay.
As do I. But I'm able to care about both sides of children who've died. Why don't you care, seemingly, about the Palestinian children who've died? Why can't you express any sympathy or sorrow or empathy with the children who've died in Gaza?
This song, Why Can't We Be Friends?
Are you able to do that?
I warn all Arabs from all sides, from all borders, warn them, stop educating children to hate
So just to be
Jews
clear, I've now
and
offered you
massacre.
three times.
I made myself very clear.
Oh, you've made yourself very clear.
You asked me 5 times.
I'm going to give you one last.
You asked me
I'm going to
7
give you.
times.
It went from 5 to 7.
Okay, I'm going to give you one last chance to offer some empathy or sympathy or sorrow about the deaths of 20,000 children in Gaza. Are you capable of doing that?
I can tell you that had you cared, and I don't believe you that you care a tiny bit.
Oh, she is.
About
dude, I just got like legitimately like, ugh.
one killed person.
Oh, this is.
If you do not use the means that you have as a media person to stop educating children.
I gave you 4 chances.
All Jews. Right. Okay, you gave me 7. You gave me 7.
And you know what? You couldn't give a damn, could you?
That
you
you
couldn't
are
give
to
a
blame
damn.
more than me.
You don't care, and all you want is all the Palestinians gone. You can barely even bring yourself to say their name. All you want is to take over the West Bank and Gaza. You don't care how many die in the process. You want them all gone. You don't care.
Call her evil.
Yeah, do you? That's
Call
the bottom
her
line.
evil.
As you said, the audience will judge.
Yeah, they will.
Whoa.
Daniela Weiss, thank you.
Yeah, we will.
Thank you very much for coming on Uncensored. I appreciate it. Well, joining me on the panel is author and activist Rabbi Shmuley, the founder and CEO of the Young Turks, Czech Yuga, and the Sunday
Dude, he's gonna explode.
Times columnist and author Matthew Saeed. Matthew, you were sitting here with me watching that interview. Your thoughts?
Well, I thought it was a very illuminating interview and the kind of smiling maternal face of religious fundamentalism in Israel. You asked many times what gave her the right to ship out Palestinians from Gaza and the West Bank. She gave a whole range of answers, but the key one was early in the interview when she said she had a divine right. She believes that that area is promised to the Jews by God. And because of that, and the fact that she believes she has the absolute truth, she feels that anything is justified in meeting that aspiration. I've written a lot about this conflict, and I focused, I think rightly in many ways, on the fundamentalism of Hamas. They also think they've got
this guy's
absolute truth. They think they
my
are
God.
justified in killing infidels
What
and
is
killing Jews.
happening?
But we have to recognize that Israel, yes, it's a liberal democracy.
Okay, so I'm assuming Jank actually fancies himself as the pro-Palestine with Jank on this one.
I supported instinctively.
Or,
It's in a
yeah,
tough
Piers and Jank.
neighborhood. But there are within Israel fundamentalists, and what worries me.
Oh, I just realized who he looks exactly like, the principal, or like the principal from Community.
The most, Piers, is that within the Israeli cabinet, Smotrich, Ben-Gvir, these are fundamentalists, nationalists. They have the ear of Netanyahu, and ever more I get the sense that
But he does have a voice that reminds me where it's just like, I'm proud to be an American, like.
they are nudging the administration towards more carnage, more bloodshed.
Never been happier to break apart from you.
It's
the Commonwealth doesn't miss you either.
The image of Israel in the wider world, it seems to me, with no strategic...
It sounds like something my people say about the Al-Ghuraf. I don't know how to say that.
Objective insight. And
Start with Peace
it was
Network.
so interesting to listen to her and to
Merlin from
see
Kingsman?
her implacability.
A little bit. Mark Strong.
Yeah,
I
mean,
could see it, but no, Mark Strong actually has like, a jawline.
I found the
Well, okay, never mind.
constant
That's not fair.
smirking.
This guy just has a neckhead.
The total refusal to offer any personal sorrow or empathy or sympathy with these kids who've been killed. Not even to try and phrase it as, unfortunately, this is collateral damage in war. Nothing. No attempt to offer anything at all. Just an utterly intractable, hardline view. All this land belongs to Israel, and we're going to take it, and we don't care. One thing that I have in common with Harry and Meghan is that we all value...
No, you did not. One thing I have in common with Harry and Meghan is my obsession with the fact that she was going to date me, and then she went with Harry, and I missed out on some...
she's one of the most vicious terrorists of my lifetime. These settlers are lunatic religious fundamentalists that believe in murdering Palestinians for God. It's an absurd interpretation of any religious document. The overwhelming majority of Jews, by the way, do not agree with them. They don't think that you have to murder Palestinians for God. And so when you asked her that last question, it was actually very interesting what her answer was. You said, do you mind 20,000 children being killed? And she said, as long as they're teaching their children to hate Jews, she seemed to be justifying that we have to kill their children. So think about the absurd logic of that. Since they teach them to hate us, we murdered their children. Gee, I wonder why they hate you. Like, the fact that she can't even see that shows you how painfully stupid this terrorist is. So I'm done.
I'm glad that he is calling her that.
Like, you guys are way too polite to Israel.
Yeah, no, I mean, that...
Israel's a terrorist state.
I would have loved to see how Cenk roasted her.
I'm not interested in it. I'm not interested in supporting it. I'm not interested in having them steal more Arab land. And I said to you, Piers, a long time ago, that this was never about self-defense. This was about taking Gaza. Well, I was right. I've been proven right by Netanyahu and their terrorist government. I called them terrorists, and I said that they would kill more civilians than Hamas. Are you kidding me? They've now, get a load of this fact. Hamas killed 815 civilians on October 7th. Terrible. We've all condemned it 1,000 times. Now, Israel has killed 870 Palestinians under the age of 1. They have killed more Palestinian babies than Hamas killed civilians on October 7th. And every time it's a justification. No, we talked to God. God told us to steal Arab land. God told us to murder Arab children. What kind of sick state is this? When I saw her and smiling, like you said, and smirking.
Oh, yeah.
Now when I see a lot of these Israeli leaders,
I felt like an actual, like, visceral feeling in my stomach where I was like, ooh.
I feel like I'm looking at Germans telling us, no, it's okay. We can do this to the Jews. There's going to be no consequences.
Oh.
And their smugness partly, Piers, has to do with the fact that they think,
pout harder.
We own America. There's nothing you can do. We control the largest military in the history of the world. We can get them to do whatever we want because AIPAC has bought the entire U.S. government. And she's not wrong.
Red.
She's not wrong. I mean, today Trump is talking about, yeah, you're not going to get the Epstein files. You're not going to get anything. We're occupied. We're all Palestinians now.
Rabbi Shmuley, I mean, when you listened to that interview with Daniela Weiss, what did you feel about it?
Piers, thank you for having me on.
He pouts any harder.
And having had a surprisingly civil debate at Oxford University with my brother Cenk, I'm actually going to excuse his hyperbole of calling Jews Nazis and stick to the facts because you were right, Piers, in your discussion with Daniela.
He didn't say that. You put words in his mouth. You're being very unfair on that one.
Stop smearing Jews.
Yeah, that's insane.
No, Cenk, please. Cenk, please don't. Okay, you're already interrupting me. Just be civil, please. We had a civil debate at Oxford. Let's try to continue. We shook hands afterward. Hundreds of thousands of people said how much they enjoyed watching us shake hands. Let's be human a little bit. I'm going to do what you said, Piers, and stick to the facts. Number one, Cenk just said that Israel killed so many more civilians that were killed on October 7th. 45,000 Britons died in the Battle of Britain when the Luftwaffe and Hermann Goering, bombed London, Northampton to smithereens. But Churchill killed 700,000 German children. He killed 3 million German civilians. That was terrible. But here's my question to you, Piers. Outside of Parliament is a giant statue of Churchill as the greatest statesman in the history of Britain. Was Churchill a war criminal, yes or no?
No, Churchill wasn't a war criminal. In fact, Matthew, I saw you shaking your head.
Okay, he wasn't. Okay, you said facts. You said facts.
Well, hang on. If you're going to make statements like Churchill,
45. Wait.
Your numbers aren't correct about the number of civilians who died. Never mind anything else.
Yes, they are. There were 3 million German civilians killed by Britain and by the United States. There were 70,000 Japanese killed on a single day in Hiroshima and then Nagasaki. Half of them were children. 35,000. Was Harry Truman a war criminal? Was Roosevelt
Yes.
If you are prepared to say, Pierce, based on facts,
Roosevelt, not so much.
and based on what Cheng just said, that the proportion of civilians to combatant deaths determines whether you're a war criminal. And by the way, Churchill killed 5 civilians for every 1 German combatant. The United States in Fallujah killed 4 civilians in Fallujah in Iraq for every 1 terrorist.
As a pacifist, this is kind of like not the dunk he thinks it is.
Iraqi
It's like, okay, so they all suck.
Combatant. So was George W. Bush a war criminal? Was Tony Blair a criminal? If you're prepared to...
Yes. And yes.
At least be consistent and say that yes.
Well, yeah, I think Bush and Blair were war.
There it is.
Wait, 3 million. Was Churchill? Okay, do you think that Winston Churchill was a war criminal? It's a yes or no question.
No.
The same way you put it. Yes or no?
Churchill. Well, let me let.
So
hang on.
Churchill can kill 3 million.
All right, you've asked a
Germans, but that's
question.
okay?
All of the above. We're all kind of like, yeah.
You've asked a question, Matthew.
I think it's a
Wait a
completely
minute.
coherent and fair question. It's about means and ends. Is the means justified to achieve a given
It's about means and ends.
end? For what it's worth, I think that
The means justify the ends.
sequentialist approach is legitimate. I think that Truman was
This guy would sacrifice every student in Hogwarts to stop Voldemort.
justified in the atomic bomb.
And then just the big twist, he is Voldemort.
I say that reluctantly, but I think there would have been many more deaths had the Second World War
Let me introduce you to my bride.
not been brought to
And
an
it's
end.
J.K.
in that way. I
Rowling.
know some people will disagree with that position. However,
2 demons for each other.
So you're one of the most fair
if I may just
person-
finish,
wait a second.
just
So you're one
briefly
of the
finish.
most fair person that I've ever spoken to about on this show. All I'm saying is,
because he agrees with.
Let's be clear.
Wait,
Pierce, God weeps for every Palestinian child. The 20,000 children. I don't know if it's 20,000, but even if it is, that's weeps for every one. One was too many.
But
every Arab child is the equal of a Jewish child. But whose responsibility is it? Who builds? I live in a community here in New York, New Jersey. There is no army base near me. Why are the Hamas civil?
Actually, I think there is.
Hamas
Isn't there? Yeah, I thought there was a base in New Jersey.
headquarters in nurseries. Why does Hamas use these children to die so that you will then point the finger? Now, even Hitler did not do that. The German military headquarters were not built in kindergartens. And let me say one final thing, Pierce, if I may.
Because I thought, that's where the drones were coming from. Yeah, Joint Base McGuire.
You know what struck me about your
Yeah,
interview
hold
with
on.
Danielle Weiss?
I was about to say,
You
I'm like,
did
I
not
remember.
once
I just remember that from the news cycle because they were like, these drones, they must be coming, from the military base there.
Ask her, what do the people of Gaza want? I don't care what Pierce Morgan wants. I don't care what Daniela Weiss wants. I don't care what Cenk Uygur wants. I don't care what Robert Stewart
Israel
wants.
to lead.
The people of Gaza have don't speak for them in the same way I won't. They have not had a vote since 2005 when Hamas took the leaders of the PLO, the Palestinian Authority, Mahmoud Abbas, and threw their opponents off the roofs and killed them. Then Hamas abolished all elections. Now, I want the people of Gaza to vote. Do you want to remain in that
they suck.
tiny hovel where you don't have a backyard, where any money that's given to Hamas, if it's rebuilt, will be, again, it'll go to tunnels.
They're still doing the thing, conflating any support for Palestinian civilians to supporting Hamas.
Remember that the Hamas...
Where are we? 2 years in, and they're still pulling this shit?
Hamas got triple the Marshall aid per capita per Palestinian, and they didn't build one bomb shelter, they didn't build one school, they didn't build one university, they just built tunnels and rockets. Ask the people of... So, Pierce, let me ask you, why did you ask...
May I say to the rabbi, forgive me for persisting here,
decide where they want to live.
but the rabbi did say, I think legitimately, that he had been interrupted and he didn't like it. I was halfway through the point that I was making, if I may say so, when you jumped in. I said that I thought Truman was justified in ending the Pacific War. I think Churchill was justified in trying to end the war in Europe. What I don't understand, and I think a lot of people who are instinctively pro-Israel do not understand, are where are the sunlit uplands on the other side of the evisceration of Gaza? I've been told by senior Israeli officials, confidentially, that young Gazans, Palestinians, and people across the Middle East are being radicalized, that these dead Hamas fighters are being replaced at a rate of 5 to 1. This isn't going to affect Israel for the next 5 months or 5 years, but for the next 50 years. And how on earth is flattening Gaza going to help the protect?
All of a sudden.
Of Israel,
Okay,
when
all
their
right.
funders are in Tehran.
Oh, broken
The
clock.
image, and let me just make one final point. In the medium term, I say to the rabbi, and I say this with great sincerity, the image of Israel, I don't want to superficialize it, but the brand of Israel, that liberal democracy in a tough neighborhood, which sits unconsciously behind Western support and has done since the Second World War, has been obliterated, shattered into a million pieces. The next generation of American leaders are going to grow up where the most salient image in their minds is not going to be the Holocaust.
Again, the fact that I remember it from one news report where I'm just like, no, they were talking about military bases in New Jersey, like Trump brought them up.
It is for our generation. It's going to be
Maybe they're coming from the military bases in New Jersey. Who knows?
emaciated Gazan children dying in their thousands, being starved via a blockade. I say to you, I understand why Israelis and Jews rallied around Netanyahu after October the 7th. Who wouldn't after an atrocity of that kind? But I believe you've been goaded into an overreaction that will reverberate through history of great strategic disadvantage to a country I want to do well.
I see you.
All right, and before I let Rabbi Shmuley respond, Rabbi Shmuley, I just wanted to pick you up on the statistics that you regaled.
I hate to say, like, dude, he's getting like no time, and he looks pouty about it.
Part of that, which I think you said that the British killed 3 million German civilians, including 300,000 children. Is that what you said?
A 5-to-1 combatant to civilian
just to be
ratio.
clear, you said 3 million, and of which 300,000 were children. That's what you said, right?
Right.
It's
the British decimated
Okay, let me
Cologne,
answer.
they decimated
Let me
Berlin, they
answer.
decimated Hamburg, they decimated Dresden. In Dresden, they killed 30,000 in one night, etc.
Let me finish my point. You were completely wrong. You were wildly exaggerating the number of civilians killed by the British bombing campaigns, the Allied bombing campaigns. It's estimated between 350 and 500,000 German civilians were killed in total by Allied bombing in World War II. And I would also add this. At the end of
500,000. Okay, so I said 700,000.
Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point. So it was a sixth of what you said.
Wow, this guy for like prefacing like, do not interrupt me, is the worst at interrupting. As somebody who has a little bit of that problem, I will admit I'm trying to get better.
In fact. But the wider point is we brought in the Geneva Convention at the end of World War II specifically to address the issues of mass civilian casualties in World War II. The UK signed up to that. Most countries of the world signed up to the Geneva Convention. Israel is a signatory to the Geneva Convention, and yet it breaches regularly the Geneva Convention, including, many believe, what they're now doing as a government in Gaza.
I don't know how you could possibly say, by the way, I don't have the advantage of having researchers behind me or having a laptop. So can you ask your researchers how many German children did Churchill kill? That's what I want to know exactly.
Well, no, I've given you your chance to spew.
That's literally not the dunk you think it is. Like
statistics, you were completely wrong.
How many children?
You were completely
how many
wrong.
German children who were totally innocent? No, 1 second. You said that Churchill killed.
We get your fucking point, dude. You're trying to be like, well, children are collateral damage up to a degree, right? Like, dude.
700,000.
Can I
and now
in?
you said that Israel killed 40 or 50,000. Doesn't that make Churchill a much bigger war criminal than Netanyahu? Yes or no, Piers?
No, he's not a war criminal. Churchill's not a war criminal.
Why? He killed 700,000 civilians. Why?
Why aren't you answering my point?
You won't answer my point. If Netanyahu is a war criminal for killing 45,000 Palestinians, why is Churchill, whose statue sits outside Parliament, not a criminal for killing 8 times that amount of people? Go ahead, please.
Cenk.
And by the way, let me just tell you, Piers, you can't say the technology didn't exist because the Americans used the Norden bomb site and only did precision daytime bombing. Mr. Saeed will know that. It was Churchill who said, I will not risk a single RAF pilot. I don't care how many Germans die. I will only do indiscriminate, broad nighttime bombing. Churchill was out to decimate cities,
allow
to break
somebody
the
else
will
to speak,
of the German
please.
people. So why is he not a war criminal? You won't answer me, Piers. You won't answer.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, well, I'm trying to answer, but all you'll do is propagandize for a bunch of terrorists. So, first of all, Piers is absolutely right. We passed those Geneva Convention laws so that we could prevent crimes against humanity not just what the Germans did to the Jews, the Poles, the Roma, etc., but also what the Allies did in.
I mean, Sean, you're not far off there.
Indiscriminate carpet bombing of civilian populations. So we tried to learn from the Holocaust. We tried to learn from World War II, and we all said never again. These laws should not be broken because it leads to terrible situations. Israel then said, no, we're above the law. We get to break any law we like. And now, and in the case of the Germans, they were killing 6 million Jews. They killed 13 million overall. We were trying to stop a Holocaust. In this case, Israel is the one doing the genocide and saying, well, I mean, why are you trying to stop us from killing innocent Palestinians and taking their land? Because in that analogy, you're the Germans. So the Palestinians
I'm the German?
Those innocent children didn't do anything, dude.
Did you just call me a Nazi?
If you're supporting Israel, yeah.
I'm a Nazi?
So look, they did a Holocaust, which is
and you call other people
hold on, they upgraded it to a warning. They said that the tsunami is actually going to hit. Oh. Guess he's done with his coverage. He's going to regret that.
Israel.
You just called me a Nazi?
Hey, Rabbi, can I?
This is a sad. This is a sad day for you, Cenk. Cenk, this is a sad day for you. Just for your credibility, take it back. I'm begging
Public
you.
tsunami message number 2. Tsunami warning. Palmer, Alaska tsunami has been confirmed. Some impacts are about 40 miles away from Homer.
No, I'm not going to take it back.
This is a sad day for you.
I'm not going to take it back.
This is a sad day for you.
So,
this is to compare me to the SS of the Nazi. This is a sad day for you. Your credibility will never recover.
From Jeng.
I want to invite the viewer.
You just said.
Will never recover. No,
Pierce, may I answer? Pierce,
I like how this guy was just like, oh, here we go.
Pierce, now that I've been called a Nazi, can I respond? Pierce, may I respond?
He didn't really. Whatever, man.
No.
Because
I haven't finished the goddamn sentence. You think you own everything.
Go ahead,
you don't own everything, Rabbi Shmuley. You don't own the American government. You don't own the American people. By the way, when is America going to get its $300 billion back? We gave it to a bunch of criminals to murder children. Okay, you murder children with our money. Every day you take money out of my taxes. I go to work every day, and then Israel takes money out of it to murder Palestinian children. You've murdered 20,000 children already. You're the aggressors. Israel has already killed more babies than Hamas has killed civilians overall. Israel has killed a stadium full of women and children. And you are surprised that we compare you to the Germans? Omar Bartov, an Israeli...
Give me 1 second. I'm going to just pause this because I don't want to miss it. Sorry, got a rule about that now. Try not to leave videos playing too much.
American Holocaust expert just wrote an article in the New York Times saying that now the Israelis are doing the type of genocide that makes saying never again absurd. Absurd. Why are they doing the thing that was done to them? The world had tremendous sympathy for all Jews, and I do, all decent human beings do. But what Israel is doing is lighting that sympathy on fire and saying, we get to murder, we get to kill, and you can't call us any names. We get to call all Muslims who fight back against us terrorists. We get to attack all of our neighbors. They attacked Syria again today. We get to break all the laws. We get to commit war crimes. And I'm telling you right now, just like the Germans, you do not have the right to commit war crimes, to commit a genocide, to kill all those children, and then hide and use as a shield. Oh, everybody's an anti-Semite, You're canceled. You don't get to say it. You've ruined your credibility. No, Israel has ruined its credibility. Israel is now one of the most monstrous states I have ever seen in my lifetime. They commit endless terrorism. They rob the American people of our money to rob Palestinians of their land. That is actually a stone cold fact.
Okay.
And I was right. Israel is now occupying 75% of Gaza. It was always to steal their land.
Okay.
And by the way, it is a desecration of Jewish history and Jews overall
Pierce,
to compare what this government of Israel is doing to the history of Jews.
Okay, Cenk, I want to bring in Matthew to respond to that.
I just can't help thinking, listening to both of you, how different the region and the world would have been if after October the 7th, as the whole of the world reeled against the heinousness of that crime, the sympathy of the global south was with Israel. Polling was very strong for understandable reasons. And I don't want to reduce this to opinion polls. That was a moral atrocity. If Israel had acted proportionately, it's a difficult word in a context like this, but hadn't visited the carnage, had retained the support of the wider world, had gone for a rapprochement, an accord with Saudi Arabia. It already had the Abraham Accords. Most moderate Sunni opinion was in favor of more harmony between the Arab world and Israel. Most of these Arab governments are relatively moderate. Just think of that, how Iran would have been isolated, the collateral that Israel could have brought to bringing peace to the region. And what's happened instead? This overreaction, the inflamed conversation that we're listening today, ever more entrenched positions. And the thing that I think historians will be most fascinated in is how, as I understand it, good reporting from the New York Times just recently, that an accord with Saudi Arabia was scuppered from within the Israeli cabinet by Smotrich and the extremists, who have every incentive to keep this war going because of their really quite horrific objectives, and Netanyahu's personal political interest of obfuscating a trial for corruption. That is what I think is a great tragedy that is unfolding before our eyes. And listening to the entrenched positions of you two, Piers, I don't see an easy and obvious solution.
No, well, I certainly concur with the difficulties of solution.
But no, wait, I now disagree with Matthew. Don't equate us. Don't equate me with a terrorist.
Pierce, I have to be able to speak. Pierce.
Sorry.
Right, Rabbi Shmuley, your response.
I've called a Nazi on the show. Okay, thank you very much. Matthew, you're a very fair person, but with all due respect, you're just not realistic. You are a noble idealist. The two most important words that were ever uttered in the Second World War were surprised upon Winston Churchill in Casablanca by Franklin Roosevelt, who didn't even tell him who was his ally. And Churchill had fought the Nazis alone. Those two words were unconditional surrender. Churchill said, if you insist on unconditional surrender against the Nazis, they're going to fight to the last man. And Churchill was actually secretly negotiating with Heinrich Himmler through Count Bernadotte in Switzerland without the Americans even knowing. The Americans insisted on unconditional surrender. And why? They understood when you have a terror regime like the Nazis who do engage in genocide, unless you finish them off completely and defeat the idea of militarism, that Hamas can achieve its objectives through military objectives and not diplomatic objectives, then you will never have peace. Hamas has launched 6 wars against Israel since Israel voluntarily withdrew from Gaza in 2005. Israel uprooted its own citizens. It was almost a civil war because it used the IDF to uproot its citizens. I want to talk fact here. Not what you think, Matthew, not what Cenk thinks, and Pierce, not what you think. Just fact. That's a fact. 2000. So Cenk says Israel wanted it back. They used their soldiers to uproot their citizens and destroy their houses. And my wife's first cousins was one of those houses, 2005. My children planted the last trees in Gush Katif, and they were cut down by Palestinians right afterward. 1 second. Let's stick to facts. Number 2.
So you wanted to steal their land from a long time ago.
No. 1 second. I did not interrupt you. Pierce, when you say breaking the Geneva Convention, that's not fact at all. Israel withdrew from Gaza. There are 1.9 million Arab Israeli citizens living under the protection of the IDF who don't even have to serve. Israel does practice apartheid, but reverse
Protection
apartheid.
of the IDF.
Jews only, and not Arabs to the IDF. My sons are fighting right now in Gaza and Lebanon, protecting 2 million Arab Israeli citizens. And let's remember, when Iran fired their missiles on Israel, One missile took out an entire Arab family near Nazareth, killed 7 Arabs. My sons are risking their lives for 1.9 million Arab Israeli citizens, which gives the lie, factually, to the utter stupidity and ignorance of what Cenk is saying about a genocide. Genocide was a term coined by a Jewish lawyer, survivor of the Holocaust, named Raphael Lemkin in 1947. It was adopted by the United Nations in 1948, the UN genocide. What is genocide? Geno is an ethnicity, a nationality. Side is mass murder. It's where you kill a nationality. If Israel wanted a genocide, the first people it would kill is the 1.9 million Arab citizens who vote, who have 10 members of the Knesset, whose members get up and curse out Israel every day and can't be arrested. They have diplomatic immunity. Israel.
That's not a great point
is the most just,
at all.
most democratic, and freest nation in the entire Middle East, which
Holy
is why
shit.
those Arabs in Israel did not rise up in revolt after.
I mean, you're kind of doing the thing where you're just like, oh, I mean, we haven't done the thing that we're more than likely going to do if this continues, because I mean that is kind of our end goal, isn't it?
October 7th. Now, Matthew, let me tell you one final thing.
Can I reply?
Will somebody shut him up? Because honestly, he really has kind of monopolized this entire panel.
Matthew, wait, let me just finish.
No.
You're a very reasonable man. I wish you were right that after watching women have their breasts cut off and play baseball with it by the terrorists, when those women were raped and shot in the genitals, when Shani Luke was raped and then put on the back of that truck on her father.
Israel murdered 20,000 children.
I wish
Israel's way worse than
Israel
Hamas.
could have thought of a proportional response. But Matthew, let me put this to you.
Please.
Don't you think the war would end tomorrow?
But you had to
if
murder children
Hamas
instead. You were
simply
forced into it.
surrendered and released the hostages. Israel would leave Gaza tomorrow.
right.
My children are in Gaza. I want them out.
No,
I don't
they
want
wouldn't.
Gaza.
No,
I want the people of Gaza to have a vote. I don't want what Cenk says. I don't want what Pierce said. I don't want what Daniela Weiss said. Give the people of Gaza a vote. Where do you want to live? Where do you want to be displaced to a better country?
You had a long
But Pierce,
there was a
why won't you let
key.
the people of Gaza
Let
vote?
Matthew
Let them
respond.
vote.
There was
You asked him a question, let him respond.
You at the beginning of that contribution, you made a substantive and I think reasonable argument. You drew an analogy between the destruction of Hamas and the destruction of the Nazis. I think this is a flawed analogy. Nazism was a nationalist movement within Germany. It was not intended to be an international movement. Germans' allies in the Second World War, Italy and Japan, it wasn't really an axis. They hated each other. They didn't coordinate effectively. By defeating the Nazis in Germany, they defeated Nazism. Religious fundamentalism crosses national borders. It's an
I think of the way that worked too, where they were just like kind of waiting for each other.
ideology.
And then they were like, okay, and then after all this is done, then we take them.
You can't, please understand, you cannot bomb it into submission. I mentioned earlier that they're replacing dead Hamas fighters at a rate of 5 to 1.
He just doesn't want to comprehend any of this.
This is going to come back to haunt you for years. The way to do it was to isolate the funders in Iran by having a proportionate response, less than what you've done, retaining global public opinion. These metaphors, and I've heard them from Israeli politicians, they melt under scrutiny. Please think about, by the way, the psychology.
I mean, the fact that he's sitting here essentially just being like, dude, reevaluate your propaganda because people are starting to see through this.
The psychology is completely different between what's happening in the Second World War, German, European psychology, where you could rebuild a democratic country, and what's happening in Hamas in Gaza. Unless we're clear, unless we have clarity over what the objectives are for Israel, Netanyahu's not talked about day one. We have no idea what the plan is, except for Smotrich's idea of ethnic cleansing, which would tarnish Israel's image irredeemably.
Yeah, I've got to leave it there.
But Matthew, we do know.
I've got to leave. I've got to leave it there.
We do know.
I've
I've got to say,
listen.
Israel says they're going to take Gaza. They say Palestinians will never get a state.
Israel,
so we know. I don't know why you're obfuscating for Israel.
It was
Israel
Trump who said he would take Gaza.
We're going to murder the Palestinians until we take Gaza. They say total annihilation. Then why do I say the Germans? Because they're talking like the Germans.
I can't believe
you didn't hear that. They're talking about total annihilation of the Palestinians.
The good thing is we have a thing. We have a thing.
Donald Trump said he's taking Gaza.
We already know.
The good thing is
75% of Gaza.
The good thing is, if I may, the good thing is, it's come out of Smotrich's own mouth, the finance minister, that the plan is to, quote, cleanse Gaza of Palestinians. It was unequivocal.
Shmuley's just like, I really wish he didn't.
Smotrich is one guy in the government, and he was. And the next day, Bibi told him that I totally disagree.
Then I get told he doesn't matter. No one listens to him, and yet the New York Times.
I didn't say he doesn't matter.
New York Times reported that the whole deal to release hostages.
I completely disagree.
When the whole deal to release hostages a year ago was abandoned because of Smotrich. So a guy who doesn't matter managed to do that, which would have prevented tens of thousands of people being.
That's not true.
It is true.
There were two ceasefires already against Smotrich, and he left the government. So that's not true.
I've got to leave it there.
Smotrich, you got to be factual.
Funding Israel.
Smotrich is an evil human being.
They should not give us the $300 billion back, Israel.
And he is a senior government minister.
We didn't send it for war.
I mean, that should be the next MAGA thing, where it's just like.
I've got to leave it there, Rabbi Shmuley. We have run out of time. I have another guest waiting. I'm going to leave it there. You all had a good time to speak. I appreciate the debate. Thank you very much.
Matthew, it was great meeting you. God bless you.
Well, joining me now is the actor and activist Jacob Berger, who is part of a second Freedom Flotilla headed for Gaza. Jacob, thank you for joining me on Uncensored.
Oh, thanks so much for having me on the show.
You know, I'm not a massive fan of these flotillas, as I think you're probably aware. I didn't really see the point of the one that Greta Thunberg embarked on.
Angela. Yes, you were right.
I'm not really sure what the aim is. If it's to raise awareness about what's happening in Gaza, I think the whole world is extremely aware of what is happening. And I don't see that anything that happened from the last flotilla has made a scintilla of difference to the situation. So why do you disagree?
Well, I disagree with this because there's been an illegal siege on Gaza by Israel since 2007. It's funny that your guest Daniela kind of talked about Israel leaving Gaza, but obviously we know that they've been stopping and blocking aid. What Israel is doing is completely illegal. And the flotilla, the goal
was
of the
that
flotilla,
Drake? It looked like Drake.
Is to break that siege,
Say
to
Drake.
hopefully inspire other people to create a humanitarian corridor to bring much needed aid to the people of Palestine.
Wait a minute. Uh-oh. How old's Greta?
Who are being systematically genocided, and the weaponization of starvation of food. And
you had me running in the background. Cool.
It's going to be very important that we continue on with this, because as many times as Israel might stop us, we're going to keep going.
Right, but like I say, the first flotilla with Greta Thunberg, it didn't achieve anything.
Well, it wasn't the first flotilla, Piers. This one that we're about to go on embark is the 37th. Okay, and what it did is it brought a lot of attention to what Israel is doing.
But I just don't agree with that. The only one I was even aware of was the Greta Thunberg one. So,
well, you should be aware in 2010 that Israel boarded the flotilla and killed 10 activists.
I'm aware of that, but you're talking about prior to October the 7th then?
Yeah, yes, we've been going since 2008, correct.
Okay, so I'm talking about what's happened since October the 7th. And I think the reality of the Greta Thunberg flotilla is that you got a lot of publicity for Greta Thunberg, as her campaigns tend to do, but it was singularly ineffective. And I just don't...
Well, it wasn't as far as bringing in aid. That's part of it. But the real part of it is to put the highlight, like I said, of the illegal blockade and siege of Gaza by Israel. What we're doing, trying to deliver aid, is totally legal. We're going in international waters into Palestinian waters.
But you're not going to be able to do it, are you?
Piers, can I finish, Piers? It shows the evil of Israel and how they will do anything to stop us trying to help the people of Palestine. I mean, you would agree that weaponizing starvation is immorally wrong, right?
Yes, I would. And I've been very critical about it. And I think the fact that Israel won't allow any international journalists into Gaza is a complete disgrace. I'm just not convinced that these flotillas are anything more than, honestly, if I'm being completely honest, a bit of an ego trip for Greta Thunberg and people such as yourself, even though I don't question. Just to be fair, I don't.
You gotta love the people that always criticize the people that actually do things. By the way, it's 420 on the
question
for the show.
Your personal motivation.
And 421.
I probably agree with you about a lot of it. I'm just not sure these flotillas are anything other than a PR exercise.
Well, you should speak to the people in Gaza, because the people of Gaza, this type of flotilla mission gives them a lot of hope. It shows that the world actually cares about them. And we're going to still do everything we can to try and break that siege. The real question is, why is Israel intimidated by a boat filled with peace activists just trying to bring food and diapers and baby formula to civilians.
But you know you won't be able to get that to Gaza.
That's not beside the point. We're trying to break through. If obviously Israel kidnaps us, which they did kidnap Greta. I know you kind of dragged her over the coals saying that it wasn't, but it was by all means a kidnapping. They kidnapped them in international waters, and it just further highlights the crimes of Israel.
I actually think that using the word kidnap in the scenario of her simply being taken off and then led away,
Yes, with all due respect,
where
that
she
is a
came from.
kidnapping. We
I
were
actually, no, to be honest,
international waters. We were not in Israeli waters.
Jacob, I actually just felt it was incredibly insulting to the hostages who were actually kidnapped to use a word like kidnapped when Greta Thunberg was given some sweets and a nice drink and had a blanket put around her and was taken off the flotilla and then taken away.
This whole episode holding the Zionists to the coals, and now you're reverting back to Zionist Hosmer talking points.
I don't take sides.
No, you are. You're talking about the sandwich and the thing and the selfie float and all that.
Yeah.
I see what you're doing here.
Well, I saw what happened. I saw the video footage.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, why did you see that?
She wasn't kidnapped.
Why was it that video footage that you saw and not like the entire processing?
And it's insulting to hostages who were kidnapped to say she was kidnapped.
I mean, dude, legitimately, like, you guys, Piers, don't act like you're a man who doesn't know a little bit of maritime law, if you know what I'm saying.
They came with weapons drawn, Pierce. Okay, maybe you don't believe it to be so, but lawyers and international advocates would disagree with you.
You feel comfortable using the word kidnap, knowing what happened to so many
Absolutely.
hostages?
The same way I wouldn't use the terms hostages for who's left in Gaza. They're all POWs at this point.
Right.
They're all soldiers in there.
Okay. When do you hope to get to Gaza?
Right now, we're having a pit stop here in Gallipoli, Italy. We'll be leaving out on Friday. It should take about a week for us to sail to Gaza. We're going to keep the attention of the world on what we're doing. And so about a week, 8 days or so, assuming we don't get intercepted.
Just the thought of being on a boat like that.
Israel.
Okay, well, Jacob Berger, I wish you safe travel. I hope nothing untoward happens to you guys. And like I say,
we had a whole. That's all.
Huh?
I'd probably OD on Dramamine. Like, dude, that would be
I don't think you're going to
crazy.
Make a shred of difference to what's happening in Gaza whatsoever. No.
Well, Piers, I mean, honestly, I don't know why you totally shifted your tone here. You know, you were being.
Oh, by the way, that's one of the side effects from one of my concussions. Like, I used to go on roller coasters and not like have any problems, and then like all of a sudden, I like got this thing where motion sickness became a real thing.
Very critical of Danielle, and now you're acting like a Zionist with me.
No, I'm not a Zionist, and I'm not.
Honestly, it's despicable the way that it's despicable the way that you went after Greta, who has more courage and more honesty in her heart than you will ever have.
Yeah, I don't agree with that either, but that's fine. That's your opinion. You're entitled to it.
And you tell Rabbi Shmuley that he'll burn in hell as well, because obviously he's a shame to Jews, him and Danielle.
Okay.
And free Palestine. All right. Nice to see you, Piers.
Good luck, and I hope
I love this guy.
It goes safely for you. Thank you for joining me.
Puts Piers in the. Nobody puts Piers in the corner. Nobody. Oh God. Wow, that was a rough one. On retrospect here, like that. That was a rough one. That was wow. All right. There has been no action as far as the updates on the earthquake. Let's see. Nope. Still no updates. Last update was 35 minutes ago. Yep, still 35 minutes ago. Water's receding. It's gonna hit a few of the islands, it looks like, and maybe it might hit the coast inland. What's that called? Kennedy entrance? All right, local stuff. So if you're in the Kennedy entrance zone, be aware. And what are you doing here? Get to safety. Like, Let's see. Oh. Maybe this one will be a little less painful, but this is one that I also kind of want to check out. So let's do that. Hold on. Change my title here. All right, we got MEHDI HASAN. There we go. I hate media censorship and how they say, I have to say, yeah, well, yeah, you know what? I have to say grape. How do you think that, like, it's for such a serious, like, topic, it makes absolutely no sense. And it's, like, I understand from, like, the point of view of, like, if you have a podcast and somehow you're making that not just the topic, but somehow, like, you're monetizing it in a way that's, like, not talking about, like, crime or... I understand that, like, going after those channels and everything. But, like, overall, having it where it just, like, if you say it, I think it's 5 or 6 times, and it has to be within a certain time frame, then they'll just immediately demonetize your stream. So much fun. Had that happen. Actually had that happen with the last stream, guys, so... Just a little quick reminder that if you guys can hit that like button, really helps me out as far as the free stuff, and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Get yourself a membership for some members-only content over on YouTube. $2 super chat for giving the dog a treat. As you can see, he is sleeping soundly, but the second that I open that thing, he will just be like... Funny enough, if I have the alerts up, he will, like, perk up if he hears the alert. And then, here, I got my, excuse me. And then, if you want to help out the channel, you can also do so by... doing it at that link. Also, if the Streamlabs link is not working, for anybody that tries, just let me know. I can fix that immediately. For some reason, it's one of the rare ones that you kind of have to update, so. Alrighty. Let's get to the MEHDI HASAN bit. There we go. MEHDI!
No one forced Israel to drop 2,000-pound bombs on crowded refugee places.
Ooh,
no one forced
against
Israel
Alan
to bomb
Dershowitz.
hospitals.
I wonder if Alan Dershowitz is about to answer some questions about the Epstein thing here.
No one forced Israel to sniper shoot children.
Hamas don't want a state. They want there not to be a Jewish state.
Which
And
soldier?
I know they have been.
Which soldier was
Yes, they have
prosecuted
been.
for dropping a grenade on a child?
There are dozens
You're
of them.
lying on national
Yes,
TV.
dozens
Piers
have been
Morgan can come
prosecuted.
back on the next episode and tell everyone that you're
you'll
not
see
telling the
dozens-
truth.
Ooh, he's in studio.
Benjamin Netanyahu ended his major US trip without achieving Trump's main objective for arranging it. That was ending the war in Gaza. As the Israeli Prime Minister boarded his flight back to Israel, the New York Times published a damning and detailed investigation into the extraordinary extent to which the war has been prolonged for his political benefit. Israel's spokesmen, ministers and supporters repeatedly tell me on this show that the likes of Smotrich and Ben-Gvir, cabinet members whose language on the Palestinian people is overtly genocidal, are not relevant. They're not in the war cabinet, they say. They're not influential. But the many revelations the New York Times is reporting include the detail that Smotrich derailed a proposal to end the war and return all Israeli hostages as far back as April 2024, and that Ben-Gvir intervened to sabotage a deal to further normalize relations with Saudi Arabia because it was contingent on getting out of Gaza. It paints a grim picture of a power-crazed prime minister who made a Faustian pact with fanatics to defer justice in his own corruption trial. Tens of thousands more Palestinians and several Israeli hostages have died as a result. Just yesterday, at least 10 people, including 6 children, were killed by an Israeli airstrike as they queued for water. The IDF said it made a technical error.
Oh my God.
In a moment, to debate all this, founder and editor-in-chief of Zateo News, MEHDI HASAN, and the author of The Preventive State, The Challenge of Preventing Serious Harms While Preserving Essential Liberties, the attorney Alan Dershowitz. But first, let's talk to investigative journalists and producers of Oscar-nominated documentary The Bibi Files. That's Ravish Drucker and Alex Gibney. Well, welcome to both of you. It's quite a shocking revelation for me, a lot of the stuff in the New York Times report, but probably not to you guys, because you're arguably the world authorities on Bibi Netanyahu and the reality behind the man, the prime minister, and what has been going on in Israel in the last 2 decades. So let me just start with what your thoughts are about him right now. The New York Times, and I'll start with you, Ravi, if I may. The New York Times makes it pretty crystal clear that Netanyahu has been held ransom for power by Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, these far-right guys on the government there, and that there's no incentive for him to end the warfare, because actually the moment he does, accountability starts, both for the mistakes that were made on October the 7th, but also on a personal level. He's got the corruption charges and so on. I mean, from your understanding of Netanyahu, how accurate is all this?
Look, the New York Times story was not something new to the Israeli public. Most of the Israeli public completely aware of the fact that Netanyahu, his first right motivation is political one and to survive.
You still have whiplash regarding Pierce's correct position on Palestine? I know, dude. And then he'll also do this thing simultaneously where it's like, try plugging it in, $10. Oh, man. Thank you. Also,
Try plug and jive in $10. Don't make it a murder scene. Give a dog a bone. Leave a dog alone. Let a dog roam and he'll find his way home. Home of the brave. My home is a KJO. I'm a slave till my home is a grave.
It's those guys, and he needs those base of ultra-right voters to support him all the time. And this goes by prolong the war in Gaza. And the second argument
he's like, I'm so sleepy.
Netanyahu, in the beginning of the war, didn't took any measures to the day after.
You're welcome.
Who will govern Gaza instead of Hamas, according to Netanyahu?
He's
he
like,
did nothing.
really?
He told us all the time, first we need to win the war and then we will take care of it. So guess what? Now we are supposed to be in the day after, but there is no one to govern Gaza. So now he tells us, what do you want me to do? To withdraw from Gaza and keep the Hamas there? So now we have 2 very bad options, and those 2 bad options leading to the survival of Netanyahu.
Yeah, I mean, Alex Gibney, you know, I watched the Bibi Files, and I think I'm in it actually at one stage for an interview I did with Netanyahu actually for CNN when I went to Jerusalem. And what was clear to me from that interview, I'm sorry, I'm going to take that back. It was another bit of, I'm sorry, let me correct that, chaps, I'm sorry. I got it confused with something else. Alex Gibney, let me just broaden this to where we think we are with this war in Gaza. A lot of reports suggesting there is going to be a ceasefire. It didn't happen during Netanyahu's trip to see President Trump. But people are anticipating there will be a ceasefire. It will involve the release of many of the remaining hostages, and it will involve the release of many Palestinian prisoners. But ultimately, it's going to come down to who controls the Gaza Strip after all this. It seems to me when you listen to Smodrich and Ben-Gvir, that these guys have a plan to get rid of all Palestinians, in their eyes, to cleanse the Gaza Strip of Palestinians. Do you think that is the objective now?
It seems like. I don't know. I can only go by what they're saying. That is to say, Ben-Gvir and Smotrich. But I think, just to echo what Raviv said a moment ago, I think the most appalling thing here is that you have a man, Benjamin Netanyahu, who has been pursuing policies purely for his mostly for his political survival, and as such has never given any thought to an end game. And now the end game is being pursued by people who have a very vicious end game in mind, which is to say the elimination or the eradication from Israeli territory of the Palestinian people. So that's a serious, serious, serious issue.
Yeah, and Raviv, who can stop Netanyahu now? Can Donald Trump, even if he wanted to, stop Netanyahu? Is there anybody internally? I interviewed Naftali Bennett last week. It's clear that he's beginning to flex his muscles about a potential run against him. But according to the latest polls, it is more likely than not that if his Likud party...
Imagine going to work with that. Dude, I can't imagine opening my front door in this. I did that one time to get a package, and my neighbor was, I told the story, I think, where he was across the street, like, fixing his truck, and he looked at me, and we made eye contact, and I was horrified. I was like, he saw me like this.
Netanyahu's party was to stand in an election now. It would probably be successful, and he wouldn't be reliant on Ben-Gvir and Smodrich anymore for power. Is that your assessment? And if that is true, then where does that leave us?
First of all, according to the polls in the last year and a half since the war broke, Netanyahu cannot govern again and cannot re-elect. It's only polls, but this is what the poll shows. He lost 14 seats according to the polls, 15 seats. Who can stop him? Of course, President Trump can stop him, but we saw in the war with Iran, Netanyahu...
I was just wondering if the guy on the end had his screen freeze. He has not moved.
...knows how to play Trump. And he can even function and operate when Trump says no, or weak no, or orange light, or all kinds of things like that. So Netanyahu is very clever in understanding Trump, in understanding how Trump operates, how much patience he has to topics. But above all, what's going on right now is that to Israel, there is a strategic damage that it will take us years, maybe decades, to fix. What happens now in Gaza will taint our name, our image, our personas as human beings for years to come, maybe more than this.
And Alex, one of my big bugbears about this has been the refusal to allow...
What did he just say? Bunk beds?
...international journalists to go into Gaza to verify the endless horrific stories which are coming out. And there seems to be a familiar pattern, particularly in relation in the last few months to the number of people being shot who are lining up for food. And we're now over, I think, 500-600 civilians have been killed in this way. And the explanation given by the IDF varies from we'll launch an inquiry to we were firing warning shots to somebody made a threatening move and so on. But some of the footage I've seen on social media looks very clearly as if the Palestinians who are queuing for food are getting deliberately shot at.
Well, look, I mean, the fact that no independent journalists are being permitted into Gaza, with some rare exceptions for sort of embeds, which are very heavily controlled, is a disgrace. And I think it goes to a kind of a playbook that has been followed in the case of Gaza, which is to try to control the narrative. They're not doing a very good job internationally because I think the whole world is horrified at what's going on. But they don't get much credibility when they say, well, Hamas is controlling the narrative when they're not letting anybody else in. The whole point, I mean, Netanyahu's obsession is to control or manage the media. But this has gone way beyond that into a kind of an authoritarian
Pierce walks on a razor blade of embarrassment.
playbook, which is, I think, appalling to the rest of the world.
Yeah, and Ravi, do you think that when journalists finally get in there, that the world is going to be very shocked by what they uncover about the reality of what has happened in Gaza? The ups and downs of the economy can be stressful and worrying. One of the smartest ways to protect your savings is with tens of thousands of happy customers. Birch Gold lets you take...
This reminds me of the, if you ever listen to Coast with Art Bell or George Norrie, this used to actually be one of them.
Today, text the word PIERS, that's P-I-E-R-S, to 989898.
I'm afraid they will, and this is I believe the fear of all of us. It's the ultimate failure by all of us, Israeli journalists and maybe the rest of the world, that we couldn't get in and we couldn't get the verified information. To be honest, a lot of times we saw information coming out of Gaza that turns out to be inaccurate, and the fact that it happened few times, it caused all of us to be skeptical in every clip and every testimony, which I guess most of them are true and accurate, but we just simply don't know. And the fact that the journalists are there are part of the Hamas apparatus a lot of time, probably because they have no choice. You cannot operate there if you not have kind of connection with the Hamas. So for me as an Israeli journalist, I don't know if I can...
All right, hold on. But then you have people that are like, if they're from like Canada and other countries, then they can, be led into Afghanistan to do some, tourist journalism or whatever the hell it's called. But I just watched something about this with Piers Morgan, actually. Hold on. Oh, man, this might be a Piers heavy show because I might have to bring that one up because he talks about these guys. They're like tourist bros or whatever.
Or not, if I can trust the reporting or not. And there is...
He said bugbear?
Nobody else.
Bugbear.
That we can go to him and ask him what will happen.
Alex, there's a clip in the BB files which shows leaked footage of Netanyahu being interrogated by police. Let's take a look at that.
Nothing concentrates the mind like the prospect of being hanged. With Netanyahu, nothing concentrates his mind.
A bugbear can refer to the a creature from folklore that frightens children. In D&D, a bugbear is a specific type of goblinoid.
More than the sound of the prison gate slammed behind his back.
בשאלות ההזויות שאתם שואלים אותי כאן, שאתם מנסים לרדת לתוך הכוס והמאפרה שלי, הדבר הזה שהוא מטורף בסדרי עולם, והם מנסים כאן להפליל ראש ממשלה על שטויות.
So everything that he has done over the last 5 years was so focused on that sound of the gate potentially slammed behind his back.
Alex, I was in that office. I interviewed him for CNN in Jerusalem many years ago, probably 10 years ago, maybe more. And I remember two things. One, that map behind him, behind the desk, where his little party piece would be he'd take his hand and he'd put it on all the major Arab countries around Israel. And then he'd take his thumb very deliberately and put it on Israel. And he said, now do you see the problem? And that was an image thing. And then the other thing he had was a picture to the right. As we looked at that map, on the right wall, there was a picture of his brother, who, of course, was a captain in the Israeli armed forces who died at the raid of Entebbe.
These guys really have, like, old school... What? Wait, am I getting hit by Piers? Oh, that video that he just used was from... Oh, shit. Okay, well, I mean, the clip is done, so... I don't know what you want me to do here. I'll just have to edit that out of my, my VOD. All right, well, as long as he doesn't play anymore, I think we're good.
The only soldier who died that day. And he actually began to tear up as he told me the story about his brother, which just showed me how intensely personal a lot of this is for Netanyahu. Is that your assessment? That this? I was also told that his father, who I didn't meet, was then still alive. He was about 102 years old, I think, but that he was very hardline as well. Was this your reading of Netanyahu?
Well, I mean,
Yeah, it must have been it. How long was that clip? Hold on. Let's see. So that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that would have done it. Hold on. This has to clear up. Give me 1 sec. Yes, I understand. Thank you. Okay. There we go. We're good.
I think it is personal for him. But I mean, at this point, I don't know that that's relevant, except to the extent that he now believes that l'état c'est moi.
I love how Piers tries to simulate human behavior.
State is me. It's become so personal to him that he believes that he embodies everything.
All these guys try to LARP. Like, think of the way that they talk about the working class, like they're part of it.
Having to do with the Israeli state.
I mean, hell, comedians have this big problem right now. There's this huge problem that I personally have where pretty much every comedian that I have listened to has made essentially too much money to continue to really be fun. Like, I hate being this guy, but like part of what makes these like what originally made these guys funny was the fact that they could speak to like the common experience of all of us. And like, I know that when I was listening to like the Bonfire and things like that, it was the fact that these guys weren't the millionaire comics, like, and they would make fun of the millionaire comics. And then you would hear Big J talking about like Kevin Hart and all the money and how it ruined his comedy. And you just go back to even like Sam Kinison and like those like anytime that they started making too much, they started doing the thing where they just didn't care enough. Like, look at Seinfeld. He's been using the same accent since the 90s.
Of him, his criticism of the Israeli state and indeed is anti-Semitic. So I think that personal connection with the cause of Israel is not something that's taken the world to a very good place.
Yeah, and Ravi, lots of other revelations in there. One that was striking to me is that he sees himself as a kind of king, that he's leading Israel as a dynastic ruler.
You're telling me that he's entitled to like the leadership position of Israel?
And that may have been what led him down the corruption path. You know, a big love, as you show, of luxurious presents given to him by billionaires. And you kind of conclude that he's fundamentally corrupt, that he accepted luxury gifts totaling hundreds of thousands of pounds. Do you believe if he actually gets to this trial, this corruption trial, which obviously he keeps delaying by perpetuating war, if he does get to that trial, do you think he's going to be convicted? Is there any doubt he'll be convicted?
First of all, he showed to all of us that you can kill a trial by just
Bill Burr.
not getting to the
yeah, he won't go that way.
I mean, this process is already 9 years old. The trial is 5 years old. And we did.
You can tell that Bill Burr is one of the guys that's uncomfortable with how much money he makes. Where he, and I hate to say this because it probably sucks to have a little bit of that imposter syndrome, like in his personal life, but it's what makes him able to still connect with the audience and just be like, nah, at the end of the day, dude, I'm still just this guy.
To the end of Netanyahu's testimony, which will take for the least 6 more months. So I don't know if any of us will get to live when this verdict will
22-second delay
finally come. And I will tell you this, I think more than corruption, it's like the sense of entitlement. I mean, Netanyahu, and especially his wife, really believes that this is nothing. I mean, if I was outside, not the prime minister, I could have earned millions of dollars. I'm doing you a favor, the citizens of Israel, by working for you. And now you are telling me that I got these champagne bottles or cigars or hotels staying or this kind. This is nothing compared to the work that I do for you.
Alex, the New York Times repeated the accusation that Netanyahu was personally behind the propping up of Hamas by convincing the Qataris.
What, my take on the comedians losing a little bit of their
to...
Are you kidding me? Come on, man.
To send over $1 billion.
Watch Tom Segura's last 2 specials and tell me that they're like anywhere near as funny as like the
dollars in aid
stuff before he like made all this fuck you money
to Gaza. The sense being that he was...
There's a very rare breed of comedian that can actually continue to like be that guy. I don't know, like
play divide and rule with the Palestinian Authority.
And I'm also speaking from a personal standpoint as a fan, bro. So yeah, okay.
And obviously this was spectacularly unsuccessful.
Comedy being subjective and all.
And also that he ignored intelligence warnings about Hamas in the run-up to October the 7th. A lot of the polls I've seen in Israel show widespread support for going after Hamas.
He's lost a little bit of it.
But also show...
Not even just with his hot takes. Honestly, his last special was ass.
A widespread support for Netanyahu being held accountable for the failures that allowed October the 7th to happen in the first place. So on those 2 points, from all your knowledge, you know, how culpable will it eventually be established that Netanyahu was both in kind of enabling Hamas and then not understanding what they were up to and missing and dropping the ball when it came to this huge terror attack?
Well, I would go back to something that Raviv said earlier. I mean, a lot of this that you're talking about, while it was well revealed in the New York Times, has been
of all his the Netflix ones, it was the worst of the 3.
Subject of great debate and long-standing common knowledge in Israel.
Yeah.
I'll admit his first one was pretty good.
You know, because the goal of Ben Gvir and Smotrich was to expand settlements in the West Bank. And so the goal was to undermine the Palestinian Authority. And as he says, as Netanyahu says in the film, he knew how to keep the flames at a certain level. He prided himself in being able to manipulate Hamas. Well, that didn't work out so well for him in terms of what happened to the Israeli people on October 7th. But I think now he's eluding responsibility for his failures in that by engaging in permanent war in the Middle East, and not just in Gaza, but on multiple fronts.
People have been saying this for a long time, that he was going to do this to stay in power.
I mean, this is
this wasn't
I've done many
new.
Stories about corruption, and this film that I produced about this man goes to one of the highest levels of corruption I think I've ever seen, because it allows...
Wait, apparently Trump fired the federal prosecutor of Jeffrey Epstein and Maxwell? Oh, no shit.
...him to have a kind of disregard for human life, which is really jaw-dropping.
Yeah, I mean, Raviv, it just seems... You know, I supported Israel's right to defend itself after the October 7th attacks for a long time and got widely attacked for doing that. But I felt any country had a right to defend itself from that kind of attack and to stop it happening again. But this has gone way beyond self-defense. And when you couple it with the public statements of people like Smotrich about cleansing Gaza of the Palestinians, it does seem that there has been a much wider agenda here, which they're now trying to prosecute, which is to actually try and take control of the West Bank, of Gaza, and potentially expel all Palestinians, which would be, I mean, to me, a straightforward example of ethnic cleansing and therefore war crimes.
Guilty as guilty to us.
Israel is a nation in a post-trauma situation. And take the 9/11 and double it or multiply it. And a lot of the bad things in our character as a nation went out because of this horror of the October 7th, the revenge, the unempathy to anyone else. We don't care. We don't, the hell with them. And this is the role usually of leadership, to say, okay, we are angry, we are right to be angry, we are right to defend ourselves, but we need to take it to a positive direction, to lead us to a better future. And instead of that, the extreme parts of our government take Netanyahu as a hostage in the direction of exactly what you said. Instead of trying to secure Israel, they are just complicated Israel in a never-ending war, in some kind of Vietnam, but not 10,000 kilometers from our land, but just our neighbors. And this is just madness. And we just need to hope that the election will come and this government will go away and somebody else will come with a more rational solution. There are no good solutions to this problem, but at least not the things that they are promoting now that is just crazy.
Alex, the BB Files had a real impact, and if people haven't watched it, I'd urge them to do so. Put your crystal ball in front of you. Where are we going to be in 2 years' time, do you think?
That is a very tough thing to figure out. And it's the kind of thing that keeps us all awake at night because there doesn't appear to be a plan for the future. And that, to me, is the scariest thing of all. Chaos is not where we want to head toward.
Yeah, I've said this for a long time. I don't know what the plan is. I don't think there is one. And then when you see what Modric has been saying, maybe as many suspected and feared, that has always been the plan. And it may not be that.
Why is it always the obvious answer that comes around? Like, it's always too late, and it's always with this, like, shocked... It's not just shocked Pikachu, like, it's even worse than that, where it's just legitimately just like, oh, how could we ever see this coming?
They plan to include an attack like October the 7th, but they've exploited it now to actually go through with the plan that many of the far right in that government intended all along. Gentlemen, thank you very much indeed for joining me. I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Joining me in our Uncensored studio is MEHDI HASAN, the founder and editor-in-chief at Zeteo, and from the United States, attorney and author of the new book, The Preventive State, Alan Dershowitz. Alan, welcome to you in the United States. Devastating article in the New York Times about Benjamin Netanyahu and his motivation for continuing...
This really isn't the story that I would be pressing Alan Dershowitz on.
The war
just saying.
In Gaza, the influence of these far-right
AG's on.
Headbangers,
All right.
Many see them, Smodrich and Ben-Gvir.
That means I'm going late.
Agenda, which has been to expand the settlements in the West Bank and to take control of Gaza. And that Netanyahu is ultimately putting his own self-interest before the interest
Don't mean to step on his time.
of Israel. What is your response to it? I mean, I presume you read it, but what's your response?
Well, first we have to remember who invented Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, and that was the Palestinian leaders, by rejecting the Clinton-Barak offer in 2001 and the Olmert offer in 2007, which would have given the Palestinians a complete state on the West Bank and in the Gaza.
You got to go do an indivisible training. Good luck. I'll see you later if I'm still going.
96.
We'll see. I think that I might actually be calling it here in about an hour.
% of the West Bank, 4% of Israel. They turned it down, and as a result of that, they encouraged the development of the right wing in Israel. I have no brief at all for Ben-Gvir and Smotrich. I've met them both. I don't like them. I think they are undercutting peace, but they don't speak for Israelis. The Israelis want peace. The Israelis wanted a two-state solution in 2000, 2001. Bill Clinton said over and over again, they could have had it. And once you turn down a two-state solution the way they did in 2001, don't expect you'll be offered it again. You're going to move a country away from peace if you reject it. And then if you do October 7th, you're going to strengthen the right wing. It's just inevitable. And so the large fault for why the Israelis have moved to electing people like Smotrich and Ben-Gvir lies completely with Hamas and the Palestinian leaders. I'm not saying...
I'll grab a ginger ale when I swap over to the AG, because if he's still on and I'm at the point of rating, then yes, that's how I'll do that.
The Palestinian people deserve...
Too bad he doesn't, like, for some reason he's got more going on his YouTube channel, so he focuses on that. So he does like the Nightbot thing where it brings all his chat into his YouTube chat.
But they certainly have to look at their own leadership and say, my God, if we had accepted two states in 1948, 1967, and 2000, 2001, 2007...
The you made us do it argument.
Look where we would be today instead of where they are.
MEHDI, your response?
Israelis have no agency, apparently, according to Alan Dershowitz. Everything is the fault of the Palestinians. So many falsehoods in there. There was no Palestinian state offered in 1967. That's when Israel began its illegal occupation of the West Bank and Gaza. And even if we buy this nonsense that Clinton and Barack
How about
offered...
1948?
I didn't interrupt you when you were speaking. Can I
1948?
say my point? You've said all your falsehoods. Now I'm going to debunk them. You said that Clinton and Barack offered a state. Not true. At Camp David, both sides turned down the deal. Shlomo Ben-Ami, who was the foreign minister, said, I wouldn't have taken that deal at Camp David, the Israeli foreign minister. Then Taba came along, and Taba fell apart because Barack went to the polls and lost the elections. Ehud Barak lost the elections. He was a lame duck prime minister. Sharon came in. So you can rewrite history all you want. No one believes that's the case. But even if you were telling the truth, which you're not, let's talk about today. Benjamin Netanyahu brags that he's blocked a two-state solution. The guy who you volunteered to be a lawyer for in front of the International Criminal Court wanted...
Would that boost the algorithm if there were more YouTube chats going on?
War crimes.
I mean, it helps. Listen, every interaction does help. I don't want to sound lame with that, but it's very true. Like, if you guys hit the hearts, you guys do any of that stuff, it helps me, like, the channel out. So
suspect has openly bragged.
Some more than others. Like, hitting the like button is a big one. That's why, like, so many content creators are just like, no, hit that like button.
I blocked a two-state solution. His words, I blocked a two-state solution. So you can rewrite history all you want. The present day is proof that you're talking nonsense. This Israeli government, this far-right government, has no interest in peace.
Oh, I see what you're saying, though. So that's what I get. What he's
the Palestinians only interested
with Nightbot. It gives
ethnic cleansing. And the best part of listening to you speak about agency, everything you said could be said about Hamas and the Palestinians. The Palestinians would say Hamas is a result of Israelis not giving us our freedom. Hamas is a result of Israelis besieging and boycotting Gaza for decades on end. Hamas is a result of Israeli leadership coming and killing our leaders and imprisoning our leaders. So the same arguments you use to defend genocidal fascists in the Israeli government could be used to defend Hamas.
And the point I would make, Alan, and you can respond to what Mehdi just said in a moment, but the point I would make about Netanyahu, bringing it back to him, is that he didn't have to form a government with Smotrich and Ben-Gvir. He knew what they were like. He knew they were far more to the right than he instinctively was. I don't believe he felt that they represented the wishes of the Israeli people, but I think he also is power mad, and I think that he realized the only way he could get power back was if he did a deal with the devil in this case.
YouTube probably filters bots. I know that it does.
It's being
like
Smotrich and Ben-Gvir. And the interesting thing now,
I get like a little report that'll tell me how many of like the interactions I had turned out to be bots.
Politically, is whether he is building up, and it's...
Which, I don't get a lot of bot interactions, to be completely real with you. It's like maybe 2 on, out of every like 20 videos.
Slow momentum, but there's a bit of momentum from where he was, but whether Likud could now win an election without these far-right guys. So my question for you would be, I don't think we should give Netanyahu a pass, because he got into bed with these guys very willingly. It was his way of getting power.
And staying out of prison.
In other words, you say Netanyahu is a politician in addition
Staying
to being a
out of
statesman.
prison
He wanted
also.
to win the election because he thought winning the election would be best for Israel, best for his people, and best for world peace. And so he was prepared to make the kinds of compromises that every coalition government makes. I was actually in Israel when he was forming his government, and I met with Smotrich, I met with Ben-Gvir. I urged Netanyahu not to include them in the coalition, but he wouldn't have been prime minister. Who knows what would have happened if that hadn't happened. But remember as well, too, you talk about that the Palestinians were never offered a state. The UN offered them a state in 1948, 1947, the PIERS Commission, 1938. The Palestinians don't know how to take yes for an answer. And Bill Clinton put it very well. He said Hamas, and he spoke really about the Palestinians, don't want a state. They want there not to be a Jewish state. Palestinianism, the focus on the Palestinians, as distinguished from focused on many other groups in the world that deserve statehood, the focus on Palestinianism is destruction. Bill Clinton says Hamas does not want a state. It just wants to kill Jews and kill Israelis. Now, how do we move forward from this? What we move forward from this is Hamas accepts the Israeli peace offer, which they have now rejected. Let's get the hostages back. Let's make peace. Let's have a process which could conceivably lead to a two-state solution. Look, I don't blame Netanyahu for saying you can't have a two-state solution now. You can't have a state where on its border you have Hamas running Gaza, where they've sworn to do October 7th again and again and again and again and again. You can't have that kind of a state. So we all hope the goal is a two-state solution. The goal is to get rid of Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, but the Palestinians have to come to the bargaining table legitimately, end the war, return the hostages, and then we can move forward.
Okay, before I let Mehdi respond to that, and he will, you know, my response to that would be, for the same reason that you can't let Hamas have power going forward because they are wedded to the destruction of Israel, in the same way, you could argue now, I think pretty clearly, that the Israeli government, the current one, is wedded to the total destruction of Gaza. And in fact, in Smotrich, out of his own mouth came a plan to cleanse the Strip completely of Palestinians. So, you know, there's not much difference here in terms of the intent or rhetoric. Certainly from people like Smotrich. And then it comes down to, well, what influence do they have? And everyone tries to downplay it, but the New York Times makes it crystal clear that big deals have been on the table and Smotrich has refused to countenance them and has threatened to bring down the government if it goes ahead.
Well, there is a big difference between Hamas, which murders innocent people and babies and children, and Israel, which defends itself against such actions. Now,
but Israel is killing...
You don't got to say anything because you know Mehdi has this. I mean, he has confidence in his face right now, so I'm looking forward to this.
So many...
Here, okay. Oh, man.
Yeah, but
I'm a little giddy right now. It's like, he's about to drop.
We've had this conversation. Israel is now...
Israel is not a single...
I know, but Israel's losing people like me.
I feel like he's putting his apron on and sharpening his knives, just like, let's go.
And many like me who had a lot of support for Israel's right to defend itself because of the sheer volume of innocent children in particular that are being slaughtered on a daily basis. Now, you know, it's an arguable point
it doesn't
whether
even
everything
compare.
the IDF is doing is intentional or not. They say none of it's intentional, but they are killing a staggering number of children in the process of going after Hamas.
Let's just remember one point. One of the greatest days in American history is June 6, 1944, the greatest generation. They killed so many more civilians in the process of ending Nazism. Another great day was VJ Day. I was old enough to remember it. They killed 100,000 or more civilians. Israel is doing far, far less than the United States and Great Britain did. When your people are endangered, when your children are murdered and your women are raped, then you do engage in actions. And particularly, remember, in England and in the United States, the enemy wasn't hiding among civilians, whereas Hamas brags about the fact that its civilians are martyrs. We want them to die. The goal, the tactic of Hamas is let's get Israel to kill as many civilians as possible, 50,000, 60,000, and then we can get Piers Morgan to turn against them. That's their goal. They are targeting you, and you're accepting it because that's their goal. And I don't blame you. Good people support Hamas or at least oppose Israel because they don't understand that all these deaths are the result. No, I'm not.
Here's a little taste, Piers. How's it feel?
I'm not saying that. I say,
how's it feel when you get mischaracterized?
Good people do. Some people do. The people who march in New York or oppose Israel because they don't fully understand the tactic of Hamas to kill as many.
No, I understand that. Okay, I want to go to Mehdi. I want to go to Mehdi. Alan, I fully understand the tactic of Hamas. What I don't understand.
No, I understand.
What I don't understand are the current tactics of the Israeli government, which seem to be not a lot better. Mehdi, your response.
I mean, I don't know what to respond to. So much was said, and so much nonsense there was said about violence and killings by someone, as I say, who's volunteered to defend Netanyahu at the International Criminal Court, where he's been indicted with the former Israeli defense minister for war crimes.
I'm proud of that.
And crimes against humanity. Of course you're proud of it, because you don't value Palestinian life. Let's just deal with some things you said. Number one, you talked about deals and negotiations. Gershon Baskin, who is the only Israeli negotiator to have ever successfully negotiated with Hamas, keeps saying, he said it just the other day, go check his Twitter feed, that he has communications from Hamas saying, we have offered the Israeli government a full ceasefire. We will leave government. We will not govern Gaza. We will return all the hostages in return for a permanent ceasefire. Israel doesn't want a permanent ceasefire because Smotrich and others want 60 days and then they go back to the killing when the hostage is released. He's offered a permanent end to the war. Israel doesn't want a permanent end to the war. That's what Baskin is saying. Secondly, you talk about killing of kids.
I would like that.
You talk about killing of kids. I mean, the Israeli military does intentionally kill children.
Deliberate
Let's read
killing of kids.
972. Israeli publication interviewed 7 Israeli soldiers and officers, peers, who returned from Gaza. Just last week, in several cases, the soldier said, Israeli troops deliberately targeted children. There was a boy who entered the zone. He didn't do anything. Other soldiers claimed to have seen him standing, talking to people. That's it.
And
they dropped a grenade from a drone. In another incident, soldiers tried to kill a child riding a bicycle.
And they get prosecuted
So
for
they
it.
have not been prosecuted, Alan. Don't lie on television where people can fact you. None of them have been prosecuted.
Yes, they have been.
Which
I
soldier?
know they have been.
Which soldier was
Yes, they have
prosecuted
been.
for dropping a grenade on a child?
There are dozens
You're lying
of them who,
on national TV. Piers Morgan can come back on the next episode and tell everyone that you're not telling the truth.
Dozens of them have been prosecuted.
Not a single
for
Israeli
going
soldier has been prosecuted
orders.
for deliberately killing a Palestinian
That's
child. That is a
false.
lie. A demonstrable lie. Everyone
That's
watching right
false.
now.
No, that's false.
Okay, well, hang on.
They have been
I'm sorry, you
prosecuted.
can't say
And
things.
they've been investigated.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, Alan, what MEHDI is saying is that no Israeli soldier has been prosecuted for deliberately killing a Palestinian child since this war began. Is your information different to that?
Absolutely different. I know for a fact because I was involved in the negotiations with the International Criminal Court, and I arranged for Khan to come to Israel and see the evidence of what has been done, how people have been prosecuted, how the Israeli legal system has been,
No one's been
responsive. So I have all the data and all the information.
Name them. Come back on this show and name those soldiers.
It's true that they've been prosecuted.
Come back on this show, Alan, and name those soldiers. I challenge you. Now, I'll finish my point. You interrupted me. Hold on. You interrupted me. I never interrupted you. You've interrupted me twice now on this show.
I didn't interrupt you.
You did, actually. You interrupted to make false claims.
I did ask Alan a question.
Well, let me finish my point. Actually, my second point, Piers, was to you. I dealt with the Gershon basket and the deliberate killing of kids. They just killed 6 kids queuing up for water.
I was about to talk about
yesterday.
that.
They killed 9 kids queuing up for nutritional supplements last week. Stop interrupting, Alan. Everyone can see you do it.
And it's under investigation.
Stop interrupting, Alan. Otherwise, I'll do it to you, and you really won't like it.
That's an
Piers, let
interrupting
me
thing.
make my
It's
point to you
kind
that
of
I'm
just
trying to
whatever.
make.
Just let him.
You mentioned the New York Times. I'm glad you've mentioned the New York Times several times. The New York Times piece, the long piece, has a lot in there. 2 important points for you, Piers. I've been coming on this show for over a year talking to you about Gaza. Last April and July, the New York Times reports that Netanyahu's own generals told him, there's no military strategy left. There's nothing more we can do. Stop this war. Netanyahu overrode them. So when I was on this show and you were telling me, of course, they're just defending themselves. What else should they be doing? At that time, when I was on this show, Piers, generals were telling Netanyahu there's no war left to be had. They also make it very clear in this piece that the government would have fallen apart had Netanyahu not prolonged the war because he wanted to avoid prosecution. Yeah. And I'm sorry that we needed the New York Times to say that, because I was saying that on this show to you, Piers. Many people were saying that this war is about Netanyahu trying to avoid prison. This is about Netanyahu trying to avoid prison. I know Alan is an expert on criminals. He's defended some of the worst criminals in the world.
Lawyers do defend criminals.
Well, he defends some of the worst people. Epstein, Netanyahu.
Yeah, but lawyers...
No one forced him to defend these people.
Some of the best
Piers, no one forced him to go volunteer to defend Benjamin Netanyahu.
You can't make aspersions against lawyers.
I can actually. I can say you don't need. You don't need to.
It's not very credible to do that.
Really?
Lawyers do their job.
Hold on, Piers. Somebody forced Alan Dershowitz to defend Netanyahu. He said he's proud to do it. No one forced him to do it.
Which criminal should he defend?
I'm proud to do it.
You're proud to defend Benjamin Netanyahu.
He's a criminal lawyer.
You're proud to defend Benjamin Netanyahu, Donald Trump, Jeffrey Epstein. You defend the worst people in the world.
I was proud.
Okay.
Yes. And I was proud to defend Bill Clinton, and I was proud to defend Ted Kennedy. I've defended people on I've also defended Palestine.
Can we pivot now? Are we doing it? Are we gonna bring up that whole what was that name with an E we were just talking about?
Palestinians who were charged with offenses in Israel. I've also defended Palestinian students at Harvard who wanted to put up a Palestinian flag.
Have you defended Netanyahu's corruption trial? I think you've only defended his war crimes.
But you know what, Mehdi? I do think it's a very lame...
No, I've been involved in his corruption trial too.
It's a very... I've always felt, and a lot of people try this with Alan Dershowitz, because there are lots of things you can argue with Alan about what he believes. But when people go ad hominem about him being a lawyer defending bad
Piers,
people...
Well, I'm going to respond now since both come
Most criminal lawyers I've ever met at some stage defend pretty dodgy people.
Piers, look at that.
It's their job, literally their job.
We're looking at our cameras. Look at your camera and say honestly that you would say to Saddam Hussein's law or Slobodan Milosevic's law or Vladimir Putin's law, you wouldn't say a word about people who choose in the West to go defend those people? Yes, you would. It's just you give Netanyahu a pass. I see him in the same league as Saddam Hussein, Vladimir Putin, Slobodan Milosevic. If a Westerner chooses to to go defend these people. No one forced him to. I'm going to, question their moral
Do they
judgment.
have a right to defend?
Of course they have a right to a defense.
Then they should have a right.
But no one forced.
Well, hang on. Then they should have a right to have a lawyer defending them.
Of course.
You understand that?
Understood.
That's how the legal system works.
So if a British
justice
hold
works.
on, Piers, if a British lawyer volunteered to go defend Putin, you wouldn't cast any moral aspersions on them. Don't lie, Piers. You know you would.
So just to be clear, who should Alan be defending? Give me some criminal names.
People in New York, people wherever he lives.
Which criminals?
Why does he have to go defend Netanyahu?
Well, give me some names.
Hold on. Why does he have to go defend Netanyahu?
I do have.
I think it's a crazy
attack.
Nope, Dersh froze.
Vile people, and I wonder, why would you volunteer to go defend that person?
Because they're lawyers. Anyway, let's move on to the more substantive part of this. So, I mean, Alan, this incident that Mehdi referenced, the strike on a water distribution point at a Gaza refugee camp that killed 10 people, including 6 children, wounded 17 more. The IDF said it intended to hit an Islamic Jihad militant, but a technical error caused the missile to miss its target. But, you know, having technical errors that wipe out 6 kids in a refugee camp at this stage of this war.
Where it's pretty consistent with the fact that you do that. Come on, man.
These stories are coming
every time. It's just a technical error. Oh, you know what? The hospital.
Every day. No. How does this end?
War is hell, and these kinds of accidents.
Every fucking time. At what point do you just admit that you guys are ghouls and you don't care?
Accidents happen all the time. Many Israelis have been killed by Israeli-friendly fire. Many, including a relative of mine who was killed by friendly fire. Accidents happen. Israeli immediately announced that they would investigate.
Wow.
And if warranted, it might have been a pure accident, but if warranted, there'll be prosecution. Israel prosecutes its own criminals, and it does it all the time. And of course, Hamas rewards them. The Palestinian Authority pays.
Wait, is it friendly fire, or is that technically just like executing the Hannibal doctrine?
Pays terrorists to kill.
Which one?
Pay for slay. There's an enormous.
I mean, the fact that they have that on the books, that's
enormous difference. The United States government.
What an a-hole he really is.
Had many cases of accidental killings during every war we fought. And the difference between a democracy and a tyranny is that in a democracy you investigate, and you investigate.
Alan, before I go back to Mehdi, just on a profound level, I ask you this question: in what way is it remotely proportionate that Israel has now killed anything between 70 and 100,000 people on the Palestinian side, of which, you know, let's say a quarter, maybe a third are Hamas terrorists? We don't know. But let's say that is the proportion of that number that have been killed, which means maybe 60,000 civilians have been killed. In what way is that remotely proportionate to an attack that killed 1,200 people, of which I think 800 were civilians, and wounded many more, and kidnapped 250? It's so disproportionate now that what concerns me about this, if I'm an Israeli, a moderate Israeli, so not a far-right Israeli or an extremist or any of these things, I'm just an average Israeli citizen watching what my government is doing in Gaza now and seeing the fury that is building around the world to this daily slaughter.
Man, he's like straight up twitching.
You know, this is terrible for Israel. It's terrible for Israel's reputation. I think it's dangerous.
I agree.
It's dangerous for Jewish people. I think that the rising tide of anti-Semitism was despicable when it happened in the aftermath of October the 7th. It highlighted a cancer in the world, that people would react to that attack by being openly anti-Semitic towards Jewish people. But now a lot of that anti-Semitism, I'm sure, is being fueled by what is happening in Gaza. And I think, so I feel for Jewish people too. So I just, you know, to me, none of this makes any sense now. You agree?
Well, of course it doesn't make... Yes, and that's why Hamas is winning. Hamas is succeeding. Hamas set out to turn the world against Israel. And they realized that if they murdered 1,200 people, kidnapped people, there would be a reaction. And then they went further, and they hid themselves beneath mosques and schools, and they generated the kind of killing that results in good people like you changing your mind about Israel. That's Hamas's strategy. Hamas is winning. Hamas prevailed on
my
October
point is
7th,
Israel is
and
losing.
it's going to repeat it over and over again.
I think Israel is losing in the court of public opinion. There are
That's my point. I agree with you.
Yeah.
That's my point.
But then the strategy
Hamas
is losing.
winning. Israel. Well, what's the alternative? The alternative is to of course, let's stop the war, and Israel has offered to do it. Just today, Israel put an offer on the table that has been rejected. The point that I want to make, let me just finish my point. The point I want to make is Hamas had a strategy. We know there are captured documents that say that is get Israel to kill as many Palestinian civilians as possible, and it will turn Piers Morgan against Israel because he's a good and decent person. And the good and decent people in the world on college campuses will turn against Israel. That's Hamas's strategy. We can't let it prevail because if we do, they'll do it over and over and over again.
Alan, just to be clear, I haven't turned against Israel. I've turned against the current. I want to be very specific because people love to throw around these phrases.
I agree with you. I apologize. I agree.
I've become increasingly critical of the Israeli government strategy in Gaza. That's my specific position. I'm not against Israel or Israelis or Jewish people. And when people conflate it, I think it's really disingenuous. All right, Mehdi.
So, I agree with you, and I apologize for any implication to the opposite. But that has been the strategy. And they're prevailing, and we can't let that strategy succeed.
Alan, that is always the terrorist strategy. It was the strategy of Al-Qaeda. It was the strategy of ISIS. So
that's right. Yeah, but that's right. And the United States overreacted too.
Let me get Mehdi's response. Mehdi.
So
Dershowitz having a little bit of
a lot was said there again.
Hard time broadcasting from hell.
And let me try and respond. This is insane to suggest that Israel has accidentally killed 17,000 children. Anyone who says that should be laughed off television, whether they're a professor of law or not. 17,000 people were not killed accidentally. The children who were killed in a waterline were not killed accidentally. The children lining up, 9 who were killed last Thursday for nutritional supplements, as UNICEF says, outrageously for UNICEF aid, were not killed accidentally. Children who were shot in the head by snipers were not killed accidentally. I have friends of mine, doctors, who have gone out to Gaza and have come back and said, we saw kids were brought to hospital with sniper shots, bullets to the head, to the chest. Multiple American doctors have said that. Feroz Sidwa, Mark Perlmutter, Irfan Galaria. Go Google it. People don't believe me. So it's nonsense. Israel is killing kids deliberately, has done so for the last 21, 22, whatever so months. You can't push this bullshit line anymore about people were hiding under hospitals.
Do you disagree?
We've seen it on tape, Piers.
Okay.
We've seen kids killed in cold blood on tape. You've seen it. I've seen it.
Do you disagree? Do you disagree with what Alan said, that this was Hamas's deliberate strategy?
I don't know what Hamas's deliberate strategy was. And if it was, by the way, Piers,
hang on, let me finish the question. They created a vast tunnel network in which they hid, but left the civilian population to be slaughtered. So, in other words, I think it's perfectly rational to agree with what Alan said about the Hamas strategy.
Yeah, but hold on. What's interesting is, and as you pointed this out, why do it then? If we all know that's the strategy. No one forced Israel to go kill 100,000 people, just like, the Vietnam, the US, we burned the village to save it. No one forced Israel to drop 2,000-pound bombs on crowded refugee places. No one forced Israel to bomb hospitals. No one forced Israel to sniper shoot
it's obviously their strategy.
No one forced Israel to kill women holding up white flags, as we saw on tape with our own lying eyes. No one forced Israel to do any of that, which is why Karim Khan, the chief prosecutor, which is why the ICC judges all said Netanyahu and Gallant need to face war crimes charges.
A corrupt prosecutor.
Theodore, hold on, just to be clear on this. I know this propaganda is coming from Theodore Myron, who is a former chair of the International Tribunal on Yugoslavia, a former Rwanda tribunal judge, former legal advisor to the Israeli Foreign Ministry, former Israeli ambassador. Theodore Myron, 94 years old, descendant of Holocaust survivors. He advised on that indictment and said, yes, Netanyahu should be indicted on the basis of all the evidence I've seen. He knows far more about war crimes than you do. And let me finish my other point. Piers, you keep saying...
yes, he does, actually. I know him.
Well, you haven't chaired an international... Alan, you have not chaired an international tribunal on war crimes in Yugoslavia. He did. So,
I've written books about it.
Great.
I have written a new book
about it. He actually prosecuted war criminals, and he's not corrupt. He's a Holocaust survivor. He's a 94-year-old Israeli-American Jewish.
It doesn't mean he knows more about war crimes than Alan does.
Yes, he does, actually. Somebody who's prosecuted war crimes, Piers does. And let me finish my other point, because both of you always interrupt me. Piers, one point you've said earlier about Israeli civilians, members of the public. You said moderate Israelis. You said earlier, Smotrich, Ben-Gvir don't represent Israelis. I wish that were true. I wish it was, but the Israeli
Well, you're going to cite that poll with 80%, but
I'm going to cite multiple polls, right?
Well, that one is a bit of an outlier.
Well, the Penn State, there are multiple polls, Piers. I can cite you 3 or 4. My colleague Diana Budo has written about it for Zeteo. There is a Penn State poll that shows 82% of Israeli Jews say they support ethnic cleansing in Gaza. 47% of them said they support killing every man, woman, and child in every city that's taken back from Gaza, a la the Bible punishments of the Old Testament. So Israeli society is super pro the war, super pro getting rid of Palestinians from Israel. So unfortunately, we can't lay all this at Netanyahu's door and just say it's all the fault of Netanyahu. If we got rid of Netanyahu, things would be fine. Actually, the Israeli opposition...
When they say it's an outlier poll, like, what the fuck?
Super genocidal. The Israeli parliament's trying to get rid of the only leading Palestinian member right now. The Israeli public is...
And what percentage of Hamas are supported by the Palestinian people?
Quite a lot right now, because they see them as resistance. I'm glad you read the whole...
Hang on. So in other words, you see the same problem on the other side.
I do see some problem. Let me make this point. Hold on. No, it's not, because you never let me finish a sentence.
One
side is the occupier.
Responding to what you said.
One side is the occupier. The other side is occupied. One side is the people fighting for their freedom. One side is the people denying them the freedom.
I'll be getting... I gotta be completely real. This whole, like, you're interrupting me. It's like, okay, but if it's like with a counterpoint, that's kind of how this goes.
But let me finish up.
Because, like, dude, MEHDI, like, this is my whole problem with this whole thing is, like, what do you need? What's your timer? Do we need debate timers? Is this how this works?
Well, it's very interesting that you mentioned about, different attitudes. All I've heard...
Maybe that's what we do need.
On the show since it began today.
Go back to high school debate rules.
Is poor Israelis, think about the Israelis. Alan has said multiple times now, if your people were killed and if your women were raped, then you would respond like this. Well, the Palestinians would say the same because that's what's happened to them. Alan said war is hell. If somebody came on the show, Piers, and said to you after October the 7th, Alan, stop interrupting, Alan, let me speak. You've spoken the most on the show. Let me speak.
When was there a 7-Eleven?
Piers, 7-Eleven is the name of the store.
Tell me when there was a 7-Eleven.
Piers, if somebody came on the show after October 7th and said to you...
I was about to say, I'm like, well, I mean, they had free Slurpee Day the other day.
Well, 1,500 people were killed in Israel. War is hell. Would you be okay with that answer? You wouldn't be. So let's not tolerate it from supporters of Israel, please. Let's be consistent in our morality.
Okay.
Because that was a deliberate...
Okay. So is your favourite man Netanyahu's killing of children.
I think the problem, Alan, with where Israel's got itself with the government and the IDF at the moment, is that it appears to most people outside of the IDF and the Israeli government that there are a huge amount of children who are being killed on a daily basis. And this argument that none of it's deliberate gets increasingly tenuous.
We can see it. We can see it, Piers, with our own eyes.
I want to end, because we run out of time.
It's true.
Well, we run out of time.
It's true.
Yes, our eyes are lying to us, Alan.
I want to end, Alan, by asking you about...
Let me make one point.
Yeah. Very quickly, I want to just finish on one other point, but go on.
Sure, but one point. What conceivable benefit would Israel ever get by killing civilian children?
Well, exactly.
They would do everything to avoid doing that.
I don't think they are.
No, dude, when you got Piers even calling you on that shit, wow. You really are delusional. I mean, we knew that already, but...
They're bombing a hospital. They're bombing a hospital.
Have you listened to Israeli politicians? They brag about it, Alan. You can come on here and gaslight the Western public, but Israeli politicians say with their own mouths.
No Israeli politician
They say it with their own mouths, Alan. We've all heard them. We've all seen them say it. Not just Smotrich, Ben-Gvir, but Netanyahu, the Heritage Minister, the Social Equality Minister, the Deputy Speaker of Parliament who said burn down Gaza.
I will give $1,000. I will give $1,000 contribution to Hamas if you can find a quote directly from Netanyahu saying that we deliberately kill children.
Why not everyone else in his government?
No, you quoted...
look at that, Alan. Look how scared you were. You won't give the quote for the entire Israeli government, will you?
But
go on, Alan, will you say it for the Israeli government? I'll take your bet right now if you say it's for the Israeli government.
I don't think you can find a single person in the I don't think you can find a single person in the Israeli government, even Smotrich and even Ben-Gvir, who will get on this show and say, we deliberately kill children because we hate Palestinian children and we want them to die. That's just not true.
No, but you know
they do it because they use them as human shields.
Because Gaza, we will destroy Gaza is what's the
trouble is, Alan, wants these children to die.
They can keep saying,
wants these children to die.
Yes, but you know what? Yeah. I don't think the Israeli government cares about the number of Palestinian children it's killing. I really don't. Because if they did,
I think they do.
if they
Yep.
did,
I think
they would
again,
now stop this
come on,
war.
man.
That's my opinion.
When you got-
I want
when
to
you
end on
lost
something
Piers
else.
Morgan,
They
you
want
lost.
to stop the war.
I want
They
to
wanna
end on,
stop
well,
the
I
war.
don't think they're trying hard enough. But look, we can disagree about that. I just want to play a clip. This is Tucker Carlson talking about the Epstein scandal. Let's take a look at it.
Good job, Piers. I got a little pat on the back for him.
The real answer is Jeffrey Epstein.
I would be remiss if he didn't, have Alan Dershowitz on with the news cycle and ask him about
He
this.
was working on behalf of Intel Services, probably
How
not
long we got
American.
on this?
And we
Ooh, 10 minutes.
have
That's
every right to ask
enough.
on whose behalf was he working? Where did all the money come from? And no one has ever gotten to the bottom of that because no one has ever tried. And moreover, it's extremely obvious to anyone who watches that this guy had direct connections to a foreign government. Now, no one's allowed to say that that foreign government is Israel because we have been somehow cowed into thinking that that's naughty. There is nothing wrong with saying that. There is nothing hateful about saying that. There's nothing anti-Semitic about saying that. There's nothing even anti-Israel about saying that.
Okay, Alan, it's got a lot of pickup, this from
I
Tucker
was
Carlson.
Epstein's.
Yeah.
I was Epstein's lawyer. I tried desperately to get him a good deal when he was first arrested. I went to the prosecution with everything we had. I asked Epstein over and over again, what can you tell me? Did you work for the government? Did you do anything for the government? If he had done anything for the government, first person he would have told would be me, and I would have gone to the government and say, well, you can't prosecute this guy. You have to let him off the hook. He's worked for the government. There isn't one iota of proof or truth to the claim that he worked for the Israeli government. Jeffrey Epstein visited me in Israel when I was there as a visiting scholar. It was the first time he had ever been to Israel. He asked me to put together a group of smart people to have lunch. I included Aaron Barak, Yitzhak Zamir, a few people. He didn't know anybody in Israel. He has never had any connections with Israeli intelligence. And Tucker Carlson just made it up completely out of whole cloth.
Okay, but
There's
okay,
nothing to it whatsoever.
And what you said has been corroborated by Naftali Bennett, the former Prime Minister, who said today, well, corroborated in the sense of this defence has been corroborated. He said that Epstein had nothing to do with the Mossad ever, and never in his knowledge ever did any work for the Israeli government. Now, this is still being investigated. We shall see. But no one's, as Alan rightly says, no one's established this yet as a fact. To the contrary. Alan, before I go to Mehdi for a final response to this, you've been quite vocal since the Trump administration shut down the Epstein case. You've been quite vocal that you know specific names of people that, in your estimation, should be prosecuted. So my question for you is, why don't you just put them out in the public domain?
I can't because I'm under court order. The courts, two courts in federal courts in New York, have imposed gag orders on this. I don't know anybody who necessarily should be prosecuted. I know the names of people who were allegedly clients or allegedly had sex, and those names are being suppressed because their lawyers
how many
went
names
to
are we
court
talking about?
and got probably just a handful, maybe even fewer. But
what's a handful to you? Some people, some people got. Listen. As you know, there, Alan. Some people got some people's hands are a little bit smaller than others.
We know that there are
some people can only hold 5 strawberries. Some people can only hold 2.
And we know that.
How many strawberries can you hold?
Some of the names that are being suppressed not only are names of people who are accused, but also information about the accusers, because some of the accusations are clearly false accusations. And so what I've said from day one is we want every single thing disclosed, nothing redacted, everything open, so that the public can judge the validity of the accusations, the name of the accusers, the names of the accused, and put it all forward so that the court of public opinion has all the information. There is no such thing as a client list. There is a redacted FBI form that has the names of several people, and they have been redacted, and they should be unredacted.
But that sounds very similar to a client.
That sounds like a client list.
To me.
No,
semantics.
It's an accusation. No, it's not a list. A list would be something that Epstein put together. This is.
Oh, you mean like those books? Are those not listy enough for you?
A list of people who were.
How about the the compact discs?
Accused by somebody and by others,
otherwise known as CDs,
of having improper conduct, and those names have been suppressed. That's not a list. That's a list of accusations. They may all be false as far as we know.
Okay.
And if you're going to turn out the names of the people accused, you also ought to provide all the information about the accusers.
And in all your time, Madam, before I go to Mehdi for the final word on this, in all your time around Epstein and this case and all your knowledge, has there been anything to link President Trump, Donald Trump, to anything that in your eyes ought to be further investigated?
Absolutely not. They knew each other. They were part of the Palm Beach Circle. They were at each other's homes. And then apparently Trump banned Epstein from Mar-a-Lago. But there's never been an allegation that Trump did anything wrong. And I've never seen...
That's not true. That's very much not true.
...any evidence to suggest that. Period. The same thing is true of Bill Clinton. There were all kinds of allegations that he was on the plane, that he was on the island. That has never been proved. It's easy to make these accusations. I wrote a book a few years ago called...
Notice how he said never been proven
Guilt by
for Bill Clinton there.
Accusation, where today in America and around the world, if you're accused...
It's more like an Epstein spreadsheet.
You're deemed to be guilty, but many of the people...
Yeah, it's like a fantasy football, you know? It's all like a theoretical of who's.
Who were accused were not guilty. In my own case, I was accused, and the woman then admitted that she may have falsely,
who had Clinton on the island?
In fact, misidentified me for somebody else, and my case ended as a result of that. And other cases might end the same way if all the information came out. That's why I always wanted all the information to come out so that innocent people will be exculpated and guilty people will be
listen, I
prosecuted.
agree, and I think what's fascinating, Mehdi, is that this has been shut down without all that information being put out, which I just think purely on the face of that, that is wrong. But what we're also seeing is a political fallout, which is gathering real momentum and is quite dangerous for Donald Trump, I think, which a lot of the MAGA base are genuinely enraged that they've been effectively taken to the water edge of the oasis.
I was going to be nicer about the Twitch and not really like point it out as much, but he really does only get it when it's on something where it's like, oh,
thinking they're going to get all the answers and the accountability, and now they're going to get nothing.
Yeah, well said. This is the first Trump scandal I know of where the opposition to Trump is being led by his base, not by liberals, not by the left. Democrats have been very late to this story. It's his own people who are pissed at him. And as you say, look, there's only two options here. One is Trump and his crew.
The Democrats were kind of like, do we even want to do this?
Lied to these people, made
Which,
fools of
again, sus.
Brought them to the
Why
water's
not?
edge. They tried to get votes
It's a good question.
off of a child abuse scandal, cynically, and then said, oh, there's nothing there is no file, even though Pam Bondi said it's sitting on my desk in February. Or there's the other scary scenario that Donald Trump, the President of the United States, is implicated in a child sex abuse scandal, which, of course, Elon Musk, his top donor, has said. He says Donald Trump's name is in the Epstein files. No less a figure than his top donor and former government ally has said that. So that's a pretty big scandal. Then you've got Alex Acosta, who was Trump's labor secretary. He's the guy who signed off on the sweetheart deal that Alan Dershowitz negotiated for Epstein in 2008. Acosta says, I was told to lay off Epstein because he's with the intelligence services. Those are the words of Alex Acosta, apparently.
He wasn't told by me.
So, interestingly, whether he worked for the CIA or whether he worked for Mossad, and of course he had ties to Israel. He was best friends with Ehud Barak. He lived in Israel. He invested in Israeli companies.
Later.
He had ties to Israel. I'm not saying he's in Mossad, but he definitely had ties to Israel.
Later.
And the administration should come out and clarify. The administration should clarify.
What does it matter when?
Make is this. We talked about Alan being a lawyer for Epstein, and he can choose who he wants to represent. But more than just being a lawyer, Alan was a friend of Epstein's and a friend of Ghislaine Maxwell, and went to the mansion and went on the plane. I'm not suggesting any wrongdoing, but I'm questioning Alan's judgment on this and many others.
I'm questioning the whole conflict of interest.
The president of Harvard was a friend. Professors were friends. Bill Gates was a friend. Jeffrey Epstein attracted a great...
Yeah. Bill Gates was also accused of some...
many people. He used to have these seminars. Nobody knew he was doing anything wrong. Nobody knew he was doing anything wrong. Once people found out he was accused of doing things wrong, they terminated their relationship with him, as I did. You can't blame somebody for being friendly with somebody.
You got him a great deal.
I represented him as a lawyer. He didn't think it was a good deal. He refused to pay me my fee because he thought I had gotten him a terrible deal because he ended up in prison and having to sign in as a sex offender. So he didn't think it was a great deal. I thought it was a pretty good deal. That's my job as a lawyer. I'll always try to get the best deal for my clients no matter what.
Okay, we've got to leave it there. And unfortunately, the screen is breaking up again, but it's a good moment to leave it. I appreciate you both very much joining me on Uncensored. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Unfortunately, only 10 minutes of Dershowitz answering questions for the Epstein thing. I don't want to be this guy, but why not more time, Piers? What's up with that? What's up with that? Something going on with Spain and Morocco? Airport roof collapse? That was 2 days ago. There's nothing going on in Spain, so no. Let's see what else we got. Oh, right. This, here we go. Taylor Lorenz is dipping her toe into the whole copyright lawsuit with Ethan Klein. She has some
in online
more
expression.
info on this.
These legal attacks that were once used almost exclusively.
Any kind of legal mechanism that allows somebody without the intervention of a court to get something off the internet is invariably going to be used for the same thing, which is somebody said something I don't like and I want it gone.
For decades, content creators have fought against oppressive copyright restrictions on online content. Copyright claims are often wielded by powerful corporations to take down videos, suppress criticism, or stifle parody through rigid restrictions on online speech. But now a troubling shift is unfolding. A prominent YouTuber has begun using copyright lawsuits to silence other creators' speech and commentary on his content.
This is really refreshing. The fact that she's like has nothing to do with like Ethan Klein or anybody that is in these circles.
I think this moment marks a potential turning point in online expression. These legal attacks that were once used almost exclusively by powerful media companies are now being leveraged by big content creators to attack smaller content creators that they don't like. Today, I'm joined by Meredith Rose, Senior Policy Counsel at Public Knowledge, a nonprofit promoting freedom of expression and open internet, to talk about how copyright law and discussions of fair use are central to the fights over free speech in the digital age. Meredith, welcome.
Thank you for having me.
I want to start off by asking you, what does copyright law have to do with free speech? Can you explain how copyright and issues around sort of free speech and free expression online intersect in our legal system?
Sure. So copyright in its original design is supposed to incentivize people to create new expressive works. This ran into a bit of a problem when the internet really took hold and rights holders were finding their copyrighted work popping up left and right on different
Honestly, I don't care. It sounds like any other day in Chicago. I don't give a shit.
different websites. And so as part of this sort of grand bargain that was happening between tech platforms and rights holders at the time, we implemented this system called the Digital Millennium Copyright Act. And people are probably most familiar with this in the context of takedowns. And one of the provisions of the DMCA essentially says
I'm literally dealing with that right now.
that if you as a rights holder find your work somewhere, you can send a notice to the platform and say, that is mine. And whoever has uploaded this does not have the rights to it. And the platform is obligated to take that content down. And so what has actually happened with the DMCA is, though it was designed to allow rights holders to, police the use of their copyrighted content online, what it has ended up being in practice is a way for people to get things that are unflattering.
Yeah, just removed.
Or that they don't like removed from the internet. So it's a very, very powerful tool, and it's just very widely abused.
Was there concern about abuse when it was enacted? And have there been any major legal challenges?
Queen Andrew's bestie. Oh yeah, they did
to kind of
debate
deal
each
with this
other.
issue?
I forgot about that.
I don't know that anybody expected the degree and the pervasiveness of abuse that's actually happened. Also because, you know, the law was passed in 1998, and I think folks were still didn't really appreciate just how huge and transformative the internet was going to be.
No, that's when I remember 1998 internet. Let's see. 1998 internet for Pep Talks was a big, like, bulky ass computer screen. I believe we had a gateway computer. We had dial-up internet at home, but we had a T1 connection at my dad's office, which was he never understood why I had my own little private computer just in the back to play some Quake.
And there have been a lot of debates since then. Unfortunately, the way that
Let's see, Prawn, was I into it? Nah, yeah, I was right about that age. Yeah, that was right about that time. So it took probably on average 3 to 5 minutes to get a decent pic. And God forbid you were printing it. Oh my God. I remember the one time I tried to, just to aside, I tried to print a picture and have my, you know, it was kind of like, ooh, my own magazine of sorts. Ooh. Yeah, not only did it run out of ink before I could actually like get the full picture printed out, but when it ran out of ink, I also had no like idea how much ink costs, and that one caused a scene. My dad was pretty pissed.
lawsuits have gone on under the DMCA has really actually removed more of the protections that were supposed to.
Oh, Napster? Yes, had Napster. This was before the Metallica takedown.
Uploaders. So classic example is the law has a
Little kazaa.
provision which essentially says that you must consider if
Or you kill your computer with LimeWire.
you are a rights holder before you send that notice. You have to actually make sure that it's not a fair use, that you can't send a frivolous notice just to do exactly the.
Yeah, so this is something that isn't really covered a lot, and I can give a little bit of insight on. So you do have a responsibility to make sure like that you are not just doing frivolous claims, because you could lose your channel just as easily for trying to do that. So that's why with Ethan, he's trying to take it to the courts so he doesn't get like channel struck or any of that
kind of thing that we keep seeing, which is to, you know, take down content that is perfectly legally fine. In practice, what has actually happened is that courts have said, well, you need to think about fair use. And fair use is so complicated, we really can't ever say that your guess was wrong. And so functionally, it's kind of a dead letter. And there really aren't any penalties for sending abusive takedown notices, which is why we've got the situation that we have today.
What sort of, I guess, like role does intentionality play with copyright law? You know, if you encourage someone, for instance, like remix your songs and you put it out there and say, remix my song, and then people remix my song and you try to like copyright claim on them, like, does that play any sort of role, or is the law pretty to the letter?
There's this concept called implied license, which is essentially somebody told me I could do the thing, or they put it out there
Yeah, but they usually have you send like a copy of an email with that.
specifically with the intention of somebody else using it. So, good example is during the peak of the Drake and Kendrick feud last summer, I think it was Metro Boomin put out the BPL Drizzy beat and essentially said, go forth and use this one, and I'll promote the one that I think is the best, which was, for one thing, it was a fantastic time to be online. That was arguably one of the last high points
Agreed.
of 2024.
Agreed.
But that's an implied license, right? Where he says, go out and do this thing, you know, or if you just release a beat on SoundCloud and presumably other folks are going to go back and add things on top of it. This actually came out weirdly in a case around tattoos. My recollection of it was that an NBA player appeared in an NBA 2K game, complete with tattoos, and the tattoo artist sued and said, that's my design.
Yep.
You can't reproduce it because I...
Luke Beasley had an interesting situation where a copycat channel took his videos and did an audio and video filter.
I have a copyright on the design. And I don't recall if it actually made it into the court fight, but one of the common lines of thought among the copyright nerd set was that when you put a tattoo on someone's body, you're giving them an implied license to display it out in the world because...
True, I guess.
You're putting your artwork somewhere visible for the whole world to see. And it was broadcast on, live games all the time. Like, this thing's reproduced all the time. So, yeah, there's an implied license when you put art on someone's body.
The DMCA stuff, I feel like most creators learn about it through having their content taken down. And it seems like it's been really abused by these big companies. Like, I don't know, you included a Disney clip or some Warner Brothers material that you were reacting to, and it was sort of immediately removed. Now we're seeing...
If that moved even for like a second,
it seems like
if it was a controversial take here, GIF?
Content creators themselves sort of enact copyright claims on each other.
Or a GIF.
Have we seen anything like this before?
Not that I am aware of, but with the caveat that I don't really follow YouTuber communities very closely. We have seen, obviously, instances of, the sort of joke is that the DMCA is a keep my name out of your
she's not online.
mouth
No.
cause of action. We have seen it a lot to take down criticism that is like very, very various copyright claims. So YouTuber Lindsay Ellis kind of was on the receiving end of this famously when she was actually commenting on a different copyright lawsuit that was a debate about who owned, quote unquote, the concept of the Omega-verse trope in fan fiction. So there was a lawsuit
I got you.
between two creators. One of them claimed that really she had the rights to this Omega-verse trope. Lindsay Ellis came in and included clips of her reading from the book. But, she makes very substantially long YouTube videos. And these were a small part of it. And mostly she was just poking at the concept that anybody was fighting about this. And then she got a takedown notice from the author, whose, argument she was poking at. And then she got to do another YouTube video about how she had gotten DMCA'd for criticizing someone else. So it really does become kind of a snake eating its own tail. And really any kind of legal mechanism that allows some...
Every nerd learned that with Loki that didn't already know it.
Without the intervention of a court to get something off the internet.
Her productivity and mental health is probably 5 times better than ours.
Is invariably going to be used for the same thing, which is somebody said something.
I mean, you don't read that many books without not being online. Oh.
I don't like, and I want it gone.
Well, that's why I want to kind of dig
take a vacation
into that a little bit more, because I feel like a lot of people online, in light of all these YouTuber things, have said this is not about free speech and this is not about free expression. And it seems like most copyright, if not a lot, certainly a huge amount of it, right, is about speech and expression. And like you said, you posted something that I don't like, or you posted criticism or political commentary that I don't like. So can you talk a little bit just about that and sort of like how this stuff can be weaponized to silence specific speech or political views, things like that?
Sure. So the extremely lawyer answer to that is that copyright is really in tension with the First Amendment, right? Because copyright is fundamentally a way of restricting speech. And specifically, it says you cannot replicate exactly the speech of another person under these circumstances. That obviously creates some issues. Fair use is often referred to as the safety valve that lets copyright and the First Amendment
need to do a sabbatical from the internet.
And so fair use essentially says, well, there are certain kinds of...
The thing is, I think that I've talked about this a little bit. Like, I only have a Facebook account now. I don't have... Okay, that's not fair. I have an X account specifically for this, so I can just... But I don't post on it. I don't use it for anything. And then I have my Blue Sky, which, let's be honest, it's there. But realistically, I try not to use social media. And for Facebook, I actually put like two-factor not authentication, but like I put 2 different security measures on it where I have to have my face read and then put my numbers in, and it has nothing to do with trying to hide anything, because technically my wife can also do the same thing, but it's just so I don't use it. I have this like, are you sure you want to go there? Are you sure you want to go there?
Of direct quotation that we actually think are okay.
And you know what? for the most part, I have cut down my usage significantly. And on top of it, I also like curated a whole bunch of it. Like, yes, there is political content, but I'm really trying to do more like, you know, if I'm gonna follow something that's gonna be like a sales group for comic books or something like that.
Or strictly legal reasons, or historical or cultural reasons. So Americans love their parody. They really need the ability to make fun of.
It's the one my family's on, and honestly, it's the one that like there isn't a lot of interaction on. So yeah, Instagram was the one where I was just like, no.
Elected officials, for example.
Instagram, TikTok too. Like I have a TikTok account, but it's pretty much dead.
If you tried to take, you know, The Daily Show or sort of our satire news programs away from people, there would be a revolution. And so copyright has to allow for these kinds of criticism, commentary, often news reporting. You know, we'll have to be able to quote people directly. And so that's how we tried to square that circle. Now, in practice, a lot of this comes down to whether a judge does a sniff test on it and thinks, I think this seems valid, or I don't think this seems valid. And a lot of cases, it's, do I think this party's a jerk, or do I think this other party's the jerk? And so you've had some personalities losing copyright cases sort of based on just the force of, you know, the gut feeling that.
I think I do better when I schedule my screen dash internet time and stick to it. Yeah, YouTube is the hard one for me.
We may not be able to
I have to admit that.
articulate it, but we really don't like what they did here.
Yeah, I saw somebody posting yesterday, some YouTuber fan that was like, you know, reminder, judges are people. Like, these are human beings making these judgments. These are not just like AI algorithms that, you know, follow the law to the letter. I mean, they do follow the law, but, you know, there is judgment involved in being a judge. And I feel like it'll be interesting to see how these.
No, it's the meme is literally true that like Facebook gets shorts and TikToks that like were popular a week ago. You know, that's how it goes. It's like I get a week late.
Play out. I feel like the legal system, especially around speech, is often weaponized where it's really just, I mean, I'm a journalist, so I've been sued.
I will say this, in the last just 2 days, all of the AI content that was really, really pissing me off is pretty much gone.
For defamation before.
Like the last 2 days specifically, I've noticed that on YouTube, it's all like the people that I follow. It's not like the annoying AI like bot
or very frivolously
accounts or whatever the fuck they are.
They're going to lose, but the goal is to kind of.
There was this comic book one, I think I told you guys about it, where it would like try to push like Invincible content, and it was so egregiously like an AI. It was so bad. You know. It's like they just it's like they fed the entire like comic like through it and then just said, here, make an analysis on this, and that's the content.
Smear you, attack the New York Times.
Oh God, it was so bad.
Washington Post. So I guess I'm wondering, in some cases, have you ever seen copyright lawsuits be
Now that you mention it, yeah, I've been given a lot more recommended videos from actual people lately. See?
used just to sort of punish someone, where it's like, you're going to.
That's kind of what happens when they demonetize a bunch of AI slop.
Have to take the legal resources now to defend yourself, and that in itself is a deterrent to speech.
Yeah, for sure.
Although there is a new meter.
Copyright lawsuits
I'll say that.
are ludicrously expensive. It is a very intricate, set of law. It's deeply arcane, and I say this as someone who spends her 40 hours a week thinking about it. It is masochism. But the reality is that things like fair use, in particular, the way it's structured, are you only can definitively know if something is a fair use once you get in front of a judge, and the judge makes that call. And so we actually see copyright being used for, not just silencing speech, but trying to carry the weight of a lot of things that it was not designed to do. And so we end up dealing with copyright law when we're talking about everything from making books accessible to the blind, all the way down to being able to fix your tractor, all the way to, you said something on YouTube that I don't like. And the actual test for things like fair use are wobbly. It's a 4-factor test. The only way to be sure, though, that something is a fair use is if you're following more or less exactly the pattern that has happened in a case that has happened before. A lot of these sort of frivolous DMCA takedowns, because they're frivolous, tend not to make it all the way to court. Defamation still seems to be the weapon of choice in those cases, but it is
I wish YouTube had a category so you don't see addictive videos.
Really kind of interesting crossover point with things like SLAPP lawsuits, these strategic lawsuits against public participation. They're complicated, they're huge, they're extremely frightening to be on the receiving end.
I can just be open with it. I've been very into like the comedy breakdowns and like the breakdowns of the comedy scene. That's why I was talking about like the comedians kind of losing their whole, you know, like I'm not the only one noticing this. You have a lot of comedy channels and comedy fans that are just like, what the hell is going on with these podcasts and these like live performances where it's like, it's soulless and they're not funny and they're almost mean-spirited. And then the main criticism, it's like it feels like they don't even want to be there.
Of damages for copyright infringement, the statutory damages are $150,000 per infringement. So you can stack up very quickly.
Yes, you
when
can.
you run into these things.
Yeah, it's terrifying. I mean, I started as a blogger, and I remember this was a conversation even back when I started blogging, because people, you know, you would take certain parts of articles and repost them, and there was always this concern of like, well, is that news organization, am I adding enough commentary that this news organization is not going to come for me somehow? You mentioned the anti-SLAPP protection. Can you explain for people that don't know what anti-SLAPP does? How does it function? And has it ever been used as a defense in a copyright suit?
So SLAPP is an acronym. It stands for Selective Lawsuit Against Public Participation. And the idea is this is the sort of fancy legal term for nuisance lawsuits that are designed to get people to shut up. And so we see these a lot with defamation lawsuits in particular. There are things called anti-SLAPP statutes. They usually exist from state to state. So some states have them and some do not. Some of them are stronger than others. But the sort of essence of an anti-SLAPP law is that it allows for an earlier off-ramp, where if you are commenting on something that is sort of a matter of public interest, and this is speaking very generally because, again, every state has their own, or some states have their own, that if really this is a lawsuit that is just designed to shut you up, then there's an early off-ramp so that you don't have to go through motions and discovery and all the added expense of having to go through these.
And that's where you can say that this did have merit, because you could argue that Denims could just hire a lawyer and then just have them do that, and then they could just throw it out before it even hits the courts.
Lawsuits. Texas has actually one of the strongest anti-SLAPP provisions in the country.
Which is weird, because isn't that where it was filed?
Which is, I feel like, kind of surprising to a lot of folks. It was definitely a surprise to me. No shade to Texas, but I did not expect that. California's got a pretty strong one as well. I know New York and Virginia have them of sort of mixed
Illinois
success.
has one.
And there's been kind of talk for years about whether we need a federal anti-SLAPP statute.
I know Ron Wyden was trying to introduce, I think it's in committee in Congress, it's called like the Free Speech Act or something, but it has not made it anywhere.
I'm not.
My mind has been damaged by corn. I need to cut
with this Congress and this administration, which is a big fan of using lawsuits against critics. Not super hopeful that this would go anywhere this time.
Have you ever seen a successful sort of anti-SLAPP claim in terms of copyright law?
I have not, actually. Again, they tend to come up more in defamation, but I have not seen anti-SLAPP used in the copyright context. The copyright cases that tend to get litigated for longer and tend to, like sort of make their way up to circuit courts tend to be more sympathetic cases, frankly. And so there's a lot more of a trail on that. So there was a famous case, Google v. Garcia, which had to do with a woman who essentially answered a casting call. It was sort of like, it might have been like even a want ad on Craigslist, looking for actors to star in a historical period piece. Then she showed up and she said a couple of lines and, kind of went about her day. And then the movie showed up on YouTube, and it was essentially an anti-Muslim screed, and they had overdubbed her voice so that she was saying something about the Prophet Muhammad,
this.
and she got death threats.
Yeah, I remember this.
For having been in this, and she did not know. And so they attempted to use the DMCA to take down this thing saying I was in it, I have a copyright in my performance, and I didn't consent to this being up there. Frankly, it was a terrible situation, but copyright was not the route to get that to happen. No. And, we ended up, I believe it was at the Ninth Circuit where they finally said, like, this sucks, but this is not the cause of action you need to use to deal with this. So we tend to see it more in situations like that.
I wonder what the update on that one is, if they still like use not like copyright, because I get it, like use of likeness.
But I am not aware.
It's like the Star Wars thing
of a situation where copyright and anti-SLAPP have really collided, and that's partly because it's a federal case, so it always goes through federal courts. And anti-SLAPP are state level. There's actually an open question about whether or not state anti-SLAPP can apply in federal court. I think the answer is different in different circuit courts, so it depends on where you live. It's a whole complicated morass. You know, lawyers keep themselves employed.
Another reason we need federal anti-SLAPP. How would a content creator know what's fair use? I mean, how are they supposed to determine when they're uploading
That's
something?
a good question.
Especially if they're slightly altering it and thinking, oh, well, this
Although I
counts as
technically
parody
know.
or this counts as, you know, valid commentary. Like, how are they supposed to make those determinations?
It's a hard call, and frankly, a lot of lawyers have a hard time doing it. That's why we have to settle it in the courts. As a general rule, though, things that are criticism or commentary are considered to be more strong fair use cases than others. And the more criticism and the more commentary that you inject, usually the safer you are. Things like parody, which unfortunately has a very specific legal meaning, are considered to be sort of the quintessential fair use that fair use is designed to protect. But as a practical matter, yeah, a lot of creators are kind of left rolling the dice on whether or not something is fair use. And if you do find your work taken down, in a lot of cases, you have the option to file a counter notice, which says, actually, I think this work is fine, and I want it to go back online. But as a practical matter, those are kind of terrifying to file. They usually have lots of all caps print on the bottom of them saying the next step after this is a lawsuit if the person who issued the takedown notice really wants to fight it. And a lot of folks get deterred. And that's even if they have the
I've had just one of those.
option to file
As
a
I
putback
said,
notice.
don't fuck with Telemundo.
So places like Twitch, for example, doesn't have any mechanism for putbacks in a lot of cases. You can appeal a decision, but there's no DMCA counter notice that's really baked into the system. And so it's this perfect storm of, you know, platforms feel like they have to take stuff down, but there's no penalties for them not putting it back. And creators are, you know, I think understandably a little bit skittish about fighting these things.
You mentioned fair use earlier and these sort of 4 qualifications. Can you walk me through what those 4 are?
Yeah, so it's a 4-factor test to actually make sure that it's fair use. So the first one is the purpose and character of the use, which
That was a
includes
hell of a B-roll.
whether it's commercial or whether it's nonprofit. This
No, that's not just scribbles. She just has bad handwriting.
this is often called the transformativeness prong. How much are you transforming the work from what it was originally to the new use? This is the subject of tons of debate. The Supreme Court weighed in on it recently and kind of shook up everything in that first factor. So that one is sort of widely acknowledged to be messy. The second question is the nature of the copyrighted work. So nonfiction, because nonfiction is essentially like depends on restating facts, and facts are not protected by copyright law. Nonfiction tends to get thinner copyright protection, so it gets a little less deference towards protecting it because, again, if it's facts, you can't protect those. The third factor is the amount and substantiality of the portion used in relation to the copyrighted work as a whole. So did you take the whole thing or did you just take a snippet? And the fourth is the effect of the use on the potential market for or value of the copyrighted work. And this is what people tend to think about when they think about whether something is fair use. You know, the question is, am I making money off of it? And if I'm making money off of it, it's not a fair use.
I mean, did you get the or the
Which is not true.
Check and check.
One of the most famous fair use cases, and the one from which a lot of modern fair use thinking flows, had to do with Two Live Crew, a hip hop group doing
No
a
shit!
song
No!
called Pretty
Two Live was responsible for this?
Woman, which sampled the Roy Orbison song Pretty Woman and was a parody of it in a lot of ways. And they made money off that. And that is considered to be one of the quintessential fair uses. So you take all of these 4 factors together and you sort of
I thought it was Weird Al this whole time. I didn't know it was Two Live.
weigh them.
That's
little scales,
That's
and you
why.
hem and you haw, and then the judge has to kind of sum up all of the factors and make a decision on it. But again, you know, a lot of these things are like the transformativeness prong. Like, well, what does that really mean? Everybody's kind of a slightly different view on what is
means
transformative and what is not. Judges are going to think certain things are more creative or less creative, often depending on their biases about certain kinds of creative works. And so
that would actually be really funny if you just could make, like, can you make a Transformers noise? All right. Case closed.
It's really messy, and it ends up being not only fact
Autobots.
specific, but sometimes judge specific about how you want to argue these
Fair
things.
I think it's so interesting too, just like the norms that have been set, especially as live streaming has taken off and more people, I mean, IRL streams, but these reacting streams on Twitch are increasingly
Be careful, white boy.
popular, and YouTube, where people sort of just react to other people's
Telemundo. Yeah, that's kind of the way they might as well have just sent me like a little, hey.
content or commentate on it. And I guess I'm wondering, like, have you seen copyright law affect these fan communities and this like remix and reaction culture?
Is it Cuidado or Cuidado?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Copyright
Cuidado?
law and especially
Cuidado,
fan communities and we call it transformative fandom now. There's a long history there. And so one of actually the biggest organizations working on this is the Organization for Transformative Works.
Dude, and it was for Trump's, like during the, what do you call it? The election. He went on and did that thing with the Mexican farmers on Telemundo, and that's what they struck me for. And that was the first time I ever had so like the way they kind of break it to you, they're just like, hey, they want you to take this down, like they gave you a warning. This one was like, if you do not take this down, you will get a strike. I was like, oh.
And they run our
Sweetado?
archive of our own, which is a huge fan fiction archive. And I get this question a lot. I do a lot of talks at like Dragon Con and other fan communities.
Dragon Con, all
A lot
right.
of questions about like, well, is my fanfic a fair use? What if I make cosplay? What if I sell cosplay accessories? What if I sell fan art? And the answer is almost uniformly that there is a difference between your legal risk and your practical risk. That
Yeah.
a lot of companies have decided either that they're going to crack down on use of their products, even if they don't win, bringing the lawsuit is going to be usually enough to get somebody to stop doing it, or that they benefit from having this active fan community and active fan engagement, and that they're just going to let it go. And sometimes they draw lines sort of informally around what they are and are not comfortable with. So, not in the US, but in Japan, there was an interesting case.
Going to head off, cut off the nicotine, and try to get off a few, and try to get a few things done. Nice.
Where, somebody actually got sent to jail for...
Well, thank you for joining tonight. I will catch you later.
We're making a fan comic. It was a Pokemon fan comic, and it was pornographic. So...
That's...
that was the line. There's sort of an unofficial blacklist of, you don't do fan comics of Disney properties and Nintendo properties and Pokemon properties. And so a lot of it is this sort of social norm, really, more than the law. And, fanfic has not been litigated, mercifully, because I'm not sure anybody wants to stick their neck out enough to get that risk. But yeah, it is a constant threat. And I think the fact that people don't understand fair use, and I say that most copyright lawyers won't pretend to understand fair use. We're all sort of, reading tea leaves, but it's scary. And I think people, try to rely on these soft norms to change their behavior rather than what the law actually says.
Talking about Pokemon and Disney and some of these other companies, I think it's so interesting. I've done a bunch of reporting on Skibbity Toilet. I don't know if you're familiar.
My 8-year-old has educated me about Skibbity Toilet.
I interviewed the guy who works with the creator and owns all the IP for Skibbity Toilet, and they monetize Skibbity Toilet and sell the merch, develop these games and all these things. And he said actually that they don't really pursue copyright claims. They get really excited when they've always actually really encouraged people to make their own versions of Skibbity Toilet, because it's sort of the way the internet works. Like, the more people are talking about something online, the bigger the brand becomes. And I actually do know one creator who did make Skibbity Toilet porn. I don't know if it's quite on their radar yet, so I don't know if that's been litigated, but I think overwhelmingly he was saying it was actually kids that were fans of Skibbity Toilet and wanted to make their own stuff. So I think it's kind of interesting, these different perceptions. I would say Skibbity Toilet, it's being made into a Michael Bay movie now. It's about to be, it's like sort of this modern IP versus, maybe the old Disney way of cracking down.
I want off this ride. I don't want to do this anymore.
Yeah, and so much of it is really just...
No, I think this is it. Everything going on with Trump, everything going on in this world, that was it, guys.
Dependent on the creators and the context in which they kind of came into creating. So it's very interesting to watch. I deal a lot with the music industry, which has very specific ideas about what needs to be licensed. And those very specific ideas are everything needs to be licensed. And that went through an adjustment period when hip hop and sampling culture came up. And the lawyers won, and now you have to, pay for every sample, even if it's a fair use. Contrast that with video games, where you have companies like Valve, and Valve is sort of famous for really enjoying mods of their games, and sometimes hiring the people who make the mods for their games, because the folks who formed Valve came out of a modding community. And so that's where their priorities are. And then you have a lot of these digital native creators who are just really into the fact that there are fan communities. You know, on the other end of the spectrum, there are a lot of print authors who have very well publicized, not great views about fan fiction, which actually in a lot of cases you can trade.
I love how it's George.
Back to one particular instance where a famous fantasy writer used to actually collaborate with her fans. So she would release essentially a zine or like, you know, short story compilations and invite other people to write in the world. You know, you can see old Star Trek fan fiction that was bound.
Yeah, Star Trek was really big on this.
And printed and sold and had forewords by Gene Roddenberry, who was like, this is great. I love that people love this. So this author, you know, collaborated and would, you know, often give credit to some of her fans when she published a new mainstream novel. She would say, you know, with like an additional creative credit to insert fanfic author here. That came to a head when there was a dispute with one of the fanfic authors who then claimed that the sort of canon author had stolen essentially the plot of one of the fanfics that she had written and then threatened to sue the canon author over it. And so that was when
and thus ruining it for everybody.
The sort of detente was reached of authors do not read fanfic of their own work because that is a legal exposure for them. And so, yeah, it's this like very complicated relationship. Star Wars has been trying to navigate this for like 40 years at this point, and they're still kind of working on it.
I'm thinking too of these reaction channels where I feel like traditionally people have wanted other creators to react to their content because it sort of elevates the original content. I had a video recently that some big content creators like essentially just watched on their stream, but it made people interested in my channel and actually really boosted the views. And so I feel like there's this culture of like creators being like, please react to my work. Like, please let me know what you think, you know, please talk about it on your stream or whatever, you know, just to sort of like get the word out there. In this case with this big YouTuber suing the smaller YouTubers, you know, he actually has encouraged people to react to his work, but now he's saying,
I'm glad that she's not like really entertaining any of the drama aspects of this at all.
Hey, you stole my views. You stole my views and you stole my money because you
wonderful
sort of didn't,
fucking
like,
video.
It wasn't
Here we go.
transformative enough. And I'm wondering what effects that might have on like commentary culture just generally, because I feel like how can you know how much commentary you're going to have on a piece of content until you react to it? I mean, maybe you'd have to sort of pre-react ahead of time and sort of plan out commentary, make sure you have enough to say. It seems kind of sticky.
Yeah, and it's definitely doubly sticky when the reaction is being done as a live stream and you may not know in advance exactly. Yeah. Or, you know, as apparently one of the streamers had to get up and take a bathroom break, and apparently that was offensive because she left the stream running while the chair was empty. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to know, right? There may not be a lot of there. You know, I always sort of use the example of on one end of reaction videos you have, and I confess I really enjoy these as an aging millennial, younger Gen Z reacting to whatever pop hits were, you know, popular when I was in high school, where it's just, you know, a guy in the corner kind of bopping along to whatever. I still enjoy those. And on the other end, you have Dustin Pointer, who's the red flag, green flag guy.
I love that
who
guy.
Will take videos of people and their relationship dynamics and race across the field with a giant red or green flag.
Yeah, he's the shit.
Dunk on people as necessary. It's hard to predict exactly how folks are going to react to this, but I think the sort of takeaways from it from a lawyer perspective is more commentary is better. Maybe pre-record it, maybe live reacting isn't it? And also, you know, something maybe to avoid is saying things like, watch my reaction video as the ethical way to not give ad revenue to the original, which does actually start running into copyright law rationale around fair use. You know, when you've accidentally touched directly on the fourth factor of fair use, you know, maybe you want to avoid doing
monetization.
That. I mean,
yeah.
I think of this actually with cable news.
Well, and that kind of makes it easy where like if they start coming after you for that and you just want the views and the exposure, then you could easily turn monetization off.
It was where
that is something that happens.
It's not like I'm trying to starve CNN of revenue, but I don't pay for cable news. And I feel like I increasingly watch it through Twitch streams or live streams. Like when something happens, I turn into these YouTubers that are essentially just streaming CNN or streaming
Nice, Taylor.
And I'm interested in how news companies will handle that or if they will crack down. I mean, in some ways, it's amplifying their coverage and bringing them to a new audience of young people. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like there are different mindsets. Even I've spoken to people within these cable news organizations of like whether or not this is a good thing and whether they should be happy or crack down on, you know, people streaming content.
That's got the added complication of it's the news. It is necessarily newsworthy. I mean, we can argue about whether a lot of things that are on the news are actually newsworthy or not, but I don't think they want to be arguing that what they're airing is not worth airing. And again, going back to earlier, copyright law and fair
That would be kind of funny.
use is just as culturally determined in a lot of cases as it is, in terms of what we prioritize and what judges think should really be allowed. And the ability to respond to newsworthy events is like a big part of that. And so one of the classic fair use cases had to do with excerpting a political biography to respond to it. Yeah, these are things that are important, and judges are just generally going to be a little more favorable looking on, people sharing their important or not important views about the news of the day, rather than if they're doing a live reaction to, I don't know, the new live action Lilo and Stitch. It's probably going to get a little bit less deference.
I worked at a news organization too one time where they were trying to get content creators to react to our articles and content, being like, please talk about us. We are still relevant, which I think is interesting too, because it's newsworthy, but I think they wanted even the evergreen content to just sort of make it out there, because the more people talking about it goes back to it, the more relevant and the more, the more notable the story. In terms of this copyright stuff too, I wonder if there are any sort of reforms in place to protect speech. You mentioned that a lot of the court decisions have actually sort of eroded protections for speech, but I don't know if there are any efforts that people can get involved with to protect speech. I just feel like free speech online is being eroded so much and all over the place these days.
Yeah, the attack is more or less constant. And I will say a lot of it is that most of the industrial players, frankly, are, their incentive, if anything, is to limit the ability of folks to speak freely online, not necessarily due to
That's the main criticism of Ethan doing it, because of how much money he has.
Maliciousness, but just because they want to cover themselves and their pocketbooks in a lot of cases. And I think some of the threats right now are coming through things like AI.
Red flag guy baited by rage bait a lot.
Legislation, specifically, we're tracking bills. There's this bill called No Fakes, which is an attempt to, essentially create a licensing market for folks to license out their likeness, but it has a takedown and a stay down provision, which is like the DMCA on steroids.
I hate to do this on this video, but I really gotta pee. I'll be right back.
That any video is a deep fake of
actually, hold on.
It'll disappear. And
wait,
there's no way
hold on.
to get it put back. Technically, there's a thing that says we are telling you right now, you cannot use this for fake claims that something is a deep fake. But
I'm sure that'll totally stop people.
That'll definitely stop a lot of folks. And the only way to vindicate that is for the person whose content got taken down to sue the person who sent the note. It's just,
I'll be right back.
It's a nightmare. But again, it's being written by industry. It's being written by the RIAA and negotiating against the motion picture industry. Actual speech concerns aren't at the table in a lot of cases. So, that's the problem is a lot of speech stuff is just on the defensive, sort of by nature. And so, definitely it's a big ask to ask anybody to follow more news nowadays. But I think keeping an eye on AI related stuff in particular, because that is the new hotness that everybody wants to talk about and everybody's kind of panicked about. And the upshot is that in panic, we sometimes get some really bad ideas through. And, just keeping a critical eye on that is going to be really important.
As somebody that's fought so aggressively against a lot of I feel like before AI was social media and they were using social media to crack down on speech. And I've talked about these laws aimed at protecting child influencers that are really just will censor local news footage, or things like the Kids Online Safety Act, which I hate and think is bad. But, I feel like there was a moral panic around social media and kids, where there was a lot of really bad speech, sort of restrictions on speech being placed because of this sort of panic. And now I feel like it's significantly moved to AI, like you said, where I think a lot of people are rightfully concerned about AI in different ways, but it's sort of being used as a pretense to pass stuff. I covered the Take It Down Act recently. Yep. I don't know if you're... Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, Take It Down was an interesting case. And it's, and this is the thing, there are legitimately absolutely awful things that are happening, and things people are using AI for legitimately awful, stomach churning reasons. The question is, what problem exactly are we trying to solve? And I think when something you have problems that grotesque that start coming up, people don't stop and try to define the limits of what you can solve all at once. And so, we've seen copyright law sort of dragged out as this is going to be the last bastion to stop artists being mass unemployed through. And it's whoa, copyright was not designed to carry anything close to that weight. And so Take It Down was actually interesting because it was a profoundly flawed bill in a lot of ways, but at least it kind of scoped itself in a specific way, saying we are trying to attack this specific problem.
For people that don't know, it's about sort of revenge, like deep fake
porn, essentially.
Yeah.
It's non-consensual imagery, I think is one of the terms used to refer to it. NCII, yeah. But things like no fakes are attempting to address the concerns of, actors who I think are rightly worried that if they have to sign away their likenesses to studios, they're just going to be they're going to be CGI background actors, and there goes, most working actor gigs. Voice actors who are going to get paid to record 10 hours of dialogue for a video game, and then AI is going to make another 90 hours for which they're not paid. A lot of very legitimate concerns, but then also it's extended to everybody. And I have a very different threat model than you have a different threat model than, Matt Damon has a different threat model. Lady Gaga has a different threat model. We're all concerned about very different things, and trying to address those things all at once is just gonna unleash the floodgates of some really bad ideas.
There's also this point in this YouTuber's lawsuit, I think, where he mentions misinformation. And what role does misinformation play in copyright law?
Yeah, it has nothing to do with copyright law. If anything, fictitious statements are creative, and those are going to be protected more by copyright law. But it is a weird example of, again, copyright law being asked to carry water that it was not designed to carry. Copyright law is not an anti-misinformation statute. It's not designed to counter the spread of libel. It was not designed for that. And so it was an interesting choice to put that in there. I don't think a copyright lawyer would.
No, they're not going to give that any weight. And that's where I forgot who said it. Sylvie, was it you? That it's going to get laughed out of court.
Would have put that in there expecting to get anything out of it. I think probably to the extent that it's in there, it's just because he wants it on the record that he thinks she was lying. So it's definitely not going to help his copyright case.
I think it'll just be so interesting to see how these lawsuits ripple across the content creator community and the commentary community. And one thing that I know a lot of YouTubers and content creators have been aligned on is actually against copy striking, copyright. It's sort of the worst thing you can do is copy strike someone, because there's this idea of hating the DMCA, hating these copyright owners that try to get YouTube taken down. And now I think if we start to see bigger YouTubers attacking smaller YouTubers, or smaller YouTubers attacking bigger YouTubers, using these copyright law, I don't know. I just think it'll be a really interesting kind of potentially terrifying, shock to the system. I don't think we've had creators kind of try to leverage this law against each other in this way before.
Yeah, definitely not at this level of visibility, I don't think. But yeah, again, this is one of those things where fair use, it's like fandom communities. Fair use is wobbly, and so social norms step in to fill the gaps, essentially. And they guide how people's behavior operates. And I think, as much as anything, like you mentioned, YouTubers really don't like the DMCA, and it's very frowned upon to copy strike somebody. And so there's a lot of,
Yeah, no, if you do it, then immediately, you get kind of
the law doesn't exist.
Yeah, it's I'm putting you on. I know me as a YouTuber or as a streamer in general, if you do that to me, not only am I not using your content, but it is I'm going to stay away from you in general.
Just in a vacuum, right? It is informed by how people act.
And it's not out of fear. It's out of fuck you, dick.
Social pressure that keeps people from bringing suits, even when they
all my homies hate DMCA. It makes no sense.
Down on everybody selling a Captain America shield at Dragon Con, and they don't, because the publicity is better than the money they get out of the lawsuit. You don't want to be the bad guy, and you don't want to make your fans and your audience mad at you. So we'll see if that holds up this time.
I pity the judge that has to learn about, the YouTube drama, Twitch.
It's gonna be funny.
Reaction community. In terms of just speech law and copyright, and
honestly, we should. There should be a YouTube Judge Judy type of show, and that's where it should be forced to be litigated.
All this stuff, how do you think people can best educate themselves on these issues? Where can people learn a little bit more about kind of these topics?
I would say definitely follow folks. I mean, obviously, selfishly, I think Public Knowledge does a lot of good stuff on copyright, but the Electronic Frontier Foundation, EFF, blogs and posts quite a bit about copyright law. They have been on this beat from the beginning, and they're very smart, and they do very fast reactions on these things. And they will often do creators know your rights type webinars and outreach and things like that.
Meredith, thank you so much for joining me today.
Well, thanks for having me.
All right, that's it for this week.
It was the remake of Pokemon Red that got taken down. I was really pissed about that. That was right about the time of Pal World. I think that's honestly why I was really pissed at Pal World, was because it got the 3D well-made version of Pokemon just Red taken down, and that sucked. long-term ends will be unpredictable. Yep. Look, Mr. Klein, all I can say is after looking at this, WTF. To use your online lingo. That'd be funny. Some, like, 70-year-old judge. And to quote the children, WTF. I mean, the fact that he's just gonna be like, one Ethan Klein versus, I forgot her actual name, Alexandra something, aka Denims. Why do you, do you think he's like getting curious, like, why Denims? I mean, the Destiny one's gonna go through that too. Is that... That's if that actually goes through. We'll see. Or are they gonna settle? I have a feeling they'll settle. Because Destiny seems pretty fucked on that one. I hate to say. Hate to say. No, I'm actually happy to say. Like, he's getting what he deserves on that one. Either Trump releases fabricated files or people continue to nag Trump for his whole term. Yep. This does not slap. No Riz ass case. Out of my face. That'd be hilarious. No Riz ass case. Out of my face. Alright, that'd be pretty fucking funny. Alright, well, I guess I have the rest of the evening. What's AG talking about today? Bill Maher. Club Random. Interesting. Ooh, John Leguizamo. One of my favorite actors. That's cool. Dope. Well, shout out AG. Hope he's doing well. I do not have another hour to hang, so let's see. I'm gonna check on the earthquake status, although it looks like we're good. Haha, check it out! Alright, so I don't think the earthquake is gonna do anything with the tsunami. They just brought a whole shit ton of fish back. Look at this. Look at this haul. Holy Alaska. Holy... the puppers! We got 2 puppers. A lot of fish. A lot of fish. It's been an hour. Time for you to go? No, I'm good. Unfortunately, my friend had to work. So, we will not be hanging out tonight. Which, he did inform me that that was going to be the case. It was more of a, you know, he'll show up if, or, like, he'll text if he got out in time, which did not happen. Thanks, Trump. Honestly, for real, it's the tariffs. It's kind of what he does. He's a tariff guy. That is literally the man's whole job. Is adding tariffs to the cost of anything that's being shipped. So, he always tells me how it's like, no, dude, F Trump for this reason. Like, he already doesn't like the guy, but he'll, like, be fired up one day and just be like, no, this is... You're back. Well, I'm still here. Welcome, welcome back. Actually, great timing, Angela. How was your Indivisible training? What is Indivisible training, if you don't mind me asking? Can you give me a small little breakdown? People in Alaska rely on Canada? Yeah, no, well, how can they not? Like, they're technically the closest neighbor. Yeah, the satellite states have always been a little weird to me, I'll be honest. Alaska, I think, is the only one I haven't been to. Oh, no. All right. Hawaii, too. I have not been to Hawaii for, like, my own time, but my mom, she said that she was pregnant with me when they went to Hawaii, so... Because you know how you're supposed to fly when you're pregnant. It's not going to cause any problems. Houthi-linked dealers still selling U.S. arms on X and as meta bans. Just 2 WhatsApp accounts? Just 2? That made news that 2 accounts got banned on WhatsApp. They're like, wait a minute. After upon further review. Indivisible. And I realize I got the lag here, but I want to look this up. Oh. Is it the Indivisible Alliance? Demand democracy, it's all on the line. Join a chapter. Be a marshal. That's cool. So are you like trained to be a marshal then? Or like what's the role that you're training for? I mean, if you want to talk about it, you can just tell me all good or nah. You could just type in nah. I'll be okay. Just a little curious. Isn't that a protest group? Yeah, sounds like it. I mean, from what I'm looking at. Although, from what I'm seeing, Indivisible Chicago looks like it's just as big as the DSA. Oh, yeah. No, okay, yeah, I follow that. All right, never mind. I didn't realize that's what it was like. The subtitle or whatever the fuck, like, what that was. But no, I got you in General Strike, U.S. I do know about that. I want you to come and tell you all about it. Or I want to come and tell you, all about it. Okay. Now? I mean, you're more than welcome. I got some time. Unless you want to schedule it, then I'm down with that too. Yeah, here. Yeah, VC. Green room. Hold on. For this segment, I will, It's warm in here. as I said, $10 well spent. Honestly, good time. Let's see. Here. Alrighty. I'm pretty sure that the last protest I was at was actually a 50-50 or 50-501 or whatever the hell. Howdy.
Hello, how are you?
Good. If you want to introduce yourself, you are more than welcome. Let everybody know what we are discussing.
Yes, I am Angela Corbin. I just came from the Indivisible training session. It's all about Indivisible's mostly about the resistance part and the gathering of people, pretty much like 50-51. In fact, they work in tandem.
Okay.
So my group is Constitution Corner, and I think you're on our Discord. I'm not sure.
I am. Yes.
So we're a small group, mostly Midwesterners, but we're all over the United States, and we even have people like in Germany and Greece and Canada helping us out. Thank you, guys. So my group is trying to connect all these other groups that seem to be going in all these different directions, because we all know the left is like a bunch of spastic cats on energy drinks going 50 different directions. So what we're trying to do is get them to collaborate and work together and get them all on a cohesive message. So we've got people worried about the environment here and healthcare over there and Social Security and veterans, and what they don't see is just about all of these issues come back to the corporate elite sucking us dry and using us for labor on slave wages. So I'm trying to get these three main groups, 50-51, Indivisible, and General Strike, all on the same page. So there's different members of my group.
With all three of them, if you don't mind me asking, like, where do they kind of fit on like the spectrum of the left? I know that the 5501 is kind of more DSA-esque, whereas where do the other two kind of fit in?
I don't know that they are more, you mean the socialist movement, right?
Yeah.
I don't really think that they are. I think they're just all for the left. I think the left needs to quit fracturing.
It's more general. Okay. Well, I know that the thing that I noticed, like in my local chapter here, is that they're very open to, like, welcoming me. Like, I had my, I almost call them a chaplain. What are they? What are they called? The heads of the protests. I talked to them, and they were really, really welcoming to me. They were more than happy to have a content creator there, and also said, like, yeah, if you are part of DSA, we're very happy to have you here, type of stuff. So, is that kind of like the vibe everywhere, or like in your section there too?
No. So Kansas City is not quite as big as Chicago area. So again, I think it's more all-encompassing. I don't consider myself a socialist, but I do gravitate to a lot of their policies. I consider myself more of a progressive.
Okay.
But I think American is just kind of everything in moderation.
Well, yeah, I mean, that would be the ideal. I mean, I don't know, though. I'll be honest, because, like, the more I hear this, like, oh, well, I wish MAGA didn't bastardize the GOP because I would have been a fiscal conservative. Like, I've heard that from people in my age group, and I'm just like, ugh. Like, there's something that, it's a visceral feeling for me where I'm just like, no. But then again, I'm a little, more rebel than your average person, so...
Well, I'm a little bit of a rebel too. I probably go a little bit more towards the anarchy side than I should, but I do appreciate the way that structures are, and I have had a lot of involvement in the political scene, so I usually go up to my capital at least once a year. I've been out to DC a few times,
wow.
met with the past governor and stuff like that. So I've been getting involved into politics for a while. And the thing that I don't think people understand, like I said, it's again the left, it just take the left. It's just so fractured. You got so many people going off in different directions. And that's what lets the establishment get away with basically cucking to the right and
I agree.
And stealing our money and telling us that we have to vote for them because they're better than this option, which is freaking horrible, but still they're not much better. They're just keeping the status quo. So I think the left needs to wake up and realize that, I also consider myself conservative, mostly financially.
Yeah, see, like that's what I meant by like the fiscally conservative thing. Like, I don't know, I was sold on that. Like, I call it the millennial, like the boomer myth that was kind of like trickled down onto us, where they were just like, yeah, one day you'll be fiscally conservative, even if you keep your social, your social progressive values. You'll come around one day. One day. It's like, well, you guys made housing unaffordable. You made sure that my 401k is questionable, and you also took away any chance of me actually having a comfortable retirement. So all I have to say is deuces,
Well, the trickle-down theory does work as it's intended. It's meant for Republicans to piss on your leg and tell you it's
I was about to say, like, well, this is an interesting take that I was not expecting from you. It's like, oh, but no, there, brought it right back. Okay.
No, but I do like small government. I've grown up in the burbs, so I've got the city on one side and the country on the other side.
I grew up in a similar situation.
Right. So I mean, I'm all about my Second Amendment, like the whole thing, not just the last 5 to 7 words, So I do understand a lot of the conservative ideals, but while
if you guys don't know, she's you're from like Kansas City, Missouri, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Kansas City.
Yeah. So definitely a little bit of a different vibe than like what I got, especially. So.
Oh, definitely. I hear whenever I talk to people from up in your area, they're like, "You sound like a little cowgirl."
A little bit. I mean, you do have a little bit of the southern accent in you. It's actually funny. One of my friends, she lives in like the St. Louis kind of like Illinois border there, and she actually also has it too. So it really is like a different world, though. Like I've always said that, like once you get to like Rockford, even if you're just going west, it turns into like there really is 2 different types of Illinois. Like you get out of the city limits and all of a sudden they're just like, we have no idea what you're talking about. It's like, meanwhile, we're just like, hey, Cubbies, or whatever the fuck. Although,
I'm glad you brought up Kansas City to get back to why I came on here to talk to you. So, Indivisible training tonight so there's 3 sessions, and this first session, what they're wanting us to do is throw a party. So if you go to nokings.org /rise, you're supposed to sign up to throw a party in your community, and they've got all the
feel free to throw that link in the chat.
Well, I did before I came over here, but I'm not on the chat anymore, so I didn't get any feedback.
Oh, no worries, no worries. Here, I can type it out. What was it?
I'll come back and do it when we get done talking.
Oh, cool.
But yeah, so their big thing is, you know, gathering people. We've got to have at least 3.5% to push this movement over the top.
Mm-hmm.
We're not quite there yet, but we're doing better than we thought we would. So on the call, we started the call with like 400 people signed up, and by the time we were done, there was over 5,000 people signed up to host parties in their community.
With you being in Kansas City, have you talked to the Vanguard boys?
I wish. I'd love to go talk to them.
I mean, just shoot them an email, just or tag them in something. Like, it's the nice part about the media sphere is kind of. I mean, I'll put in the good word for you. Like, I know that I'm in a certain like sphere of where I might be able to do that. So yeah, no, because like if I'm kind of surprised that they're not already like on board with this. It sounds, you know, kind of like something they've been talking about for a while too.
That's what's really got me stumped too, is because you guys have the platform, and I don't see a lot of you guys really organizing people. And you know, not to put it all on you. There's a lot of, you know, content creators out there. It's not just you, but
well, a lot of us are silly gooses, and I mean, as far as like the Vanguard boys, I will at least say that we, like us three, we're similar in age, and also, like this is where I try to be very careful with this. Where like I know that I'm technically a political commentator, but I try to like this is where I. Every time I've had to register for anything like for this media space, I register as a comedian first because I kind of know my lane here, where it's like if it all comes down to it, it's like, hey, and also like we just watching that video where it's like parody, you know, making fun of you. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't take me too seriously. But I'll be honest, I'm kind of wrestling with that, as like that's been a major criticism that I have had in, you know, doing this type of content where people have, you know, that's the stuff that I'll even admit it. Like it has kind of gotten to me where it's like, okay, like I should I take myself more seriously? Should I be doing more, you know, political interviews? Because I do want to see this change. And then, you know, there's also the side of me that's like, yeah, but I want to do a stoner hangout, you know?
Well, here, I'm not blaming you solely anyway.
Oh, I'm not taking it that personally. I'm literally just offering that up as like something that I have thought about just from other critiques. So I kind of touched on that. But it's also
these people that run Indivisible, 5051, General Strike. Why aren't they reaching out to you guys? Why aren't they going on your shows?
That's a good question.
Why aren't they promoting this stuff?
That's a good question.
You know?
I was kind of asking that about PSL yesterday, where it is kind
so
of like...
That's where it comes in. I'm trying to connect people because my son a long time ago, that him and the neighbor kid didn't get along, and the neighbor kid's mom was just determined that they were going to play together, and they didn't like each other. So I wasn't going to push them. You know, you're not going to like everybody. Leave them alone. Let them make their own decisions. Well, she insisted on them playing together one day, and I come outside, and they're both playing cars, and they're sitting beside each other with their backs turned to each other, playing cars in their own little world.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I hate to like say this, but like even in my experience, like growing up, like I remember there was this kid Adam that my mom, like the same thing, where my mom and his mom were friends, but I never liked him. Like he was a little odd, which I'm sure I don't know. Like nowadays, I'm pretty sure he would be diagnosed, you know, kind of thing. But on top of that, he was also mean, and like he would slam toys, and like I remember he broke one of my action figures, and like at school, and I was just like, no, and it was the same exact thing where it was like, no, you're going to Adam's house. I'm like, I don't want to, and like I had to convince myself where I'm like, all right, well, he's got the Batmobile that like shoots the fire, so I guess I'll have fun. but it was the exact same thing where like we didn't interact. Our moms just played, and like I told my mom on the way home, and I do remember this is the first time I ever got kind of like not establishing dominance, but like asserting my like, you know, independence, where I was just like, Mom, I don't like him, and I don't want to play with him, and I don't want to go back. You know, like
I mean, you shouldn't force your kids to be friends with people, but that's how I see this whole left movement is everybody's like in their own little world and they don't want to play with each other. And then you got the ones that want to go off and have wine parties
yeah,
and
but we're not
stuff
children.
while
That's the difference
country's
here. We're not fucking
burning.
children. Like, we do need to grow up, and we do need, like, this is where, like, and I'm not trying to be condescending here, but it really is about just like, you know,
Yeah.
working, like kind of adding to what you're saying, like working together for these things. Like, for instance, I'm not trying to single it out because like through learning about PSL, DSA even, but like yesterday, learning about like some of the arbitrary nonsense that PSL like, what's the word I'm looking for? Like where they put up these like barriers where they're just like, no, you can only be part of PSL. You cannot go be part of other groups. You can also not do this or interact with like, I don't know, man. Like maybe like you were just saying about the anarchists, but that's the thing where I'm like, the second that you try to tell me what the fuck I can and can't do immediately, I'm just like, I don't want to be part of your group. Like,
Got thrown out of Political Revolution's Discord because I was promoting a resist bot petition. It's like, what the hell are you
what's a
even
resist
doing?
bot petition?
Oh, we make them all the time. So basically, it's super easy. You go to a link or text on your phone, and you go and you make up. We have a guy that makes our petitions and submits them into ResistBot. And then, like I said, it's an easy link, and you can send our petition directly to your senators and your House members.
Oh, is that the thing that you linked in the Discord that I used?
Oh, probably. Was it yellow?
Yeah. It was like around the time that they were voting on the BBB.
Yep.
I used that. Okay, no, that was pretty cool.
Right. So you know how most letters to people and government are really not very aggressive or whatever. So I take the letters and I make them a lot more aggressive, but still professional. You won't get, FBI won't show up on your doorstep or anything, but but I make them a lot more aggressive than most of them do. So we've got our resist bot going. We also turn them into scripts to use the 5 calls
I like
app
that.
on.
Yeah, I use that.
Yeah. So
because like I had mentioned, I wasn't like at that point as well spoken on the issue, so I was like, this was perfect for me to just be like, hey, you know, I think it was Dick Durbin's office at the time that I called.
Yeah, well, 5 calls and resist bot for people that don't want to make phone calls. It's too easy not to do it. That and the boycotts. I think the boycotts and the light contacts are
What do you mean
a
boycotts?
great place to start.
Can you elaborate on the
Like
boycotts?
well, obviously Tesla.
Oh, okay.
You've got Target and Dollar General took out all their DEI stuff. So people
Oh, you
have
mean
been
so like the
boycotting them.
Sylvie, you were talking about this earlier. I forgot the list. That's why Coke is like, persona non grata, which I'm not into sweets or really, so like don't really have to worry about
I
that.
hadn't heard the Cola one. I just found out about the T-Mobile one too, and now I'm like, where am I going to switch to? So
That ain't happening. I'm sorry. Based
Baby
on
step.
my data performance and where I live, no. I'm not gonna use AT&T. I'm sorry.
So I look at all of these
BDS for Palestine, yes. BDS and yes. Unfortunately, the T-Mobile one, until my neighborhood has like a Verizon tower anywhere nearby, I can't even think about switching. It ain't happening.
Well, And that goes back to the left not purity testing everyone. Not everyone can get out and go to protests. Not everyone
It's the
can
same thing as
boycott.
me. Like, I'll admit that I kind of had this problem where in my ignorance, I kind of had that. Why don't people move from Florida to Illinois? Because like if they have anti-trans bills, and then it's literally like it's not that fucking easy. Like it really isn't.
No,
In a perfect world, it's like yeah, great, but
right.
Outside of like accepting them as political refugees, where they're gonna sit on like stay on my couch until we like put them up, like that's the only realistic answer there.
Not only that, but that is complying, and I'm not going to comply. I'm going to stay right here in Missouri. I had the luxury of not being able to make babies, so I can't, I'm not worried about that, and I can stay here and fight where other people that would be targeted by them, they can move, to a safer place like Illinois. So it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. You don't want to comply. At the same time, I don't want to put anybody in danger either. So again, you don't want to purity. We need to stop purity testing people. We need to give them easy ways to resist and show them and educate them. We've never been through anything like this. Have you ever been through a fascist coup?
No.
Yeah,
No,
so we
I've
have
been through
no
perceived
idea.
ones. Like when I was in high school, it was during Bush, and that's what radicalized me. And but I also did the thing where like I was so excited about Obama. Not only was, he Obama, but he was a Chicago boy, like I don't think you guys understand. Like Obama, I saw the writing on the wall 2 years before he even like was on the main stage for the presidency, because as a senator, like you would see his signs all over Wrigleyville. And I would be like, who the fuck is this Obama guy? Like, why does everybody love this guy? Like, holy crap. Like, and now that's why when I see Mondani, I'm like, oh, wow, it's got the similar energy there.
Right.
But also, this is where like I can speak to, I don't want to call this purity testing, but like with Obama, when he got into office and then like, yes, he did this stuff with the banks, which again, this is one of the things where I have to admit, like, I'm glad that it radicalized me. I'm glad that like my perception of them bailing the banks out and leaving the general public, out to dry was enough to get me out there and meet lifelong friends, and also like get me radicalized into my leftist position, I guess. But I also have to admit that I was a little bit wrong, because like I remember one of the signs that I had back in that day was that they're never going to pay it back, and like that we're bailing out banks that were going to leave us on the hook for that, and I was wrong. And like I just had to admit that, where I was like, oh, because somebody had brought like legitimately like the accounting. Like they had this, they were so steadfast in their position that they were just like, here is the proof that they not only paid it back, but they paid it back with interest. I was just like, oh.
But they didn't pay it back. Look what they did to the country. None of them
Well,
went
yeah,
to
like
prison.
the long-term consequences. But when I was, I'm just saying, like, as far as the actual substance of the argument, where it was like, yeah, anything outside of that and like the causal stuff, sure, I could argue on that one. But the actual point where it was like, yeah, but the banks didn't pay it back, and like I was one of those idiot kids where I was just like, this is where I'm gonna die on this hill, and that's where I learned my lesson. Where I was just like, oh, well, don't die on a hill that you're not exactly fully educated on.
Well, I think that that's a kind of a trick question to me, because yeah, maybe they paid it back on paper, but no, they didn't pay it back, because the whole reason I got into real estate was because we were done wrong by banks back in the early 2000s, and it turns the American dream into a nightmare. We basically lived through a foreclosure, even though we didn't get foreclosed on. And I've completed a lot of short sales to help people get out from underneath homes that bankers purposely
I
them in
appreciate that. That's how I got my first house.
Was short sale.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing short about it, huh?
I mean, they ripped all the copper out and I had to replace it. So
Oh,
yeah.
that was.
Oh,
that
and they also
short
left
sale or
they also left a nice
foreclosure?
shit in a non-working toilet just to, add insult to injury.
Was that a foreclosure?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a full foreclosure. So a short sale is before you get foreclosed on, I work with the bank and you to sell your house for less than what's left on the note. So
Yeah, then my bad. I was confused by that. Then yeah, I did buy a foreclosure. Yeah, my bad. I
yeah,
thought it was the opposite.
so I did a lot of short sales from '09 to 2015. In 2015, Dodd-Frank went out and TRID came in, and TRID stands for many things, but it's a law or an act or whatever you call it. And basically, what it did was give these lenders a bunch of loopholes so that they can get rid of bad people not paying on their making their house payments.
Mhm.
They can get rid of the bad notes without ever taking on toxic debt. So
Oh, okay.
instead of so yeah, these people have never learned their lesson. They've
Mhm.
never been properly punished. We slapped their hands with money. They do not deserve any grace whatsoever. I don't give a flying F if they paid it back with interest, because there are still scars today. The
Oh,
reason
I'm
we
not saying
don't
there
have
wasn't scars, and I wasn't trying to give them credit. I was more so just trying to say that was the first time I had to like really eat crow as far as an argument that like it was like the hill I was gonna die on, and
I don't think
I
you
kind
should have
of,
ate
but I
crow.
also learned how to like actually like pivot where I was like, oh well, there's still so many families that weren't able to buy their homes back. This
Right.
is also going to like I remember saying that this is going to cause like a new radicalization amongst like the lower middle class, and it totally did.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and that's like bailing out the airlines. Have you been treated any better at the airlines? I've been treated worse.
Yeah.
We're literally the reason they're still in business,
Mhm.
and yet our fares go higher, the seats get smaller and more cramped,
Oh, the last time I flew, they fucking sold like they just said they're like, oh, we had to bump you because we overbooked or whatever. I was just like, huh? Like, yeah, you're on the next flight. It's this flight was like at 8 in the morning. I had to wait until like 4.
Which brings me back to just about every problem you can think of with our government goes back to the corporate elites, the billionaires that think they're in control of,
Well, I
which
mean,
are
they
basically in
are.
control.
They can think it like because they are, unfortunately.
Right. Right.
Um,
And that's where I think content creators like you guys, people need to get more on your shows and get out there, because you guys have the audience. You guys have a ton of people
trying.
that are ready and ready to go. Well, all of you guys do. You're doing good, Pep.
No, thank you. I appreciate that.
I might have like 50 or 60 on my channel, so you're doing good.
No, I know. I'm trying to take it. Like I've only been doing this for a year, so like I've had plenty of other content creators tell me that, and it's one of those things though, because like my main criticism from other people like coming to my channel is just like, oh, look at this 1,000 sub Andy, or oh, you and your tens of viewers, blah 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 blah. Like,
And I think it's great. And only a year you got that many. Like I said, I've had my channel forever. And well, I don't really get on there and do anything, but still, I've only got like 50 subscribers. So
no,
I don't know
I
where they
mean,
come from. But
ah, shit, they might be bots. You be careful with those. Yeah. The first time I got botted, it really sucked. Because like it did something to my account on Twitch where I think somebody was even trying to be nice. They're like, yeah, let's grow your account, it'll help get your stuff out there. And I was like, no, it ended up hurting my channel a little bit. And also like it made me worried where I'm like, I don't want to ever deal with bot accounts. Like,
yeah.
because like when they do bot purges, like that's a real thing, and you can see it with bigger accounts where it's like if you all of a sudden see like a Charlie Kirk account like go down by like 400,000 viewers, that's because they were purging bots. So just
Oh my
aside.
God.
Yeah. Oh no, these you know, I'm not breaking any, you know, new ground here by saying like, yeah, bigger accounts use bots. The thing is, I will be fair here. They might not always know it. Like if they have a team or they have like a moderation team, they could be doing it. I'll say this, like, because I am a little bit smaller and because, I mean, I love what I do and I love the fact that I'm my own boss on top of the fact that it, like, I don't have a team. I'm not big enough to have a team. This is kind of like the sweet spot where I'm very comfortable with my audience. I'm very comfortable with where I'm at. I'm very comfortable with my growth. Now, but like, I've mentioned this before where I'm like, oh shit, like if my chat were to somehow become unmanageable, and I've also been wrestling with the whole, like I was saying earlier at the beginning of this, where it's like, how much of the stoner shtick do I play into while I'm also simultaneously trying to be taken seriously? Like that's the one thing I mean, not to go therapy with you guys, but that's what I wrestle with here. Like as far as my content, I don't know about other people. But...
Well, I don't really see you being goofy and stuff and giggly and things, so I wouldn't worry too much about it. I don't think you're out of line at all in that respect. Now, if my cousin got on there doing that, then yeah, I just have to change the channel because you just sit there and laugh.
Oh, is it one of those? Oh, see, now that I'm weird. I would totally like if I saw a content creator that's not used to like smoking, like do that. They're just like, guys, check it out. Look at Piers Morgan's forehead.
Yeah, it's funny AF the first couple of times, and then when she realized that you can't get there anymore, it just pisses you off.
Yeah, no, yeah. Well, see, I'm not sure if you know about the Caseytron thing. Caseytron is the stoner creator that was part of the Ethan Klein lawsuit here. And that was the first time that I saw a content creator from Twitch where I was like, I'm not sure if I'm comfortable with this, because I almost like, I'm all for smoking, but damn, like at some point you're just watching like borderline self-destruction, or like not even self-destruction, but it's like, what are you running from? Because like she makes her money from content creation, so I'm kind of like, you're living the dream, but simultaneously it's like you need to do like grabs, and like it's not small ones, and she's doing like 14 per stream, which is insane. Even for me, I'm just saying, like, that's, yeah, when you're making yourself that dumb.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't want to get on video being dumb. Well, I probably would do that anyway without the smoke, so.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's like the biggest hurdle about content creation, honestly. Like, do you know how many people, like, before I started this, and I'm not, it's not like on them as far as like being shitty. I think that they were honestly coming at it from like a, hey, we're trying to protect you type of thing. But a lot of it was just like, are you prepared to deal with the criticism that you're about to, you know, walk into as a leftist content creator on like, and this was when I had like maybe 20 subs. So I think that that's kind of what got me to go, yeah, fuck it. Why not? I don't give a shit.
I think I'd ignore it for the most part.
It's easy, honestly. I don't like them. Like, Joe Rogan did such a disservice to so many content creators just by like, yeah, dude, just don't read the comments. And then simultaneously, like, you're totally reading the comments because you're reacting to them. Which, I really, like, outside of my chat, I don't read the comments on my, like, YouTube videos unless they're, like single offs that will pop up, like, in my email feed. And occasionally, even if they are critiques, sometimes they're funny, and I'll just be like, ha, all right, cool. But even the ones that, like, I'll occasionally read that are the negative ones, I don't give a shit. Like, I genuinely do not give a crap what these people think about me. It's not even about the people who agree with me. It's like, no, if I'm your vibe, then I'm your vibe. I have lived long enough and hung out in different circles and gone to enough parties to know that I'm not everybody's like cup of tea. I know this, you know. So I'm not sure if that's why it has kind of given me that attitude as a content creator too.
Well, right. You're like the kids not playing together. You can't please all the people all the time,
Yeah.
and you shouldn't try.
Which I think that's weird. Like, I'm not trying to say Hassan does that, but occasionally I kind of feel like his audience will expect that of him. And that's why it always turns into like a shock, like Hassan's not pivoting this way or doing this. And I don't know. I don't. Every once in a while, I kind of catch myself going like, I don't envy you. It's like that seems like a lot to deal with. Like a lot of like I kind of like my space here.
Yeah, do your own thing. You'll get more respect that way.
But we do have a good collective as far as like what we're building here. As I said, we got AG, we got this space. I'm glad to see it. Like, I got very lucky in being able to kind of come up in the time that I did post-election and kind of mesh with the people I have. Because like you were just saying about like building organizations and trying to get people mobilized, I think like, I am in a good position for that, but that's where it's like about my comfort and not fucking it up. For like,
well, if it's okay
don't fumble
with
it.
you, if it's okay with you, I'd like to bring you updates and stuff of what's going on and where stuff's happening. Like, do you even know about the John Lewis protest or celebration? I don't even know what they're calling it. On the 17th, tomorrow.
No, I have no idea.
So Indivisible, if you get on their website, they've got a calendar that you can pull into your Google Calendar if you have that on your phone. And it'll show where you'll put in your zip code and it'll bring up the events that are close to you. So one thing they're doing is John Lewis is that one, I believe, congressman.
No, I know who John Lewis is.
Yeah,
Yeah, he marched with Martin Luther King.
Yes, and I think he was like beaten on a bridge, wasn't he?
Yeah,
When they
in
crossed
Selma.
the bridge?
In Selma, yeah.
Yeah. So we're having John Lewis Day to celebrate the activism. I think it's his birthday is tomorrow. So there's a bunch of John Lewis celebrations going on all over the country. They're in the evening. And I think there's even a virtual one on Indivisible if you can't make it to the others. So, yeah, if I could bring you stuff like that, I'd like to. And then I also just dropped in the chat Whiskey Leaks link. That's a group that I've been working with. They do
Whiskey Links. I
videos.
feel like I've heard of that.
You probably
yeah, because
seen
like
me
the
post it.
yeah, the whole WikiLinks play. But no, Whiskey Links. Like, has that been around for a while?
So I think they just started it recently.
Okay, yeah. Then this might not be the same one because like I feel like that was a Reddit thing that I used to like read up on.
Do you know Sons of Liberty?
I don't. I know the Sons of Liberty, Metal Gear Solid 2.
So that's another group. That's how I ended up on Discord, was their group. I'd watched one of their videos and came to their Discord and stuff like that. So Whiskey Leaks does a lot of the spoof videos, I guess, the Dragon MAGA and propaganda.
Yeah, no, that would. I think they were also part of the Majority Report chat. What do you call it? Plug scene.
Oh,
which
yeah.
I don't think they're doing that anymore, which sucks.
So, well, I sent you their link there in the chat thing for you to check them out when you have time. So,
no, I appreciate that.
and then one other group that I'm part of, real quick, that I want to make a plug for is the Socialist Rifle Association.
Cool. I'm down.
So again,
no need to be coy. Everybody knows here that I'm a leftist that was not like against the pew-pews. I live in a state where sensible gun laws are a thing, and I'm not exactly opposed to what we have here.
Yeah, me neither.
You know,
So
like I also lived pre 2004 when that assault weapons ban went up, and I can tell you the tentative difference that I noticed. You know, when everybody talks about school shootings and like that kind of stuff, it's like I have to remind them, it's like Columbine was done with very specific types of pew-pews. Now the average one is done with a very specific type of pew-pew that was not available when I was in school. So, again, anecdotal, but it's kind of like, well, what increased after 2004? I'm just saying, like,
of that model.
What's that?
I said ownership of that model's what increased after 2004.
Yes.
I want to say it was the mid 90s where the assault weapons ban was lifted.
It was, but in 2004, I remember it was a provision where they could start selling them easily, where they became much more accessible. Because somebody had made that argument, and yes, you're right. Like, the assault weapons ban went up in, I think, what was it, 98? Something like that?
I thought it was 96, but I could be totally wrong.
I always mix up those 2 years.
Have dyscalculus, so.
To be honest. But, no, I do remember, like, 04 being the one where, like, there was, like, a federal provision that went up where all of a sudden, like, you just started seeing everybody was like, look what I got. I mean, even some of my friends were just like, dude.
Right. And we can't stuff that cat back into the bag now, you know.
No, and I'm not saying we should, but like, I mean, God, just to think about like the bump stock thing even being kind of sensible, but I said, I live in a state where it's already hard enough. Like, you live in a state that would think that my state's completely insane and almost borderline crazy, like, are unsafe with the way that we do that, because we do, like, the carry and conceal one. That's the one that really bugs me, where it's like we have to jump through so many hoops just to be able to like actually practice our Second Amendment. Which I will admit, it's annoying. But as someone who has had mental illness like problems, seen the mental illness problems, and also just like these are the like same sensible gun laws I've been advocating for, just because I'm a victim of them, like, and like some bureaucracy bullshit where I'm just like, oh, this is gonna take me 4 more weeks or whatever to get, you know, X weapon, or I have to pay my, like, for a FOID card. That's the one thing that it does annoy me. I have to renew my FOID. I hate that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, our firearms owner's ID card in Illinois.
Yeah, here in Missouri, they don't care. I mean, at this point, I'm surprised they're not giving you one at birth.
Yeah,
So,
actually, yeah.
yeah, it's pretty much, it was like, I want to say 6 or 8 years ago that they passed it where you don't need all kinds of stuff. And now any Yahoo can go out and get a gun.
Yeah,
and
but
it's
see,
just-
this is where I'll say this, because you're not in like St. Louis, so like I have always gotten angry as a Chicago citizen that people have always called it Chirac, and they've always talked about our crime rates, when statistically, like, when you really break it down, St. Louis has way more unsafe areas than we do.
Yes, St. Louis is bad.
It's insane. I remember it was like 2 years ago reading up on how there was this one block specifically where they had so much gun violence that like the cops wouldn't even go in at one point, where they were just like, fuck this. They're like, we'll try and enforce this from camera. Like, I remember that was the story where they said, like, because the block was so hot that they just set up a whole bunch of like cameras and went after the people later.
Well, I think Chicago and St. Louis are both a really good example of the powers that be using their systemic oppression to say, see, look, they're bad, you know? And it's like, no, they're bad because you went out of your way to oppress the people of this area so bad. So Missouri, I want to say
Yes, but this is where, like, I'm not trying to Anna Kasparian this one, because I have been, like, I've had this argument before, but as somebody who's lived in like an apartment complex that was essentially ruled by like, you know, a certain gang, I can also say where it's like, no. It's like, no, sometimes you need a little bit where it's like, no, like,
You know what?
if they were Al Capone-ish with it and they were like bringing out turkeys and shit, like, sure, but no, they were robbing my friends every time they fucking came over.
Right, right. No. So there's a big difference between people who are oppressed and stealing food from the grocery store to survive, and
Right.
people being
Then
fed
somebody
and
literally
gang
holding you up because you're at a stop sign.
Right.
Yeah.
But why do people in those areas usually go towards that kind of thing? It's because they don't have
Lack
the
of opportunity.
opportunity. So it all goes back to poverty. So again, if we had the oligarchs off of the backs of our necks and we were actually able to function as we should without them sucking us dry all the time and funds were going into those areas, then you could say this set of people are, you know, they need rehabilitation because they have every option in the world to do better. This area is getting the attention and the support and the resources that it needs. And
Right.
this group of people are still being bad. So it's kind of like,
Well, see, we're running into this problem. Well, I'm not sure. I don't know how to classify this because, like, there's a difference now in Chicago. Because, like, back in the day, there was like Cabrini Green. You had O Block, still have O Block, but like you used to have like the area, and I'm just speaking from, you know, somebody that just even if you were not part of a gang, you were told not to go in these areas because of the gang violence that was going on. So it didn't matter what your color was. Like, there was never any, like, it was just inherently understood as a citizen of Chicago and like a specific city block that you just don't go places, you know? And that's where like things have changed a little bit, where it's not as apparent, or I don't know what the word is, because it's like they got like, for instance, Cabrini Green, they got rid of like the project housing over there, or the Section 8 housing, and they gentrified the entire area. But then you still have O Block that got overpopulated, so they started sending people out west, out into like Rockford and other areas, and even St. Louis. And that's where it was kind of like, wait a minute, like, what are we doing here? Like, we're not solving the issue, we're just pushing it onto other people. Like, that was the first time where I started really waking up to that, where I was like, I don't feel like this is the right solution.
that seems like straight out of the fire or fryer and into the fire.
Yeah, no, and then on top of it, then you had so many people that were like from adjacent communities just being like, what are you doing? And we're like, well, I'm not doing anything, but it's just like, I don't have like the solution as far as, if we could just take our tax dollars and just put it into those areas, like specifically from Chicago, I already think that would be like the way to kind of give them to give a bunch of, you know, poverty-stricken people, oh my God, the leg up that we have been wanting in Chicago. Because like we have also done the thing where with housing, it's kind of like causing gentrification, like what I was just saying with like the Cabrini Green thing. Because I remember like when they first closed down Cabrini, they were talking about how we're not gonna like, we're going to offer them options for, you know, vouchers is what they called them. We're going to give them housing vouchers so they can go into, you know, adjacent areas and they can find housing that way. That was complete bullshit. So that's where I kind of got lost in that. But like, I don't know what the solution is where like they're already like coming in and they're just like pushing everybody out and gentrifying our areas, where the answer is literally just building more affordable housing, even in the area, like even in these areas that they were just destroying, essentially, that were, you know, our I hate the fact that they call them our high crime areas.
We've got thousands of empty and abandoned homes here in the land bank in Kansas City, and the city's just sitting on them. You know, go in.
Detroit has that problem
and-
too. Like that's one thing that we don't have here. Like it's kind of weird.
That's cool.
Yeah. Like now I'm really
But no
thinking about
matter
it.
what, everything goes back to the wealthy elite. All of this goes back to the billionaire class that's lording over the top of us and doesn't allow anybody to succeed because they need to make higher profits because they're rich, but they're never rich enough. You know, they made this much last month and they got to make more next month. And it doesn't matter how many people need to be laid off or lose their jobs, go hungry, go homeless, and all that, as long as they get theirs. So it all comes back to tax the rich.
That's not necessarily billionaires though. Maybe this is like a broader corruption thing with like, so for instance, we just had Ed Burke. He was a Chicago alderman that got caught, you know, not just skimming off the top, but he was essentially making all these deals knowing damn well he was pushing people out of their homes and like making these short-term benefits. And you could argue that the Loop right now is dealing with a little bit of a crime wave specifically because of his decisions.
Well, there can be corruption at any level. You know, the wealth gives them power. It's not the wealth that's the bad thing. It's the power that wields behind it. It is a little bit, they don't pay their fair share. They need to pay their fair share.
I mean, that is,
you know?
that's a big one. But it's
Right,
also allocation of funds. Because, like, again, I live in a state that's dealt with all of this corruption. Like, Mike Madigan was the, like, most corrupt politician possibly in all of America. And we had to deal with him it was like every 4 years that we're just like, oh, we're voting for this again, and he's in this protected district, he's not going to be voted out, and he's going to be the Speaker of the House again. Oh, fan-fucking-tastic.
Y'all are known for your corrupt politicians.
Hey, we're getting better. We just balanced our budget. I love me some JB. What up?
New York and
We're
New
working
Jersey,
on it.
you're like, check out Chicago over there, y'all.
We're working on it. Hey. We're trying.
They're coming along nicely.
Well, you know, this is what honestly kind of got me down on Brandon Johnson, and this is why the DSA is trying to just like separate themselves from him entirely, because DSA did endorse him during his mayoral candidacy, and he has been nothing but the biggest disappointment. Like not protecting immigrants, not like going out of his way to make these sweetheart deals with, again, you know, the billionaires. He made another fucking capitulation for Trump Tower. Like there's so many of these like little things where you're just like, dude, come on. Like show some balls.
Fetterman.
Oh, Fetterman's the worst, but I'm glad whatever, he's not my senator.
But look at what happened with isn't it Michigan or somewhere in Michigan has the drinking water problem. You know why
Flint.
that is?
Yeah, Flint.
Yeah, Flint.
Yeah, Flint. It's almost 20 years they still do not have fully drinkable water.
You know what happened there though?
Something about.
So the mayor went together with, I think it's the Ford plant. Don't you know? I think it is. I'm not positive. The Ford plant that's up there to use the water. So they diverted all the clean drinking water because the Ford plant couldn't have river water that hadn't been treated. They diverted it all over to the Ford plant. For 20 years, these people have literally just needed the valve turned the other way. But that guy made a ton of money because Ford gives them more money than they make off the people. And they know the people have to pay their property taxes or they'll lose their house. Ford can pick up and leave.
Yeah. Well, that's what they did.
And that's why we've got to get together against, and I know I keep saying the billionaire class, but it's the ones that wield the power up there that should be in the hands of the people. You know, no matter how much money they have, if they're buying politicians, they're buying laws, whether they're individuals, like corporations shouldn't be treated as individuals. Why in the hell did that happen?
Well,
You know, the whole,
because Citizens United was ignored. Because
yeah,
a lot
why
of
is,
well, because I actually remember that it was still like under the auspices of terror. We got to protect everybody from terror. And these corporations they
yeah,
technically have the same rights as people. Like I
sure.
remember all of that, and I remember that was also the first time that I felt truly powerless, where I was like, wow, no matter what I vote on, this is just gonna happen, huh? Cool.
Well, and that brings me back around because, yeah, we do have a big fight and we've got some stuff to do. So, our motto over at Constitution Corner is resist, reclaim, remove, and restructure.
Okay.
It's always messy in the middle, and we're just now starting. We've got a long ways to go still, but I can see the end, and I can see a better country than we had before. And
Can I
it's going to
just?
take us
I'm
a
not
little
trying to
while.
criticize you, and this is actually just a broader observation from like the conversation I just had with you, and from the conversation I had with Anna the other day, our PSL, our favorite
Yeah,
PSL girl.
I love Anna.
Yeah, she's great. But do you think that this is a broader problem? Is everybody thinking that they like, because what you just kind of said there, and I'm paraphrasing, you can see the end. So this is where it starts getting muddy, is where everybody thinks that they have the end goal. So that's where the arguments start heading, where it's just like, instead of actually working together towards, just not necessarily like, because I get the need to just have your goal and then just be like, that's it, we need to work towards that, instead of just kind of wrapping them all into one thing where it's like, okay, we can kind of start working towards this broader goal and then kind of do the finer nuances as we get there, but we keep arguing ourselves out of even getting to like the starting point.
So
Going
that's
back
the
to what you were
second
saying about the
thing.
like leftist infighting.
That's the second thing that my group's doing. Not only are we working to collaborate, but we're also working on the back end on a plan. So we not only want to collaborate and get these groups working together, but we want to get in their ear. They don't have a message. They don't have any direction. They don't have a freaking clue.
That's not fair.
What
I will actually say this:
do-
PSL and like even my local DSA, no, like they all have they all have messages. This is where, just as the outside observer, is where they start doing the thing where they're like, our message is the better one, and that's where the leftist infighting comes from. Is like the
No,
sense of
that's what I'm saying.
superiority
The
within
left
the actual like
group,
left
not
movement.
that group, not the person, the individual, not different groups. The left needs to have a cohesive message. So I'm getting into groups,
But
and
we also need to be
also we're
realistic. Hold on,
out to
Angela, with all due
PSL
respect, we need
working
to be
families.
realistic here, because look at the way that the right even fractures, like with their QAnon and all this stuff. And like going back to what I was saying about like how one thing I have, for better or worse, respected is the fact that MAGA did come out of like the Tea Party and really just take over the GOP.
Pep, I
Forcefully.
love it when somebody tries to tell me I can't do something while I'm in the middle of doing it.
Oh,
Now
I
sit
love
back.
that. Yeah, no, I all right, so I got a little bit of that same thing where it's just like, go ahead and tell me I can't do something. I'll prove. I mean, literally, that's kind of what this is based out of, where somebody told me I wasn't going to be able to do it. I was like, we'll see.
There you go. So my group has the message. My members are focused on getting out into these bigger groups that have the population.
Can I just make
and getting our
again a
message
little
out
observation here? Just can you say or like, I'm not can you say like, but maybe say like your group has a good message, not like, I don't know. This is where like I will. It's almost like you're inviting infighting when you say, well, we have the way. You know what I mean? Like, and maybe this comes from my Christianity thing where it's like, we are. No.
Who else does?
I'm sorry, what was
You
that?
haven't even let me. Who else does? You haven't even let me finish. So
Oh, that was
I've
my
tried-
bad. That was no. I'm
Yeah,
not trying to
so
challenge you
I've tried-
entirely.
So, but who else does have the message? Tell me. Who else is bringing everybody together? Who has a plan, which is what I would like to continue with, because we're actually working on the plan to restructure our entire society once this is done. Plus, we're working on the demands once we get the general strike going. What do we want? So my group is focused, and we're determined to get out into these big groups up to the top where we can get our plan, our focus, and our message out there, because everybody else is running around. We are what people need. We're like we're in the shadows. Nobody's going to know about us. We're doing everything through these bigger groups. We're not looking for like you said, our message, our message, our message. We're getting a message together because the left can't. So Bryant Frankfurt, I believe, that's in your chat sometimes.
Oh,
And he's
yeah, from Tennessee, yeah.
Yes, he's the DNC chair for the county, I believe.
Yeah.
So he's been writing legislation, and I looked at it pretty good. It's called the Anti-Poverty Act. And of course, he's not a legislator yet. He can't get his legislation to do anything because he's not a legislator and he doesn't have anyone to carry it to the floor. But he did present it to his committee last night, and they voted it in as their policies or whatever he called it. I
Yeah, I
can't
saw
remember.
that, yeah.
But yeah, so I mean, that just proves exactly what I'm saying. They don't have a message. I do have a message. I'm not saying mine is the number one message.
I mean,
I'm
they
not
gotta
saying
have a
I'm
message.
the one that has to go, but I'm the one that's developing the message, and I'm the one that's bringing a message to a group that doesn't have a message. All I need is the people. And beyond a message, we've got
Can I
the
just ask,
demand.
can I just ask, like, what you think out of Bryant, like, Bryant's cohort there? What? How does he not have a message?
Oh, I mean a unifying message.
Oh, you meant
Get the left
overall. My bad. I
together.
thought I'm sorry. I misunderstood.
Yeah, no, the unifying message of the left is we need to start punching up instead of punching down. Like you talking
I'll give
about
you
the
that. I've been
people
saying that for a
in-
while.
right,
One of
talking
the
about
worst things that ever happened was when Michelle Obama came out just like, oh, when they go low, we go high. It's like, oh, go fuck
No.
yourself.
No, they go low, stand tall, and kick them in the throat.
Yeah, I was about to say, you've never been in a fight, have you? It's like
you're getting a boot to the face.
That ain't how that works. I can tell you right now, if that was how it worked, then every hockey fight I ever had, they would throw their helmet off. I grab them, and then I would just let them punch me, I guess.
Oh, that's what. I'm not even messing around. I'm in Missouri, and I've got nothing but maggots around me, and half the
Yeah, you
people on
do.
my Facebook ended up being big time Trump supporters, and I'm not blocking them. I'm out there every day fishing for them to show their true colors to everybody. I love nothing more than maggot bashing. So
Actually, you know what? You might be uniquely qualified to talk on this. From your observation with that, has there been any movement left from MAGA, specifically whether it be the Epstein stuff, or have you seen anybody kind of shifting their politics, or are they kind of just holding their ground? What's going on down there?
I have not in my personal Facebook and friend space. I do. So there's two people that I still associate with and will have a conversation with that's
Excuse me.
here in Kansas City. And I talk to them both pretty often. In fact, been with one the last 2 days. And I probably don't hit them as hard as I do the rest of them. But no, I don't see them waking up. If they are, they're going silent. They're not posting it. around when he was first inaugurated, I remember one of them being always posting about Native American and indigenous stuff, and finding out that I can't remember what he did to him. He's done so much, but I remember her posting on there, he lied to us, all in caps, and I'm just thinking, oh, you freaking moron. But I have not seen it. They find every which way to try to make it all okay in their heads.
So they're like
My
cultists.
area, right? So they can't figure out how Biden did it.
Yeah.
They don't know why Trump is trying to protect Biden, Obama, and Hillary.
That's wow.
Yeah.
Cognitive dissonance 101. Holy
Yeah,
shit.
like
Wow.
they've made jokes not funny anymore. They're so batshit crazy that it's not even funny.
Bitch, when they you're trying to get a good line off and they just ruin it just by being themselves, and you're just like, oh.
Right. It's like having to
I
explain
can't even
a joke
parody
to
this.
someone. Right. Exactly.
Yeah. No, I've dealt
but,
with that in my own life where I'm like, man, even writing a character based off you would just be a disservice.
I'll post things like I got big on posting Anne Frank quotes,
Yeah.
but not putting that they were Anne Frank quotes. And they get on there and start defending Trump. And it's like, oh, did you think this was about Trump? This is an Anne Frank quote, like, you idiots. So, but they're the things that they post.
Now, can I ask, were you ever part of a conservative movement or a Republican movement living in Missouri?
Not so much. So I'm a realtor, and even though the realtors say that they're bipartisan, they're not. The majority of them are Republican.
Yeah,
like
they
I
have
said,
to be. Oh, actually, real quick segue here. So, I had mentioned this earlier. I'm not sure if you know who Caleb Hammer is. He's a financial bro YouTuber. But he was glazing Trump today on a live stream because he thought that Jerome Powell was going to not just lower the interest rates. He thought Jerome Powell was getting fired. So he's like, oh, well, Trump is going to hire somebody that's going to lower the interest rates, and this is going to be great for me, because he let it slip where he's just like, yeah, I just invested in this whole not just buying, a few houses here or there like he was before, where I was kind of like, all right, fine. I don't agree with it. Okay. But then he's like, yeah, I'm doing a development. I was like, fuck you. I actually unsubbed from him because I was just like, you're part of the problem.
Yeah.
But yeah, so what's your take kind of on what he was talking about today with the Jerome Powell thing and the interest rates, and just how he was kind of frothing at the mouth as, a real estate developer?
So I was at a lunch meeting. I didn't see any of that. I've kind of been busy since, but that was actually him, Jerome Powell, not dropping the rates was brought up. But again, I was with a couple of Trump voters, so I couldn't.
How'd that go? You just sit there hamada.
The one that knows me really well changed the subject before we got in too deep.
Well done.
But,
well done.
But yeah, they were talking about the other one was talking about how Jerome Powell needs to drop the rates, and I was like, well, he said he wasn't going to drop the rates for self-induced injuries,
Well, yeah, because we're already we already just increased our inflation just went up on specific sectors, and it's, I guess, poised to go up another certain percent, but one that by October the general American is going to feel it was the way that I had it described to me, where they were just like, yeah, right now, this
Like,
is the reason that you don't have a bunch of people complaining, but you have a very specific subsect where it's like, my buddy works in tires, right? And he was just talking to me. He's just like, dude, my job just got a lot harder because he's like, I can't sell anybody on anything but the cheapest units, which I'm not making any money on. So
the only buyers I have right now are cash buyers. It's been like that since before the election.
Oh, wow.
The off rates were too low for too long. So they shouldn't have stayed that low for as long as they did. It just got people spoiled and thinking they're entitled.
I'm sorry, I missed that. Did you just say that they were too low for too long?
Way too low for way too long. I'm sitting at below 3% on my mortgage. When VA was started back decades ago,
Right.
it was started at something like 4.5 or 4.7, something like that.
Why
I
is
don't
that
know.
bad?
Somebody
Like, so as somebody that has something like I could just say that, like, when I bought my house, it was about 2015. So, like, I'm sitting around there. Why is that a bad thing?
Because it got people used to extremely low interest rates. So it was done because
Oh, so that was
of
like,
the
that was a
recession.
fallacy? Like, we technically got lucky? Like, we really did get lucky? Because, like, somebody had told me that, where they're like, yeah, you don't understand. Like, interest rates usually don't hit these points. And I was kind of like, yeah, but I thought this was like the norm. And
it never should have happened. It
Oh.
never should have went down that low. That's another consequence of slapping these bankers' hands with money. So it shouldn't have went down that low, and it shouldn't have stayed that low. But we
Wouldn't
had
you
to have
argue that that helped the consumer at that point, though?
Huh?
Wouldn't you argue that that kind of helped the consumer at that point, though?
Yes, no, because we're paying for it in the back end. So
Okay. Fair.
let's contrast the low rates of below 3% to the 80s when 16, 17, 18, 20% was a going rate.
But it wasn't the difference the sales price of the fucking houses? Like, this is what the whole thing with, like, my parents, even like my dad, like, I know this for a fact. Like, the house that my dad first bought when I was a kid, he bought it at like $150K. That same house is $1 million house right now.
And then we go back to wages not keeping up with inflation, where houses are keeping up with inflation, but wages aren't. So you should be able to buy that house that was only $50,000 when your dad bought it. So you can set inflation aside, because we're talking about rates, and rates change with the dollar amount. What's paid on the rate contrast with the dollar amount. So
it was like based on his income. Like, I mean, sorry, like, because
so wages have been stagnant since the mid 80s. If wages had kept up with inflation since the 80s, I believe we would be somewhere around $65 an hour.
Oh, I see what you're saying. My bad. I thought you meant privately with my. Sorry, they were still talking about like my dad.
So if it had kept up with inflation today, we would be making $65 an hour minimum wage.
Okay, so what would the ideal interest rate be and the ideal mortgage rate be on a house?
Well, again, it doesn't matter the interest rate, because that's just going off of the price of money for that day. So that's going to
Okay,
go
so
up and
then
down.
what would the average cost of a house be then?
Average cost of house in my area?
No, I meant theoretically, if we kept up with the making the $65 an hour kind of thing.
Oh God, I'm not a mathematician. I got to break
See,
out
that's
a
where I'm like, oh shit, I'm not trying to like put you on the spot, but
Oh,
like,
no,
so I guess like the long and short is like it would obviously increase the price of housing significantly if we were all making $65 an hour, right?
because it would be keeping up with inflation.
Right.
That's just it. The price of the house is because of inflation. So because the ones that think they're better than us are the oligarchs and the corporations that keep you slaving away for slave wages have tricked us all into working for this. While the price of stuff goes up, our wages don't go up. I used to be a server. We make $2.25 an hour here in Missouri, up from $2.13 an hour when I was a server 20 some years ago, 25 years ago.
About what I made. I worked at Chili's.
Right, which again, the owners of the company are getting away with the public paying for my wages as a server because they're not paying even the minimum wage that hasn't kept up with inflation. So everything goes back to the billionaire class and the corporate elite that's just squeezing us dry to make bigger and bigger profits, and they'll never get enough.
I mean,
They
I can
and
say I've
the
been
money that
preaching
they
it since
do
like the advent of my channel, but like you know, taking a little bit of an idea from Sam Cedar where he was talking about the 90, like bringing back the Eisenhower tax rate, but I was, just because I
and
want, like, I'll placate to the billionaires, like, fine, because I've also seen how much these people are hoarding, where it's like, honestly, this would do it, where it's like, no, just tax every dollar past $1 billion and let them have their fucking money.
right. Exactly. Well, and that brings us back to what you were saying there, but oh, my train of thought derailed. I'm sorry.
No, sorry, I
Yeah,
just
tax billionaires.
something's burning. I'll be right back. Hold on.
I'll be left front.
Oh, wait. Oh, never mind. I just I texted. I'm like, is there food burning? They're just like, no, food's done. I was like, oh shit.
Oh, well, yeah, I don't mean to take all your time. I'm sorry. I probably
Oh,
talked
do
too
not worry about it. Actually, I have another. What am I at? 7:53. Yeah, we could actually end stream. As far as send it with the call here. Not because I had one more question about this. Like, so with everything that you're doing, and like I said, I mentioned Anna and PSL and DSA. Are you working with DSA like in your local community? And is there a PSL representative that you're working with in Kansas City? And what is your opinion on working with these organizations?
So the first layer I'm working on is the resistance, the 5051, Indivisible, and General Strike. I talked with Anna a couple weeks ago, and she got me signed up with the local PSL. I haven't started doing much with them. I'm with, like I said, the SRA over here in my area, and I still don't find time to do stuff with them. So
SRA,
that's
what's
kind of
that stand
going
for?
to be. I want to get in. There's the Working Families Party, because 98% of Americans are part of the working class. You know, we're the ones that need to get together. That's the unifying message that we need to bring. We are the people. We are the workers of of America.
No, I
Oh, and
1000% agree with you, but I've never heard of that. What is that?
let me fix that. 98% of the voters are the working class, not Americans. The voters are of the working class.
Yeah.
So we're the ones that should have the power. We're the people that should be in the power, and we're the ones that we've got to bring together in that unifying message. And no matter what it is, tax the rich, stop the corruption that's going on, all of that rings true for everybody. It doesn't matter if you're wanting women's rights or this or that. So, but I really do see an end game here, and I'm trying to bring that vision to light so that other people can see it as well. But I feel like I know things look really dark right now, but we can do this. Just tell me not that I can't do something. I'm going to show you that I can. So, and I think that a lot of Americans are like that. We've just been spoiled and we haven't had to stand up and get a little uncomfortable for a change. But we can do this. We can bring our country back and we can bring it back better than ever. We can get rid of the status quo and the corruption and start getting people engaged in civics. There's no reason we shouldn't be able to hold trials and do investigations on our elected leaders. They shouldn't be called leaders, representatives. We shouldn't have to wait to vote them out. If they're corrupt, get them in front of the people. Let us decide what to do with them. And if it rises to criminal, then
Actually,
then
hold on. This actually kind of plays into what just went down in your locality, though. Like, so how would you apply that to everything that just went down with your governor? Because your governor just he blatantly, if for everybody that doesn't know, if you're just joining the program, she is from Kansas City, Missouri. And her governor decided to just unilaterally ignore democracy because, can you explain what the referendum that was voted on and how it was just blatantly ignored?
please forgive me because this is at least the third time in my adult life that I can think of the governor vetoing legislation voted on by the people for the people.
Hell
Like
is
I
with
said,
Missouri. My God.
so
if this happened in Illinois, you would have seen a revolt.
again, back in 17, they had a backdoor meeting, and most people don't know about it, but they took away our right to vote. So the abortion trigger laws that went into effect, the second Roe v. Wade was taken out.
I remember
Those
that.
were
Yeah.
Yeah, those were put in Missouri in 2017 and 18. People think they were from way back when because nobody talks about it, but those were our legislators taking women's rights away without giving us a vote and without putting it on the ballot because they had some backdoor meeting because we're Republican controlled. So that's just one instance. Just now, just the other day, he took away the sick pay, mandatory sick pay that we had voted in.
Have you been Republican controlled for a long time as far as all three houses?
Yes. We're very, very red. The only blue is basically Kansas City and St. Louis.
Is that still technically blue?
Not enough.
I mean,
Not in Kansas City. I think St. Louis is more blue than we are. I know St. Charles has it going on.
we actually have a St. Charles in Illinois here.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, it's a little suburb.
Yeah, ours is actually really good. And St. Louis, that's just totally different. It's a municipality. So, and I want to say Kansas City's a municipality as well, which is like it's its own little world. Oh, and real quick, sorry, this is
No worries.
totally off in left field, but I also joined a congressional candidate that's trying to run for a House position here in my area. So if you're not able to do protests, maybe you can do something to help a progressive or socialist or
10,000
whatever.
10,000%. Like I covered this yesterday. One of the things that's making me angry is after covering the Cat Abu Ghazaleh situation is finding out that there are districts adjacent to me that have absolutely nobody running for these positions, even though they're open.
Yes.
So it's like, what are we doing? Also, I need to make a correction just so you guys know. I had mentioned yesterday that I thought she was carpetbagging because Jan Skakowski is a easy target and she's aging out of the role. No, it's an uncontested election. That's why she's putting her hat into the race. I wanted to make that abundantly clear.
Oh, yeah. Well, we've got Josh run through the hallways over here. He's been carpetbagging from one of the Carolinas forever.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, Josh Hawley, you didn't know that?
I did not know that. No, I didn't know he was from the Carolinas. How'd that work?
Yeah, I think I don't know which one it is, but yeah, he's like rents a house from his brother or some crap over
Oh,
here,
he's one
and
of those.
he's never over here. People in Missouri are so tapped out of our politics, and if you saw our school system, you'd understand why. Like they
I get it.
teach these kids just enough to do the menial tasks that they want them to do,
No,
and that's it.
listen, I'm not trying to like shit on what happened with actually our favorite representative from Tennessee, but when he brought up on his kid, that kind of gave me a glimpse into exactly what's going on in the school system, you know, at least in his case in Tennessee, where it's like, oh, this is what they're teaching them? Interesting.
And the rural areas are even worse. So my kid was doing bad. I was in a suburb of Kansas City, and he wasn't going to be able to graduate high school.
Mm.
And so I've got property down by the lake, and I had called the school district down there to see about transferring him down there to finish out high school because I've got a cousin from down there, and I knew that their standards weren't as high. So I just wanted the kid to finish high school. Don't hate on me.
No, I appreciate that. That's a good mom.
Confessions from your mother.
No, it's fine. It's better than what my dad did, where he's like, "Ah, you got kicked out." You know what? They won't ask. It's like,
right.
That's not exactly
So
great
if
advice,
I had
dude.
transferred him, he was about probably close to finishing freshman year. If I had transferred him, they said by his transcripts, he would have graduated halfway through his junior year.
Yeah, that's kind of similar to what happened to me. Funny enough.
So the education in red states is really, really, really on the ground. So, and they don't want us to know the stuff that I know. I am like probably one of the I couldn't even count on, well, because of the Realtor Association, I know more people involved in politics, but I'm pretty rare. Most people don't have that inside glimpse and, really been up to the hill, ever made an appointment and sat and talked to their
Nor do they
representative.
care. Like, the thing is, like, this is one thing I've noticed is, like, I call myself a current events kid. Because, like, in 8th grade, I was into current events. We had this class that was literally, we had study hall and current events. And I was super into it. Like, my teacher even said, like, Mr. H, shout out Mr. H. He kind of like was like, yeah, you really do, like, you've got the gift for this. He's like, you really understand, like, the politics behind this, and you have the right questions for this. And that's kind of what gave me like my little, oh, well, maybe I am interested. And I didn't know if I was a conservative or a liberal. I'll never forget this. I was on a road trip, and we were listening to some XM radio. But because it was like commercial free, we got to listen to, like, I remember Dave Ramsey was part of that, and that's where I was kind of like, I solidified my hatred for that guy. That guy sucks on multiple levels. But then I listened to another guy that was like more of a liberal dude, where I was like, oh. And I remember looking at my pops and just being like, Dad, I think I'm a liberal. And he was just like, excuse me? Like, you kind of had the, do you even know what that is? I'm like, well, based on what this guy's describing, I think that I agree with his politics more. And he was just like, well, did you even listen? I was like, I have listened to you listening to Rush Limbaugh for like the past year. So it's like, yes. Now that you've given me the other side here, I've always kind of wondered, I'm like, why don't I agree with this guy? Why does he kind of suck? Well, it's because I never really had the other side.
See, I grew up, my dad was Republican and my mom was Democrat, but my dad wasn't as vocal as my mom. But my uncle, who was also Republican, was very vocal. And until the Trump years, I could talk, I have some of the best conversations with Republicans that actually knew what they were talking about, not these Facebook, I call them memes. Sorry, I'm weird.
No,
But
it's cute. The memes.
but yeah, I mean, the people that are politics does involve everything almost in your whole life. Everything that the people are complaining about, it goes back to politics, whether they talk about it or in that respect or
No,
not.
and that's why it's always like, I don't want to like be too. All right. I have a friend that has been not politically engaged until IVF became a thing.
Okay.
And then she became politically engaged because it was the thing that
affects her.
Right. And that's where I was like, oh. That's kind of odd. And then sure shit, Trump does the thing to placate the IVF crowd. She backs off. And I was just like, immediately, I got mad at it because you know, as much as I wanted to advocate for her and her IVF journey, for her to just go, I got mine, that literally did turn into me just going, oh,
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and that's what, even though
Brian?
there's a couple of them that I still talk to, and I hope to maybe break through one day, I don't really bank on it. I don't take them seriously at whatever they say, and I don't let them get away with uh, the passive aggressiveness or the trying to ignore it or act like they weren't being like that or something. I'm definitely all about calling them out and putting it back on them. So, and I think that's where we all need to be. We all need to quit ignoring it. That's what people are like on my Facebook page, that I should block these the maggots on there that come on bashing me and saying all this stuff. And I don't want to block them. I want them to keep showing their true colors, because I don't want to be lulled into that false sense of security where I think I'm really getting through, or I think I'm really changing them, and then I'm going to be let down by that.
I don't know, maybe I'm different because I never thought that, like, I never put my like stake in them changing as much as I did, like, kind of like you were saying earlier, where it's just making sure that we're all kind of on the same page instead of fracturing.
They're not going to wake up.
Right. But that's also where it's like, because I do understand this. Like, I understand that, like, everybody kind of wants what they want. Like, and everybody thinks they have, like, the better ideas. But that's where on the left, maybe I call me naive because I don't have the ideas. And I'm just more of, like, the, like, I like your idea. I like your idea, too. I also like your idea. Let's make this work. And that, I'm just going to say right now, that's not fucking leadership. If anybody even tries to come in here and be like, well, maybe you should be a leader then because you're like seeing, no. I don't want it.
That's called going to Abilene.
I don't want it. That's the reason that I was like, honestly, like, that's why I was made the captain of my hockey team, because they were just like, oh, you could see the value of, like, who could play better defense. It's like, that's not a good thing. I shouldn't be we need a coach.
That's me. So I end up a leader by default is what I call it, because no one else is. And that's why you said,
it's happened to me twice.
Like, my message is so great. It's not really my message. I'm trying to develop it from the people, get it precise, get it cohesive, get it to the people that can get it out and get everyone saying it cohesively. I'm wanting to draw out those things that we're all already feeling. And like I said, it all comes back to the corporate elite. So tax the rich, power to the people, stop the corporate cartels.
I mean, I'm all for it. It's like Bryant was just saying, this is my platform, I'm anti-poverty. It's like, yeah, that would be nice.
Well, and they all adopted it because they've got no other direction. And I don't think my message is going to be the be all end all. And it can develop once we get everybody together into something totally different. You know, I don't have any ego into it, but I know people are just looking for they're looking for cohesion. They're looking for someone else. You know, that's what doing these indivisible resistance parties and stuff. Find those people in your community because you're not alone. We feel alone right now, but we're not alone. There are a lot of people out there, even if you live in a rural area. I'm pushing my people to get on Nextdoor app and start conversating with their neighbors, start meeting their neighbors, find the other ones that align with your values. Same thing with the Meetup app and stuff like that. So
Well, I gotta say, that's why, like, I had this thing where, like, the Epstein stuff really did kind of get me to go, like, oh, well, this is a good time to kind of try and talk to some of these idiots. I mean, sorry, I shouldn't call them idiots, but, like, the conspiracy people.
I don't think so. I think it's time for people like me to come in and rough them up a little bit. They're
Yeah,
low
Anna, it
right
is.
now, and I'm going to boot to their face. They'll need a little Mr. Rogers in a bit, but right now they need Mr. T.
I feel like that should be the ultimate reconciliation, where it's like, or like where you don't actually go before like God or anybody, but you actually go before Mr. Rogers and then he judges you. That's the ultimate, like, oh, like the council would be him and Bob Ross just together, just like, you have disappointed us, and then we all collectively go, oh.
Yeah, and
I'm sorry.
Throw crocodile
And
hunter
Big Bird.
in.
We'll put Big Bird up there too, just because it's the same thing where it's just like, I don't want to disappoint you guys.
Right. So put your Mr. Rogers on ice. Let me be a little Mr. T right now and buff them up some. They need to know what they've done is wrong. I'm going
It's
to
the
rub their
living
nose.
tribunal. It is. That's too funny. Transformers
I'm gonna rub
reference.
their noses in it, put them out in the rain, make them think about what they did for a little while, and then you guys can come in and talk to them, and you guys can help them start to see the light. But first, they need they're gonna need a little something.
I mean, I appreciate your takes on this, because you definitely have like a little bit, like, it's the same as Bryant here, where you guys have a little bit of a different view on this than I do, just because, like, I will say this, yes, I have a more urbanistic, is that the word I'm looking for? But like, urbanist, like, I have way more people around me, so it's more like, oh, immediately, like, when I think of like representing like my populace, immediate, like, just the people adjacent to me, it's almost 40,000 people. You know what I mean? So
right,
that's where I do appreciate your takes, where it's kind of like, on average, what would you say like your town is?
Oh, Kansas City. I'm pretty sure. So Kansas City's split between Missouri and Kansas.
I do know that, which is weird.
So Kansas City is bigger than St. Louis, but St. Louis, Missouri is bigger than Kansas City, Missouri. I don't know what our population.
So who gets the baseball or the baseball team? Wow, I'm sports. The football team.
I know we just hit 500,000 down in the city proper. So downtown Kansas. So Kansas City split up into 3 different counties. You've got Jackson County, which is the city that's downtown, and that just hit 500,000 residents. It kind of turned into a donut, you know, where everybody kind of moved out of the center of it for a long time. And then I'm up north, and the Northland has Clay and Platte County. So We're more like a burb up here, I would say.
Okay.
So, and I don't know out of all 3 counties that Kansas City's in, I'm not sure what our population is.
Pep, can I share what happened at our meeting on Friday? Yes. I can click into you here in a second. Here's the bitch of this. I really gotta pee. So, all right, Bryant. I'm gonna trust you both to behave, and I will be right back. Here, Bryant.
All right. I'll be good.
All right.
Hi, Brian.
Hi.
I'll be right back.
Well,
What do you have going on?
Sorry?
What do you have going on?
I just got home a little bit with my kids. I had a late night pick my friend up from work. So we're just hanging out. Oh, I did make a new thing. I don't know if you saw it. I posted it in my Discord. The HR1 bill explained, like a breakdown of it.
I think I did see that. When did you post it?
Earlier, between today and yesterday.
I'm pretty sure I did see it.
I posted it in chat, but it's pretty handy at like showing all the caveats of the bill and all the way the money's being spent and stuff. Little handy little guide.
That's cool.
Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
We had someone at our meeting yesterday. They wanted to start a committee, and they started a committee. They got a motion to start a committee to examine the bill and learn more about it. So I used my powers to create this program to break it down for them to help them get started. But they're wanting to print out the whole bill and read it line by line. I'm like, well, have fun.
Oh my. That's what I still think that's just awesome that you got that done.
All right, sorry. Forgive my unprofessional bladder.
Oh, you're fine, man.
That's okay.
No worries.
I was going to hop off here, so it's been good talking to you. Thank you, and I'll try to bring you more information in the future so you can pass it on to your viewers.
Sounds good. I really appreciate you hopping on, and I will talk to you later. I will see you later,
Okay.
Angela.
Good night. Good night, all of Pep's peeps.
Night.
Good night.
All right, Brian. What is up? If you want to break it down for me a little bit. Sorry about that again.
Okay, that's fine. So what happened yesterday? Okay, so I'm pitching this anti-poverty bill around, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm doing my thing with it.
Yeah.
Well, I wrote a speech, and I gave that speech yesterday at our meeting, and it went over very well. There was, I'll give you context. There was like 35, 36 people at this meeting.
Nice.
Okay. So it went over pretty well, and then I didn't ask for this. I didn't even bring it up, but someone made a motion to adopt the bill or the draft of the bill as our party's platform and message for the local county. And then it was seconded. There was no discussion, and then it was unanimously passed. So it's pretty sweet. Like we have, it's in our it's technically our official platform now.
Nice. Congratulations, bro.
Yeah. So my next goal is to spread it around to other counties and try to get more connected counties.
What party? Anna asks, what party?
The Democratic Party. Democratic Party. Specifically, the Hamlin County Democratic Party of East Tennessee.
Nice. Hell yeah, man.
So, but yeah, it's only 4 pages long. The bill is.
Yeah.
Compared to like Trump's bill, which was like 800 pages. So Trump likes to call his the big beautiful bill. I call mine the short and sexy bill.
Nice. The SSB.
Yeah, the SSB.
No, I appreciate that. That's pretty funny. Actually, Brian, I had a question for you. So when you said you're running for your local state house, right?
Well, I'm gonna run for my local. It's like county level.
County. Oh, county. I thought it was state. My bad.
Well, state's the goal. State's the goal, but I've got to get there, right? Like I can't skip stages. So like I gotta work my way up.
Now, when you say skip stages, because like here in Illinois, we really like I'm kind of learning that the landscape is totally different than what I thought it was. Like running for state house, like the Illinois state house here, is not really that hard. Like you just you just gotta have to find like one person that's just like, nah, I'm not gonna do this, or you find one person that's like, no, they're sick of this guy and he has run uncontested for the past 18 years.
Yeah, you're not wrong. What I mean by that is to run a successful campaign, you have to have so much money to compete at certain levels, and you have to have so much clout if you're going to compete. And there's also, we need people at the county level to do county level work.
Oh, absolutely, 2,000%.
And so I'm just where I say climb the ranks. Really, I'm learning. It's trial by fire, and so I feel as if that's just a good next step.
Well, we all got to start somewhere. I mean, that's where people were like kind of even shitting on Zoran, where they're just like, oh, he's trying to skip the line. It's like, but he's really not. Didn't he start? Like, I think he started as a council member. Like, I don't know what they expect of us. Like, do we need to get like, you got Kat Abagazale, who is running for, the Illinois 9th, but the biggest critique that I hear from people around me is that she's too young.
Yeah. Yeah, and then we have like there's some girls like 25.
She's 26. Yeah, she's 26.
Yeah, and then there was another.
And honestly,
girl
I don't see that as being a problem. Like I'm kind of like maybe I'm like, and I don't want to also like do naive shit where like because is there some merit to our parents' generation holding on for this long and like doing like this whole 30-year gap where they're just like, no, you're still children. It's like, I'm almost 40. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I mean,
so I don't want to do the same thing, and like I'm not gonna condescend. Like she has a good platform. She has better ideas than a few of the other well, specifically the Republican candidate that's gonna run for the seat. But there's also some other things there where I'm like, all right.
Well, there's only one way to get experience, right?
Yeah, it's actually doing it. Yeah, and actually, like, being in government. At Pep Talks, are you a supporter of 9 to 5 mindset work schedule? No, I'm not.
I'll support it if it works for you, but only if it works for you.
Yeah, I don't want to put that grind on anybody that, like, yeah. And also, I think that we overvalue like the whole work week and undervalue, our weekends, like the 3-day weekend, 4-day work week. It's been proven to have a very, very significant quality of life increase. So,
well, not just that.
Zach, that's why. Like, I know that I have a bit of a delay here, but that's why. Sorry, go on, Brian. My bad.
To piggyback on that, what you just said, it also increases productivity. We find that when people aren't overworked and burned out, they actually produce more.
Absolutely. And happier. Like, you have people that are like genuinely happy to go to their jobs, and then through that you get not just the increased productivity, but you're also getting like a little bit of marketing there where it's just like, oh, look at how happy these people are at their jobs. Maybe you want to work here too.
I mean, yeah, it makes it more competitive. You get better talent.
Life is for living, not just for working. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. As somebody who has had, like, now I have this, which because of situations, I am, this is kind of my gig now. It's not like through pure success, if you know what I'm saying, but I love this job more than anything else I've ever done. And, it's not about the money. Let's put it that way.
You're talking about streaming, right?
Yeah. I'm not sure if you knew, but like, yeah, kind of lost my gig, but it's all right.
Oh, I'm sorry, man. That's unfortunate.
It's all right. I hated it. It was soulless. It was I was doing it because I had it. Yeah.
Well, hey, if you hated it, then I'm glad. Then I'm happy for you.
No, honestly, it's literally just the monetary part of it, which, yeah, I'm trying to bring that, if people want to support the stream, definitely, I am humbled.
For
But
sure.
yeah, man, I was just talking to Angela about this, about how if I can use my platform to like kind of push us to a better stage of politics and also kind of inspire people and just in general provide a like a good outcome, then yeah, then I'm pretty happy.
Yeah,
If
I feel
anything.
you. Like you want your work to matter, and you don't want it to be like you want to be important or
Right.
do important things. Whether
Well-
you remember them or not, you don't want to waste your time.
But like Zach here, if anything, I'd rather be working 12 hours all day, as we are humans. But like that's the thing. Like some people are made for that. Like some people love their work or love just being involved in stuff like that. Like not everybody is made for the family life. Not everybody's like, but this is where I would like a society that could cultivate all of it, where it's like you would be able to go to like say art school or be a parent or whatever the fuck, or you could even be a venture capitalist, bro. As much as I hate it, but fine. If you need that fucking opportunity and that's where I need to capitulate, then fine, I'll make that.
I think
Let 1,000 flowers bloom. Hell yeah.
it's a horrible mindset. I don't mind work. It's working. It's making someone else rich at my expense that bothers me.
Yeah, it sucks. Yeah.
So it's like I feel like I don't get rewarded enough, and it's I don't know.
Well, like one thing that's not talked about enough is the whole like undervalue of it, where it's just like, think about it. How many times have you been told like, "Oh, you're replaceable"? It's like, then why am I like what? Then why do you threaten me if I'm so replaceable? Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, and I mean you're trading your time for some of their money, and one of those things you can't get back. So I think people just need to start valuing their time more.
Yes. 10,000%. Yeah, I do think that like we as a society are conditioned to also, I don't want to say like it's the 20-year-old like, oh, we're invincible thing, but think of like how Americans talk about retirement, and then we're like, okay, so you're going to retire at 65, even like based on your math, so what, 10 good years? Like, what are we doing here? Like, I feel like
because I might be talking about some money with no risk to them.
What's that?
I was reading Zach's comment. I'm sorry.
Oh, no worries. Because I make the company lots of money. Oh. Well, Zach, you have to understand, is a 20-year-old go-getter. I will give him that. Like, he's not one of the ones who annoys me, where he's just sitting behind a computer trying to like bet on the futures of other people and then saying how like hard he works. Like he goes and buries, lines of cable, and he gets paid per dig or whatever the fuck. Like, so I get the mentality, despite the fact that I disagree with like the whole capitalistic, reward system behind it. But that's the one thing that I don't want to do, is like shun people that actually just want to work or like want to benefit people like that, and also get their bag in this stupid system that we're in. Those are the people that I would argue deserve it, is instead of these fucking, like you were just saying, like his boss who makes 20, 30 times what he makes. Meanwhile, he's the one that's, putting the risk out there of getting electrocuted or whatever. Wait, 0 because I make it a oh shit. $50 per berry advantage 10 berries per day. Yeah, see?
So I just did a quick breakdown of all the different isms, capitalism, socialism, and communism, and some key differences and similarities. But something that's really cool that it showed me on here was the evolution, and it says on here,
Put up, Rip.
Communism, as envisioned by Marx, typically requires a revolutionary overthrow of a capitalist system.
Yeah.
But it also says
Anna's just like, uh-oh. Sorry.
And then
no, continue. My bad.
And then it says another interesting part is it says socialism can be seen as a gradual transition from capitalism, often through democratic means. So capitalism is like just the base of most ideologies, and it either gets thrown out entirely by communism or it evolves into something better, which becomes a social democracy or socialism. It does one of those two things. It doesn't stick around as capitalism.
What kind of anti-whatever are we getting into tonight? I am having discussions with callers, and say hello to Bryant. He is a game developer and Democratic Socialist. And I'm sorry, what was your title as far as like your local party?
I'm the chair or the president of the Hamlin County Democratic Party.
There we go. There we go.
And I'm aiming to run in local office eventually.
You mean socialist? I mean, if you need to break it down to whatever,
Democratic Socialist
yeah,
Party.
whatever simply. No, see, this is the thing. Like, Rip actually comes from a different stream that's a little more right wing, but he's a cool guy. Well,
I was talking to my kids.
We're cordial. No, he's definitely a bit more right wing. You're open-minded. No, you are. That's why. No, Rip. That's why I'm not trying to shit on you. No labels. Yes, no labels. Well, yeah.
Yeah. Ultimately, we need a hybrid approach, right? Something that's like more advanced than simply having an ism tied to it. But
I
think
agree
the
with
best
that.
piece of meat-
I agree with that. On pace to
Because
make
what is it
100,000.
like communism has some like the benefits of communism would be like universal health care and universal education, right? But that's also in like socialism. So like we can just toss out communism.
No, not necessarily. Trust me, I would love. I mean, I don't want to call it utopian as much as I sometimes do. But I would love it. Like that's kind of where I sit. Where I'm just like, if it, I'm gonna have an aneurysm. And it's okay. Don't have an aneurysm. I'm trying my best here. Cause no, dude. Like, I can explain from my position, and maybe this will help. I like to work with the DSA because I do think that, yes, there's merit to working and building on the socialist programs that we have now and kind of selling people on that, and then kind of like gradually going towards a system that kind of pushes out the capitalist framework. Whereas, Anna is more of a, I don't want to say like she's an absolutist where it's just like, I know she would totally be for it. Like if it just like disappeared tomorrow, then we could do it, which, yeah, great. But I think that's where like my difference in lies. And that's where, like, I'm not sure where you stand as far as that, but I can just explain kind of where I'm at. I know you're a Marxist-Leninist. Sorry. I should probably represent you as exactly what you are. You're right. I should say that you are a Marxist-Leninist and then go past that. My bad. But yeah. Like I kind of understand where you're going, like what you're saying about that, but is that like a that's ridiculous, then a real tech has to come in and fix it? Real question, what would you call my views libertarian? Yes.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah. I shouldn't have to explain. Like, I mean, yeah, they are kind of libertarian. You know, you want yours. But you also do see the merits in, you know, some leftist policy. Brian, I'm trying to think of, like, can you elaborate a little bit on your thought on, like, doing away with the communism? Because, like, I have a different way of approaching this where I'm like, okay, I'm not going to say do away with the idea of communism. I would love to just rebrand it. So, like, you know, and it's not about fooling people. It's about, like, reintroducing the idea with a new name and then seeing if they respond differently. Because, I don't know. Sometimes in marketing, that's just how it works.
I think the other two isms are more synergetic with each other than communism is. I think once we get all the good pieces out of communism could also be found in some of socialism, you know? And so, like, where there's that overlap, I don't think there's enough unique material in communism to really worry about it too much, other than, like, one or two things, you know, like maybe ensuring everybody has food to eat or something like that. But you can do it in socialism, you know, you have programs like that too. So I like capitalism a little bit with, like, the free market, being able to, like, stand on your own merit and being able to use your abilities to your advantage and express yourself in a way that you can profit. But you need to have those social trampolines, you know, those, I don't call them safety nets anymore because I don't feel like that's a good enough of a thing to have. We need social trampolines so that people can bounce from when instead of just catch themselves. And I think if we have the social trampolines in place with solid regulation on a market that is as free as it can be while maintaining it safe, you know, like safe products, you know, you don't want, like, bad things in your food, and you don't want, if you're say they are, just basically anything like that, you know, that kind of regulation. I think with capitalism and socialism, we can pretty much breed a perfect hybrid.
Dare I say it sounds a little libertarian?
Maybe.
It does. Like, just from my point of view, like, every time that I talk to one of my libertarian friends, it's almost like what they come to.
Sure. I mean, like, I've got a T-shirt on right now that I printed. It says "Freedom First." You know, that's my main goal. Is by expressing freedom means being safe about it. You know.
What do you mean by that?
Well, you know, like, there's, you know, some touchy subjects like abortion and gun control and stuff. You know, like, are you free to own the gun? Sure, but you need to have regulation on it so that it's locked up and safe when you're not using it, and use it properly and have proper training and proper permits and stuff like that. But that doesn't mean that we not have those things. We just need to be proper and safe about them.
Actually, Rip, we already have that, and it's government run, so how would that be any different?
Well, I'm just saying, like, that's in an ideal situation. Again, I'm not, in my campaign, I'm not touching on gun control or abortion. We're touching on legalizing cannabis, getting health care, and raising the minimum wage so that people can, you know, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Organically dig their way out of poverty and reduce crime. Because when you raise the minimum wage and you legalize cannabis, you reduce crime. And that hits a lot of areas.
Okay, so where do you stand on, actually, like, specifically gun laws?
Well, I don't like them here in Tennessee, and I'll tell you why. Because I've had a family member who shot himself a long time ago and passed away from it. And then I had another family member recently who was 18 shoot himself and pass away from it. So I think they are instruments that provide a disservice to us more than they do a service, and they need to be regulated better.
Rip's never been to Indiana. I can tell you that right now. Sorry.
I'm just tired of people getting hurt by them because it tears lives apart. And I don't mind someone who takes a gun seriously, but a lot of people who are pro-gun don't take them seriously. They see them as toys. They see them as some sort of privilege. They don't.
Absolutely. I mean, I look at guns. I mean, I've been called a pussy because of the way that like I respect weapons. I respect them the same way I do cars, where it's just like, no, you guys don't understand. Like, this is a lot. Like, this is
exactly.
This is a lot of responsibility, and you guys are just like, nah. And like you were just saying, it's a toy. It's like, no, it's not.
Exactly, and then people also feel like they're owed something when they have a gun, right?
No,
They're
they
like,
are.
hey, I'm better than someone who doesn't have a gun. So
Private sales aren't illegal. It's not a private sale when it's at a gun show. I mean, technically it is, I guess. And I'm actually speaking to like, because in Chicago we have this myth about like how, they got a bunch of their girlfriends going into the suburbs buying guns. It's like, dude, they go to a gun show in South Beloit, or in not Beloit, that's in Wisconsin. Oh my God. South Bend. In South Bend, and they come back and private sales are legal if you follow the laws. Again, it's different when you cross the state lines. And that really realistically is the difference. Like, it's maybe a 40-minute drive to the Illinois-Indiana state border. Like, we used to play this game when fireworks, like to this day, fireworks are still illegal in Illinois. So it's like, anytime 4th of July comes up, there's a line to get to a certain shop right across the border. Well, it's the same thing with the pew-pews, just gonna say.
Yeah, I was gonna say something, but I forgot what I was gonna say.
Oh, don't worry about it. All for the legal cannabis. So, have I asked you what your thoughts on DSA are?
The Democratic Socialist
Alliance or whatever the fuck, yeah.
Alliance, yeah. I don't know much about them, but you brought it up in passing a little bit.
So you guys don't have your own chapter, I'm assuming. Excuse me. Got the hiccups.
If we do, I'm not aware of it here locally. If we do.
Well, I can't remember. How far did you say you are from Nashville or Knoxville?
Oh, from Knoxville? Knoxville's like 45 minutes. So let me check right here. Hold on.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the chapter list right now. Knoxville, yeah. So I could go. I could hit the Knoxville one. I might do that. I got their email address right here.
Do it, please do.
Yeah, I'll email them. I'll email them my anti-poverty act. See what they think.
Angela, can I come on another day to talk about firearms and what we can do? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we'll just keep in contact on Discord.
What I was going to say now.
We'll plan it.
I remember what I was going to say. So in Tennessee, we have permitless open carry.
Jesus Christ. That's insane to me. I'm like, wait a minute, all the loopholes I go through, that's insane.
Yeah. Yeah, so we again, I am sick and tired of kids, young children and young adults being, their lives taken from them because of firearms.
Permitless open carry. I'm sorry, I'm still wrestling with that. I'm like, what? So how in the fuck do you actually track that?
You don't.
That's insane. That's insanity. This is the Wild fucking West.
Yeah.
Yo.
Yeah,
I was
it's a problem,
just in
man.
Tennessee in April and I didn't know that. That's crazy.
It's a huge problem.
Yeah, I'd say that's Tennessee sounds wild. You literally that sounds like you guys are dealing with cowboys and Indians. Well, Cowboys and
So
Cowboys.
here just quick Google search just so I'm not wrong here. But it says Tennessee firearms are the leading cause of death for children and adolescents between the ages of 1 to 18.
No.
In 2022, this is 3 years ago, firearms were the leading cause of death in children for those among the ages of 1 to 17. A significant portion of children firearm deaths are by 80.
Wait, do you guys not have
homicide.
God, what's the rule I'm looking for? Storage law.
No.
You don't?
Maybe if we do, no one fucking follows it if they do.
What?
Let's see.
Dude, that's like a major thing in Illinois. Like, you need to have a gun safe. Like, if you have a gun, no. Wait, what?
Tennessee law does not mandate gun owners to store firearms in a safe or lockbox.
Oh, that's fucking insane. No wonder. You know what?
But anyway,
no wonder. And I hate to say this, but you know what? If they want to continue to play this game and then talk about how much they care about children,
they only care about children when it wins them votes. When it wins them votes.
That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Man, like, I never thought that I would be so happy to live in a state that has like such like arduous gun laws, to the point where I have been annoyed by them. Like, when I'll be honest, the last time I went to go renew like my FOID card, it was annoying. It wasn't easy. And you know what?
How many lives do you think that annoying moment saved?
A lot. Because like people like my mom, who like I've been open about this, like she had suicidal spouts, like she was denied like getting a weapon in Illinois because of her past. So
might have saved her life.
It might have.
Or someone else
say that. You know, like that's the kind of thing where I'm like, I don't know.
But it's just the stats are there, right? The data's there. Children die in droves from gunfire, and it's not okay.
Well, I mean, look at the statistic that you're more likely to use a firearm on yourself than you are anybody, like any intruder or anything like that.
Yeah. I don't keep weapons in my home specifically because if my 3-year-old found it and it was loaded for whatever reason, assume I'm the best gun owner in the world, and I just forget, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's going to do some damage. And there's no teaching a 3-year-old respect for a gun. They're 3.
No.
They barely have respect for themselves. They don't have any.
Did you see that viral video of the 2 brothers that like found a weapon? I think it was in North Carolina or Florida. I can't really remember, but they're standing behind a hot tub and they had like SWAT come up and like they knew how to handle the weapon.
I didn't see that.
It is terrifying. These kids couldn't be older than 7 years old.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's no good. It's no good. And then like it's usually the person you would least wanting to have a gun that screams the most about guns.
Probably
Like,
learned
yeah,
it from
sure.
media. Maybe, or they learned it from dad. I listen. As a non-parent, I'm a lot more, and I know that you guys have kids. I'm a lot more lax on just being like, no. Sometimes it's just it's literally shitty parenting because, with all due respect, anytime that somebody is like, I'm a parent, so they tend to do this thing where they put some blinders up instead of just looking at it completely objectively and just going, no, it's still fucked up. Like, that's one of my hot takes where I'm like, no, honestly, no, just kid or not, that's still kind of fucked up. You know, a kid and his brother, they take and then how does dad not get locked up? Because it just happened to be in Florida where they have really lax gun laws. So they're just like, nah, went viral, turned out to be a major situation, had SWAT there. We gave him a slap on the wrist and told him not to do it again. America.
It's just that problem where they're just not taking it serious.
Well, that's Florida.
And excuse my language, but I just had to fucking cremate my fucking nephew the other day because of these stupid gun laws or lack thereof.
Yep. I am sorry to hear that, man.
I mean, he was like an adopted. Like I knew him. He was a.
Don't worry about it. You don't need to explain. It's more just like I am sorry to hear that like you're going through the fact that like you lost somebody because of something like that. It's the same way that I look like as much as I'm not trying to politicize my mom's death, but it's realistically my mom, because of our healthcare system, did not go to the doctor 2 days earlier where she could possibly be alive. So
yeah, people. That's again, self shameless plug, Anti-Poverty Act, trying to get people in Tennessee healthcare so they can live.
she had healthcare. She had healthcare. She was on Medicaid. She just didn't want to pay the premium.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like this would pay the premiums for people. So
gun safety classes should be mandatory at some point in school. Use wooden. Honestly, like with the way that like we love the pew-pews in America, that would make sense. Like make it part of like home ec or wood shop or whatever the fuck. But yeah, that would be a good time to do it.
I don't know. It's one of those things like we can't even have sex ed in damn schools. How are we gonna get gun ed?
This is why I'm glad I don't have kids, brother. And this is why I feel bad for all y'all that do.
You should feel bad for yourself too if you live long enough, because these uneducated kids become your doctors and your nurses and everything else whenever you get older that's supposed to be taking care of the future.
Oh, I have absolutely no faith in this. Like, if I make it to 70, I'll be fucking lucky. Like,
yeah.
I'm not trying to be, like, nihilistic either. I'm being real. Like, this is the world that I live in, and apparently I'm willing to accept the hard truths that a lot of people aren't. Because, like, when I still see, like, and with all due respect, I got friends that, like, I got a friend that just had a baby. I got friends that, you know, they got 2-3-year-olds. I look at them and I wonder, what the fuck are you doing? Like, how do you just ignore everything that's going on and just go, yeah, you know what? They got this. They do not got this.
If you want my anecdote, I can give you my anecdote.
Yeah, go ahead.
For kids. Jugi, quit barking. Here, go outside. Yeah, I can give you my anecdote. I was with my now ex-wife for a few years before she ever got pregnant with our first son. And it was one of those things we weren't even sure she could get pregnant. And then after him, you know, well, like, when she can get pregnant, that's fine. We were on birth control. And then she switched brands. And when she switched brands, it failed. And we ended up with the second one. So it wasn't really, and it was a
just don't ever do what my mom did to my fucking sister.
And it was a COVID. And the second one was during COVID.
Just tell them that they were an oopsie baby. Don't ever do that. I'm not kidding. My sister to this day, like, we'll drink and she'll just be like, "Well, at least you weren't an oopsie baby."
No, I was wearing a T-shirt when my first son was born that had Bob Ross on it, and it said "No accidents."
I know exactly what you're about to quote. I literally have a deck box for my Magic deck that is that it has that quote on it.
Yeah, I wore that shirt the day my son was born at the hospital.
That's kind of funny. I gotta give you that one.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
but I mean, I also present the argument, you know, that somebody has to have kids. We need people.
Oh, I mean, sure.
I mean, I'm not saying everybody has to have a bunch of kids. Like, you don't have to go out and have a litter.
I mean,
you know, but replacement value for yourself, you know, that's
we're
pretty
doing
okay.
such a bang up job. Killing ourselves with microplastics and fucking everything else in the name of greed. Yeah, we're really, I can tell you right now that we're definitely a creature that needs to be saved. I don't think of us as a cancer, not at all. What are you talking about? That's wild.
As a cancer.
Oh, I may have been kind of joking, but I actually mean it. Like, you don't see people as just being like a cancer to this planet and how we're just like literally a bacteria that is killing like everything because we suck. God,
I would say
I've literally like I have had like just passive like studies of bacteria where I'm like, oh, even they're less shitty than humans. That's cool.
Well, it depends on what we are, right? Like, if we are manifestations of the universe that experiences itself, then I don't know. Maybe it's not that big a deal. Because the universe is vast. Like, very vast. But as far as like how well we take care of the planet that we take care of, that we have, we're not that great.
How do you think consciousness got here? Like, with us specifically. You ever wonder that? Like, you ever wonder why we're the only ones that got it? Like, why isn't there any other being on this planet that can, like, actually, like, process itself and do what we do?
I mean, that's a good question. Maybe we're all different because, like, look at the different combinations of DNA that we have, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's more possible combinations of DNA than there are atoms in the universe.
Yeah.
So there's that. I mean, so that means there's going to be infinitely more people who will never be born than ever will be.
I mean, every time you jerk off, you could argue that.
Sure. And so, what were we talking about before? Like, what makes us so special?
Mm-hmm. Well,
I would say
no, the consciousness, like the conscious. See, I'll just go. Like, I'm not even trying to like do a gotcha or anything. So like when I was in my 20s, I believed in like the 13th planet theory where it's like Zacharias Stitchin had like talked about the Anunnaki, who was this race of aliens who had this planet that was like dying off and they needed to shoot gold into their atmosphere because apparently it blocked off whatever the fuck was happening on their planet. So they essentially did like a thing where they searched for planets that had gold and they found us. But this 13th planet just happened to be on the outskirts of our solar system. You know, it's planet X, if you will. You know how we've always heard the planet X theory where every like 1,000 years or whatever the fuck this one planet comes into our solar system on the other side of the sun or whatever. That.
Okay.
But they were saying that like at the time that they needed our gold, they needed to go like through the asteroid belt. So like they had this great die-off where like trying to get through the asteroid belt, only a certain few of the Anunnaki got here. So when they got here, they found not primitive man, but Neanderthals. And there was absolutely no concept of consciousness, like self-awareness. So what they did is they took their genes and they bred with the Neanderthals for, it was something like a couple, like 100 years or 1,000 years or whatever the fuck, to create the modern humans for a slave race to go and harvest gold for the Anunnaki. That's why we have like in the Babylonian texts, you see these giants that are lording over, you know, the first man.
So hold on, if I'm following correctly, just so I know, you're talking. These are aliens that came and raped animals to turn them into humans to enslave them.
Yes.
Okay.
And then we revolted and then they left.
Oh, so they couldn't handle revolt, but they could handle forcing us to evolve into... Hey.
Yeah, no, trust me. As I said, I believed in this when I was in, like, I prefaced that I was in my 20s. I have also prefaced that I was a shithead when I was in my 20s. I really was. I was so susceptible because I was coming out of religion where I'm like, oh, that kind of makes sense.
You were like accepting that you were wrong once and then you were wrong on everything.
Oh, dude, I became a Buddhist, a Rastafarian. Like I went like all in on some of this stuff. What did I just come in on? I may have thrown a little bit of a curveball here, but it's okay. Dolphin-assisted births are interesting.
One thing that we do that other animal species do not do is we pass along intergenerational knowledge. Now, like other species will do that in the form of instincts through DNA.
I was about to say that's bullshit. They imprint on DNA. Explain how possums know how to just pass out.
Yeah, no, that's I was getting to that. We like write books and stuff is what I'm saying. Like and then we teach our young, more so than a lot of other animals do. Because some animals will teach them how to hunt or whatever. But
EMP and one good fire and one good volcano or volcanic eruption and all that's gone. Then what makes us any better?
I mean, yeah. I mean, a lot of history's been lost. Forever.
And how is it functioning? I don't know. I really am I'm coming to terms with the fact that I'm one of these guys where I'm just like, I don't think humans are that great. I really don't.
I would say it's 50-50 because you got to keep in mind no one asked to be born. So it's like, yeah, see? No, you don't want to ask for your permission. Or they did and you forgot.
No, I just happened to be the best out of, 500 million racers or whatever the fuck it was.
You were lucky.
Lucky? Fuck you. I won a marathon, bitch.
Hold on. You
do not take away the first gold medal that I ever got in my life by being here. I don't think so. I was the fastest swimmer.
You were just nth in line. Because actually, they proved that it's not the first one that gets there because the first few that get there actually crack it open.
Wait, so I was just so are you telling me that either way I was the smartest one where I was just and see ya?
No, you were just there. You were just there, and then now you're here.
Oh my god! I totally did the thing where people the bouncers were opening the door, and I just happened to be walking by, smoking a cigarette, just oh, all right, cool.
Yeah, that's all it took.
I've done that before. I call it the stray cigarette, where you just wait, doors open. Once they turn, it's just get in line, bitch. I like my ice crushed. Nice, Angela. Well, I don't know how we got onto the topic of swimmers, but
yeah, I don't.
But I should probably hop off here and let you go.
Yeah, man. Let me sound off, and I will get off here.
Get your plugs.
Yeah, sure. So if anybody wants to check me out, my website is just myname.com. I'll put it in chat. There's all sorts of links in the public resources portal, and there's lots of reports and stuff from what I'm about, and everything on my website. Lots of interesting graphs and lots of interesting little points of data.
Actually, because this is going to be a VOD, why don't you sound off on what website that is?
Okay. It's BryantFrankford.com, and that's it. Just
can you spell your last name?
It's BRYANTFRANKFORD.
You said .com?
.com.
All right.
.com, yep.
Perfect. All right, Bryant. Well, I will catch you later. Also, he is a game developer who has dropped a few...
I'll drop some more Steam keys. Let me get some more.
Yeah, I was about to say, promote your game.
Yeah, I made a game called Shield Hero. It's a 2D roguelite, twin stick survivor shooter game. It's kind of an old school game. I'm gonna drop some
it's fun.
Free Steam gift codes.
If you guys like asteroids with a little bit more of a challenge, you guys will love this game.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it. I had a good time.
Oh, you actually you got to play it?
Yeah.
You finally got around to...
Yeah.
Nice.
No, I enjoyed it. I kind of wish you didn't make it so hard within the first few levels, but whatever. That's
okay, so
I
had
an aside for me.
I had playtesters ranging from 3 years old up, man, and
don't fucking tell me that. You're telling me that a 3-year-old's better than me? That's not a sales point. What are you doing?
I'm telling you that the challenge has been properly calibrated, so that you have to do what's called in the industry is called get good.
These game developers, guys, I swear to God, they're all the same here. Get good at the GG. It's not good game, it's get good. Let's put a squash to this all right now. But all right, Brian. Well, I will catch you later there. All right, man?
Hey, thanks for letting me come on and talk, dude.
Yeah, no worries. I will talk to you later.
Have a good one.
You too. Bye. I played the best. Yeah, that's fun. Also, Angela, thank you for the conversation. Guys, I unfortunately am going to be hopping off. I've realized that I have been on for 9 hours. I got a lasagna upstairs that's probably getting cold. So I have got to go. But I will see you tomorrow, 8 o'clock. I will be on 8 o'clock p.m. It's going to be a late stream tomorrow, but it'll be fun. Plan on going until about midnight, so come and join the fun. Kind of toying with doing like a Twitch stream, so I can watch some stuff on the back end. So I might do like kind of a half and half. We'll see. But either way, I will catch you guys tomorrow. I appreciate you guys hanging out. And do I need anything else? Nope, we're good. So I will catch you guys tomorrow. Good night.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.